emergency operations plan, the
local emergency management plan,
and then the local hazard
mitigation
mitigation plan. That's correct.
Which isn't reflected. Oh, I see.
No, it is.
It's down.
Okay, sorry. So I just thought it might be useful to say when these are required, like 1, 2 or annual and the
The other one is going to be now.
Years.
No, it's going to be
8 years?
8 years now.
So that's good, because.
Which one's 8 years?
The hazard mitigation
Hazard
plan,
mitigation.
starting this year, it will now
You
be.
have to do it, and then it will be 8
Correct.
years.
It will be 8 years before happens again.
8 years.
So I can add that
And
in.
the other two are annually?
That's correct. They're due by the end of May every year.
And so do you think it would be useful to just add the word annual before local emergency operation plan and local emergency management plan? I mean, that's just a question, you know, for clarity.
No, I think it makes
Well, I
sense.
think
That's very
there's still
specific.
some editing things, like C.
So
Also,
Peter's edit, as we're talking, and you, so if it's annual to maintain those plans, we should say annually.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Oh, okay, I have no problem with that.
So for C and D, I just added the word annually at the beginning of each
Yep.
bullet point.
Okay.
Perfect.
Fine.
you might also correct in C, manage and maintain.
But Sheila, does that respond to your concerns about the time that we're
Yeah,
talking about?
The time is for you all to decide, and for Peter, I know the hazard mitigation plan is a lengthy process, but it's once every 8 years.
Right.
The rest of it is kind of boilerplate, or has been. I think we did the hard work last year, so I think it's supposed to be pretty boilerplate now. I would, the only other little thing is, I think you refer to the EOC until F, and then you say the Emergency Operations Center. And I would change that, and I would also sort of give an idea of what it means to coordinate the EOC. Because usually that's just in time of emergencies. You have to know where your equipment is, you have to know who your volunteers are, you have to be able to communicate with them, and you have to have a method of getting people here. And that's about it. So you might want to say something like that.
Okay, I'm putting a note in to clarify further.
But otherwise, it's, I mean, just as, literally as a quick review tonight without having gone through my other notes from when I was helping do this, I think it looks pretty good. There's a couple
Appreciate that.
edits that I would make.
That's fine.
Okay, well, thank you for your input, Sheila, on that. And so what we'll do with this now is to, once again, send this to the select board, and we should all sign off on it. I don't believe that this needs a motion to approve, or does it?
In the previous iteration, there was a select board motion to approve the job description. I know that because I looked back at the minutes after Katie gave her last resignation. I know that Sheila worked with her to redraft this prior to my hiring, and then the select board made a motion to approve it. You didn't sign it or anything like that?
Okay, so let's put an action step on for next meeting to bring this to a close by
Okay.
either approving or not approving it.
Okay.
How's that?
Richard, would you like me to share the final documents with Sheila as well?
Sure.
It's up to you.
Yep.
And the only other thing
Do you
I'll
want to
add,
see them, Sheila?
would you like to see the final version?
I think I've
You're-
done,
Okay.
I think I've
Then I'll just
done
share
what I
with.
said I would do. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay.
The only other thing I just wanted to say is I think this document, both these documents need to be fluid, because I think as this starts to separate, I think this is a good start, but I think, you know, as you kind of walk through both of these, particularly with the administrative piece, you might find, you know, this might work there too, or this,
Yep.
you know, and other things, if you're getting, you know, buried.
Yep.
Or vice versa. you know, so just something for the select board to keep in mind, because I won't be here to do
Right,
that.
it should remain fluid, and particularly in the first year that we're,
Exactly.
you know, practicing it this way.
So would there be a point in saying, I don't have the wording right now, but about having a one-year review of these job descriptions?
It should be part of your performance review.
Oh,
Every year,
okay.
every single year, you should do the job review and the performance
Okay,
review.
we all set
You should
on
look
that?
at the job description.
Okay, good.
All right, now we're going to move to discussion update of childcare and town meeting. I know that Peter has some information and Miranda has some information.
Yes, so one of the things that I was tasked with was to contact VLCT regarding select board liability for having childcare at town meeting day. Very briefly, my initial thought was that this would be a question for the VLCT attorneys, so I contacted them. And they said, nope, this isn't for us, this is for Passive, your insurance. So they transferred the call over to Passive. They couldn't immediately answer the question, and so they said they would email me with a response, and less than half an hour later, I got a very short and sweet response. And they strongly encourage the select board to not have any officially sponsored childcare because the risk and liability for this is far too high. And this is advice they give to every town across the state. Whether the select board in that town or this town takes that advice is up to the select board. We can have community-sponsored childcare at the meeting. That's a totally different topic. But they feel that the risk is far too high for the town for something bad to happen. Because if it's officially sponsored by the town and something bad does happen, the first responsible party will be the town.
Yeah. So we had discussed that and thought about that at our last meeting. And that was our sort of beginning of thinking about a community committee that would take the responsibility of volunteers doing childcare at town meeting and other necessary chores and tasks at town meeting. And I know that Bratt has some information about that and the progress we're making on that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get online so I can access the information. Okay, so Laura Lawson Tucker and Tasha Tillman have been working on locating qualified people to do childcare. John Gagnon has enthusiastically endorsed the use of the school for that. What Tasha and Laura say is that they would like to allocate $100 to pay 2 child care workers for, I believe, 3 hours plus 3 hours of contact with the children, plus, you know, helping to set up and clean up. And if the select board doesn't have a formal relationship with this project, I'm not exactly sure how we could allocate those funds, but I do believe that that it's the responsibility of our town to provide free child care to people who come to town meeting, to send a message that reinforces the way that we feel about access to all residents. So there's more detail that they've brought to us about how they want to organize it, but really, those are ringers, and we don't need to interfere
Yeah,
with
so,
what they're
I
doing.
agree.
My question is if the town provides a
Funding.
budget
Yeah.
for this, is the town responsible for the childcare and the liability of the town?
The,
I don't know the answer.
Well, I'd like to suggest that the town take the risk to do it. I mean, I just feel as if on one hand, we have passive saying that this is a dangerous thing. On the other hand, we have our values, which to me require that we provide access to all of our residents to participate in public discourse. And I have more to say about it, but that summarizes my point of view.
Does
Zahn?
it seem possible that, I mean, I don't know where the lines are drawn, but it seems possible to me that the town, the select board in the town could be engaged in subcontracting a group of people to take care of these responsibilities. It's not our job to decide exactly what these responsibilities are or to fund a specific portion of this, but to just say, here, we need these tasks taken care of. One of those happens to be childcare. Are we then saying it's town-supported childcare? I think we're not saying that.
I wondered whether there was money in the budget having to do with voting, whether there was some kind of budget for running elections. You know, certainly having people have childcare when the bulk of deliberation for town meeting was going on seemed to fall generally under an umbrella of voting. But I couldn't find whether there was a budget for running elections.
I think there is. There's a line item for that.
I know
to some
that
degree, it's mostly
that
for tech support.
it
It's going to be in
covers
there, yeah.
buying pizza for the people who count votes.
Right.
Yeah, well, there you go.
I mean, I would think that we'd be able to offer up $100 out of some fund to be used as however. I mean, that's not signing on to what's going in.
Right, that,
Do you want me to contact
Yeah.
Passive again to ask for clarification?
I would be comfortable
Yes,
for
I
you
would like
not
that
to contact them.
I love the spirit of your conversation, Miranda, and I'm wholeheartedly in favor of it. My only issue is my job here is to support the town's interest overall as a select person, and I struggle with, you know, if we can't do it, then we can't do it from an insurance standpoint, but
Well, I guess our alternative is that we could have a telethon and the select board who wanted to could just start throwing money on the table for childcare.
I was just gonna suggest that, I can.
I wasn't being serious, Richard.
Oh, well, I am. I mean, I think that we could find folks in town to come up with $100.
I
I
think
do
that
too.
the select board needs to show its support.
Well, so I'll go back, and I think that if we can find other issues that are related to running the town meeting, that there's an array of things that are required. I think the further we can remove ourselves from actually managing and taking care of childcare, the less we are at risk and responsible in that way. So, and yet we can say this is an open meeting, and here are some of the things we provide. You know?
So-
Isn't there also free lunch?
No.
No, you
You have to
pay.
pay for lunch.
You have to pay
Everybody
for lunch.
does.
Okay.
under the BCA, we have election support.
Oh, from the Board of Civil Authority?
Yeah, so perhaps the Board of Civil Authority could.
So you'll have to talk with Penny about that because that technically falls under the town clerk. Part of the town clerk responsibilities.
Well, that may be where the childcare should be coming from.
How are we able to sponsor a lunch and
We
not, what's that? We
People-
don't?
We ask
I mean,
work
Peter
to make it.
organizes it,
Yeah, but
right?
we don't,
But we don't, the town doesn't pay for it. Whoever goes to lunch
It
pays
seems
for
like
it
a similar
yourself.
situation.
I just make sure that they show up and they have lunch for sale,
Hmm.
but the town doesn't pay for lunch. I would just.
Sheila, did you have something to say?
since I'm here, sorry. I think that what I'm hearing from Peter is passive says it could be a risk. You make up your mind whether or not it's a risk worth taking. What I hear Veranda saying is the benefits are far greater.
Then
The likelihood of there being a benefit to this is far greater than the potential for a risk. And I would say take $100 out of your BCA account and do it.
Well, I mean, John Gagnon, whose site, I mean, it's our school, but he is responsible for safety in that school, and he enthusiastically, 2 thumbs up,
I think it's
endorsed
great.
the family members who
I'm
came
not-
to him and said, this is what we want to do.
There's no question, it seems to me.
I mean, it's the right thing to do, for sure, for all the right reasons.
Well, let's, why don't we take a vote? Does this?
Well, do we have to talk to Penny about it or not?
Well,
Does someone want to make a motion to take $100 from the civil board, the Board of Civil Authority?
Is that her
budget for
bucket or
elections?
When the buck stops, it stops with the
To
select
pay
board.
for childcare?
That's ours.
Okay, I move that we allocate $100 from the budget of the Board of Civil Authority to provide childcare for all of Guilford's residents.
I'll second
Do I
that.
have a second?
yes.
Michael, did you
Yes.
second that?
I second it.
Okay. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now on to a re-review of the proposed budget. And Gordon, I believe you wanted to speak to this?
Well, the key point I really wanted to speak to, yes, was the fund, the capital fund. I missed, I believe, the budget meeting that was held on that, because I was in Kansas City. And
Kansas?
Kansas City, Missouri.
Just checking.
A note of
There's only
levity.
one
No,
Kansas
there are
City
two.
where I'm concerned,
Oh,
because
is it?
everyone I say I'm in Kansas City, everyone thinks I'm in Kansas,
Right,
when
well,
I'm really in Missouri, but Dorothy wasn't with me.
Yeah.
So, anyway, my question, it was brought to my attention through Sheila, that there was discussion at that meeting discussing whether or not we have to fully fund the capital fund as we have in years past, at the tune of, I want to say, $225,000, which we have, Guilford has done an outstanding job funding this fund and supporting it since its inception, which was in,
I can give a little history if you want.
yeah, that would be helpful, Sheila, thank you,
So,
because you know better than I do.
I think we started it in 2014.
That sounds about right.
The idea was that rather than going into debt to maintain the town assets and improve them, we would set aside a certain amount of money every year. And we started from zero, and we are now at almost 500,000, or we were, we're at 500,000, 490,000. And the express purpose of that fund was to just maintain our capital assets and improve them. And then in 2017-18, Richard, you and Gabby worked on the capital needs assessment, and I went back to that document today and discovered that the entire budget for all of the proposed improvements that the select board approved in 2018 was about $402,000. And you look at inflation and it gets to $500,000. Now we have already, this town has already improved, taken the major chunk asset improvement and maintenance through this town office.
Mhm.
Everything else is relatively minor compared to that. Yet this town has continued to fund this this capital program fund, I think wisely, because now there is no debt. However, I think can I just put that aside?
Yes.
And
I see
say,
what
we're in
you're
a good
saying.
shape.
Yeah.
I know there is an argument that once you put something into the budget, it's easier to let it stay than it is to take it out and put it back in. The argument that I was proposing at the budget workshop was that we don't need to fund this capital project fund to the amount of $225,000 annually, particularly when we have completed the major investment that we need to make. I know there's the town garage, which I think you were going to be working on. And I know that there's the other, the museum and some other things. The town garage is a major one, but with
And the cost of
490,
the library, do
and with $490,000, you exceed what you thought you were going to need in 2036 already. We also have a healthy reserve fund in general, and it is 15% of this year's budget. Which is close, it's more than 5 and less than the 20% prescribed.
But it's healthy.
But it's healthy. Last year, we put $147,000 from our unspent budget in fiscal year 2020 into
19.
the reserve fund. 19 into the reserve fund. It is possible that we're going to have that same budget amount in the same overage, or a similar, or at least an overage for fiscal year 2020 to go into the reserve fund. So my proposal in the budget committee was that we would reduce the amount of transfer to the capital project fund at a time when we don't know what the schools need, and we do know that the town itself is in really good financial health. And that I think this town has come forward in the past with everything that is needed for the fire department, for the library, for the buildings, for funding the bridges. I think that we do a great job, but I proposed, I think at the time, a $50,000 reduction, and after looking at it really closely again, I think you could reduce it by $100,000. But that is.
What did you say? What was the last thing you said?
Originally I had suggested to the select board that you reduce the transfer to the capital budget by 50,000. But I looked at it today, and I think you could reduce it by 100,000 and still get to all of the goals that we have laid out in the rolling 10-year capital improvement plan.
May I make a couple of clarifications? First thing is the rolling capital plan is a 5-year capital plan.
But it rolls every 6 years.
Sure. And then the other thing is the 5-year total, estimated total for that plan as of FY19 was $385 short of $4 million, which does include $1 million for a bridge, which we had assessed last summer, and we're told that it has a 15 to 20 year additional lifespan, so we can remove that $1 million out of there, but that's still a $3 million total for the 5-year rolling plan as it was written and has been updated since.
So that's not on the town website. I'm looking at the Town of Guilford spreadsheets that are in the capital plan
On the
section on the website. And that's,
Could we be missing in Sheila's numbers the town, the other funds that we put in for the highway department or bridge fund?
There's bridge fund, yeah, for 300,000.
Which document are you referring to?
The reason that Sheila's not tracking everything, could that be the disparity between?
All I'm tracking is the capital improvement plan.
Right. Okay.
And the capital improvement plan doesn't take into account, for example, the bridge fund. That is one thing it does not take into account.
But that's,
Capital projects list, am I looking at the correct
What
document?
is the? I'm not sure what the capital.
Sheila, can I ask you, in regard to your premise, what benefit to the town of Guilford does not transferring $100,000 produce?
you reduce the taxes that you need to raise to 900 and something
Right.
thousand, as opposed to 1,027,000, I think it is.
That's for the highway department.
I'm sorry, yeah, but.
It reduces our tax, call,
The tax-
basically, that what we're asking our taxpayers
We're
to pay.
raising taxes by $225,000 of the taxes that we raise annually goes into a reserve fund. I'm saying that that reserve fund is generously funded. Peter mentioned the bridges. We have, every year we put $60,000 into the bridge fund. I am not suggesting that you reduce that. So you've got $600,000 more dollars over the next 10 years, and that gets you to $1 million. Or, assuming there's interest here someplace. So your bridge fund is taken care of, your capital needs are taken care of. We're putting aside money for 25 years for the Green River Covered Bridge. I think we don't need to raise taxes to save money at this time when we are in a really good financial position, having done so for 5 years.
Well, Sheila, can we just clarify, you don't mean raise taxes, you're saying to raise a certain amount of money in taxes to pay for the budget, not increasing not the amount of tax. Is that correct?
I'm saying we don't need to raise those funds. We don't need to tax the town by the total amount of the transfer amount. That, if you reduce that, you reduce the amount of taxes owed by the town
Right.
residents.
Right.
So it's not increasing the taxes by 100,000, it's decreasing them
Well,
by
I just
100.
I wanted to clarify what you meant by raising the taxes. You didn't mean like a tax.
Well,
increase.
annually, we tax residents $225,000 plus $60,000 plus $12,500 for the bridges, the Green River Covered Bridge, and the capital fund. That's taxes that we raise every single year, that the select board raises every single year. I'm suggesting that you don't need to include that amount in the budget for this fiscal year and perhaps for a couple of more fiscal years.
Because we're in such a healthy, positive position.
I'm also suggesting that the town will step up again if necessary,
Right.
particularly if we don't ask when we don't need it.
Well, that sounds like a very, that squares with what I understand about the way the town has stepped up. I guess one of the questions that I have is is about the town garage and how, maybe Michael knows a little bit more about this, about what is the prudent approach to having the town garage that the town needs now and will need. The current town garage, as I understand it, was built to be, to not impose too great a financial burden on the town. There was a lot of volunteer labor is what I understand, and I support all of that. I think it's great that in Guilford we can do that. On the other hand, I think about, one, the kinds of weather we're having and whether that's going to be an increased burden on the town equipment as well as the town road crew. I just don't know what we're looking at in terms of the future town garage. And that's the only thing standing between me and saying, I really appreciate your idea and am ready to go with it.
I'm glad you brought that up because that's the forefront of my mind as well. It seems like there's a sort of significant cost, not too far down the road.
But
it's been
you have
projected.
$500,000.
Right.
I'm not sure that's necessarily.
I don't think that's going to cover a replacement of the garage.
Yeah, that's.
We have to remember too, that just to add on.
Is that
to
what we're talking about, replacing the garage? Because is that what the capital, that's not what came back
It's not
in
in
the
the
document.
capital,
It's not in
it's
the
not
capital.
currently in the capital program. I think it's something that needs to be discussed by the select board and needs to be considered because the garage as it is doesn't meet the needs of the town road crew. Remember, to add to Veranda's point, when that garage was built, we had a third of the amount of equipment that we currently have. So that means we have equipment that sits out in weather year-round, which is not good for the equipment. They don't have space to work on all of the equipment.
How do we move that conversation forward?
That's up to the select board.
You mean to the idea of replacing the garage?
Or I mean, or an
Expanding it.
addition.
Expanding
I
addition.
I
There's a whole
suspect
bunch
I think
of
you
there's-
start with Danny and get a good understanding of
Well,
what
let's
he wants.
put that on an agenda for another time.
How about the next meeting? Can I propose that now?
It's up to the chair. I mean, the chair sets the, so that's the last select board meeting prior to town meeting. At the moment, there's not a lot on the agenda, but it's up to Richard.
Were you asking if it could be on the next agenda?
That's
Yeah,
what
yes.
Michael was asking.
Yes, I don't see why not.
Okay.
But,
I will,
go ahead.
I was just going to, all I was going to say is I'll put an action item that I'll speak with Danny about the topic and make sure that he's at the next meeting.
Right.
So,
and
to that point, I
and
mean,
we-
I'm kind of
We
with,
really need a presentation from Dan about what the needs of a garage are.
so I'm feeling like maybe we should have that conversation before we proceed with your suggestion of removing or reducing the.
And just to note, regardless of what decision happens with Sheila's suggestion, because the select board has already approved the budget and it's already been put on the warning and the warning has been posted, this would have to, and Sheila knows this, but I'm just putting this out there for the general public, that it would have to be an amendment on the floor of town meeting day for this to change.
So you have a month to figure this out, and you can start with the original capital assessment that was done in 2018. There's a very detailed survey of what
Right.
needs to be done to that garage. It wasn't a $1 million project by any means.
And
And
maybe it's changed,
And
to that, but that's not what's reflected in that document.
And remember,
Let's put this on the agenda for the next meeting, and also, if Peter, if you could prepare the necessary documents for us to look at,
sure.
that would be important to inform the discussion.
And I think having an updated, what we could support the if there was a highway garage discussion, what finances could touch that? Because there's a highway reserve fund, and I don't know if that's all been accounted for.
you can take it out of the
We
reserve
could take it out of
fund,
our
you can
reserve
take it out of the
fund,
capital
which
fund.
has to be brought down after that's been applied this next year. So, I
So
mean,
Peter,
there are.
can you do that,
Yep.
And the general
that
fund.
budgeting?
And then the- yeah. But I think Sheila's point, I mean, I support this idea. I certainly support a garage, if we've got major garage issues, we've got to deal with that too. But looking at this budget this year with the line items that we're talking about, we don't need to, overextend this capital fund, in my opinion.
Oh, I had just a quick comment about, I'm looking at the capital needs assessment, if that's what it's called, of the town garage. And, and this is responding to the town garage that we have there, the physical condition of the buildings, not necessarily the needs that the town has for the town garage that can you know, go forward
Accommodate, right.
based on the equipment that we have and the needs that we have. And I would be happy if we could build the garage that we need by shifting funds without, you know, without the proposed increase in the capital needs fund. But I don't have that
Yeah,
information.
you're right. You know, and I know talking to Danny, I mean, the trucks, when was that garage built?
1991.
Yeah, but they've gotten bigger and taller and,
Yes,
you
correct.
know, you can't fit wings and, I mean, it's an issue for
It
sure.
is.
But I think we've really got to
Okay,
come to a better
I
understanding.
think we
from
can
Danny.
wrap this up. We've got an action item on one.
Can I say one more thing, which is thank you all for listening to me tonight. and for-
No, it's
No, we
really
appreciate you
important.
coming and having the
And I
dialogue.
personally really missed your detailed understanding. You know, you
Makes a
have a
difference.
lot of the history and also profound management experience that I certainly don't represent, and so I appreciate that.
Thank you, Miranda.
Sheila,
Thank
what
you.
did you want to say?
I said thank you.
You say it already. Oh, let me, on behalf of the select board, let me say thank you for your perceptions, your observations, and your recommendation.
Thanks.
Thank you, Sheila,
Thank
for
you.
joining us, raising the cost.
Okay, on to now, the subject is the broadband meeting and Guilford's representation of that meeting. It's in conflict with the pre-town meeting. And so we were going to have select board members attending as well as Peter, and now it's a question of can we not have the select board meeting members at the pre-town meeting and not have Peter at the pre-town meeting. And so we need to decide, do we want to send a representative to that meeting? Or do we want all of the representatives of Guilford to go to the pre-town meeting? And if, Peter, you could help us by characterizing what the purpose of the broadband meeting is.
Yep, I was just going to ask, so this, I was not able to find an agenda for the meeting because one does not currently exist, but I just would like to read 3 sentences directly from Sue West, the senior planner at WRC, who is organizing this project. And she states, and I quote, "This meeting will focus on strategies and ideas to put the aforementioned survey in front of as many people in each town as possible using electronic and paper format. While it will be critical for each town's broadband appointee to participate in this meeting is open to anyone interested."
So she's saying that it's critical that a representative be there.
Yes, and in order for without reading all the other detail, she does state that this survey is critical for the feasibility study to realistically give them enough data to determine whether or not they should take the next step, which is to potentially create a business plan.
So whoever goes to this meeting is taking the survey?
No,
No.
They're designing a survey,
Yes.
correct?
not even that.
Just talking about how to sort of get it
Disseminate
out.
it.
It's how to get it to as many people as possible, as well as they will have sample surveys there.
So let me understand this. So they're seeking input about how to have their survey be successful, or are they giving information about how each town can make the survey successful?
From speaking with Sue on the phone, my personal understanding is both of those things. It's not one or the other, it is both.
I'll just say that at the meeting that we attended, it was very clear that they were going to go, the WRC and this whole creation of the survey was going to go a certain distance, and whatever that means, and it wasn't entirely clear. And then from that point, there was going to need to be energy from each of the communities, each of the towns, in order to get the survey into people's hands. WRC might do some things, like maybe some digital electronic connections they might be able to make easily, but they're not going to be able to actually distribute the survey in a very thorough way. They're going to depend on each community to do that.
Well,
to
I
help
guess,
support them. Does that make sense?
yeah,
Is
no,
that
my
right?
only question is, well, I mean, I guess we're at our second issue where there's balancing benefits. You know, I feel as if I personally need Peter to be at pre-town meeting with his background information about how we got to each piece of the work that we're presenting to the town. And I don't think that his attendance at the broadband meeting as described here is as critical.
So I would just, I don't disagree with you at all. Richard, could I just say that, do we need all
Yes,
of the
please.
select board to be at the pre-town meeting?
I think,
I suggest that's on.
Huh?
Perhaps Peter should be at the pre-town meeting and the select board members, was it Michael and Zahn?
I am unable to make it to the broadband meeting this time.
So, could you make it to, Zahn, could you make it to that meeting?
I can certainly make it for part of the meeting. I don't know exactly yet. I don't know, I mean, because of this musical I'm playing, I don't know when it's over, and then I would have to get up to Newfane. So I think
I would put forward that I think it's more critical for select board members who are either up for election or up for re-election to be at pre-town meeting, to be able to answer any potential questions from residents who show up that they will not be able to answer at town meeting day because of the ballot. That's my personal opinion. It's up to you folks to decide what's best, but
I don't have any idea. I would need advice.
so Michael stated that he can't make it. Can you make it to pre-town meeting?
I
Neither?
am I may be a little late, but I am planning to be there.
well, great.
What time is pre-town meeting?
It's from
7.
7 to 9
7.
p.m. on this
Thursday.
Thursday.
You know, the play starts at 4.
You know, Veranda also raised a good point prior to our starting the meeting, and could we have a representative attend? I know it's short notice and we haven't even identified anyone, but would that even be an option?
Well, Sheila went to the last
Well,
one.
but I think I feel strongly that Guilford should have a representative at this broadband meeting. We've made a real kind of psychological investment in, Sarah Coffey has urged us to be very much a part of this, of being leaders in this development of the broadband initiative. And I think it's very important that someone be there. Yeah.
Well, no, I don't disagree with that, but I just don't, with our pre-town meeting, the select board's primary responsibility is town meeting and, in my opinion, our pre-town meeting. So I just think that someone else could commit this for Guilford other than a select board member or a committee member or the town administrator. I share Veranda's point. I think Peter should be at the pre-town meeting.
I do too.
And we can, you know, maybe among ourselves, we could try to think of somebody from Guilford who has a strong interest in broadband and who's sort of broadly knowledgeable about the subject to attend the meeting on our behalf.
Could our assistant possibly?
Well, no one has been
Fall under-
offered that position
Oh.
as of yet.
Okay.
There's been tentative discussions as to who might fill that role, but that role has not been.
Okay, fair enough.
The select board has not offered that position to that individual.
So, well, then there was also, at the last meeting, Steve Lemke was there. I wondered if he might be going.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Because of his role on WRC, he might be going to
And
the.
Veranda wasn't sure he's back or.
Well-
Yeah,
some
he's been,
discussion.
they were out of town. I don't know if they're back in town.
But he's-
I could email him right now.
Yeah, that's a good, because his name did come up as a possible
Yeah.
person who has a vested
that's a good
interest, is part of WRC, and is a very high proponent of the town of Guilford.
Well, Gordon, I like the way that you put it, that you're saying that it's the responsibility of the select board to be at the pre-town meeting and/or the town meeting. And so it seems to me that Peter should be at the town meeting, and what select board members can attend should be there as well. Does anybody agree with me?
Yes,
I
I
do.
certainly think, as I wrote to you earlier today, I think that it's really essential that we stand behind our process and present it to our neighbors.
Well, I say the case is closed then.
Okay, well, the action step I'm taking right now is to send an email to Steve Lemke and Peter, just asking if he could possibly attend this broadband meeting, and perhaps if anybody knows anybody
I was
else.
gonna say, what do we do if Steve's not available? We have 2 days to find someone.
Yeah,
Yeah, so everybody should look and think about who might want to go.
It's just unfortunate the meeting, you know,
Right,
the meeting
that's
got
the
moved
problem,
because
yeah,
of the weather,
exactly.
so it's
Yeah.
like, it's almost like we can't be
not
responsible
our-
for it. Yeah, it's not our issue.
It's not that we
but-
don't want to support it, and it's not that we don't want to be there, it's just
And,
that,
and if it turns out that there's no representative that we can find, we ought to communicate that immediately
Right.
to
exactly.
the organizer.
Well, what about, I mean,
Because I need to notify Sue that I won't be there. And
Right.
to let her know who will be representing Guilford, if that's
we should
the
talk
choice.
offline rather than-
the select board wants.
I think we should, if anyone has any other ideas as to a person that would be viable for this, if Steve Lemke says he's not in town, get you the information as to a possible,
Okay.
person, and then
I'll work on it with you,
Great,
Peter.
thank you, Brenda, that's very kind.
Okay, good. All right, moving right along, we have finance, the warrants.
Okay. I will move to pay the following warrants: payroll week ending 2/2/20 for $6,421.80. Payroll week ending 2/9/20 for $9,246.28. Expense warrant number 2015 for $23,192.63, and expense warrant number FW15 for $45.50, for a grand total of $38,906.21.
Second.
Do I have a second?
Yes,
Yes.
Zon seconded.
Thank you, Zon. Are there any discussion?
I would add the key the key items coming out of expense warrant 2015 were salt at $5,300. Our diesel came in at about $2,400, and our health insurance was a payment at $7,500. And if we take our Wyndham Solid Waste quarterly assessment of $3,600, we're almost at the grand total of $23,000. Not quite.
Good. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Say aye, please. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. Communications, Peter.
I have none.
Okay. Thank you. Can we summarize the actions?
Summary of actions from the previous meeting where the select board approved the town meeting warning. Peter to reach out to VLCT regarding select board liability for childcare, which we've discussed. Veranda to follow up with Tasha, Laura, Dawn, and John Gagnon, which we heard about. Explore the possibility of creating a town meeting day committee. That's very simple. If the select board feels it important for a committee to be created, you would say, make a motion to create a committee and then find people to fill in on that committee. But I think from the discussion, I don't think that's necessary at this point. And then last but not
Okay,
least,
so can we put that on the agenda for next meeting?
You
Yes.
mean creating a town meeting day committee?
Creating a town meeting committee.
Yeah. I mean, are you open to the idea of maybe putting it on 2 meetings from now so that we get done with the town meeting and then
Can't-
have it right after that?
Yes.
It cannot go on the-
That's good, Zon. Yep.
it can't go on the meeting immediately after town meeting day. We have a whole prescribed thing that we need to do that day. It
Okay.
would have to be the second meeting in March.
Okay.
But that still will be
Okay,
in
well, let's put
time
that
for
on the act,
Okay?
future meeting, good.
And then from this meeting, add the town administrator and administrative assistant job descriptions to the agenda for the next meeting. You took the action to allocate $100 from the BCA budget to fund childcare at town meeting day. Add the future needs of the town garage on the agenda for the next select board meeting. And that is it for the summary of action.
no, there's one, no, the talking points,
Oh, okay.
for the select board. So does everybody have those talking points now?
I don't have them.
I have most of
Peter, can
them.
you send them to the select board?
And they've already been shared with everyone under.
Okay, I'll find them.
I haven't looked at them.
Okay, and so I'll send out an email asking you some questions about those talking points and seeking your comments on them.
Richard, I'll just send out a quick email with a link to everyone so it'll be easier and quicker for all of you.
Thank you, that would be appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, do I have a motion?
I'd like to move that we adjourn.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All those, any discussion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion is carried, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good evening, Richard.
This is the February the 10th, is the Jamaica Select Board meeting for that date. And the order of business to start with is to call for any late additions to the agenda. Does anyone you have one?
Just the update on the town hall.
Okay, hold on a second, let me get my updated pen out. I have, sadly, I have 3 things that have come up. As you know, I publish the the agenda on Thursday, and then we have a Friday and Saturday for mail and other things, and so sometimes it gets full. We also have a guest. Lou is going to talk about a letter I got today.
He's not a guest.
He's kind of, you're really not a guest. We'll talk about that, and we're going to add him to that.
That's the Rossin monument.
Exactly.
I have some stuff from the Transportation Committee.
Okay. Which, is this the county transportation, right? This is the Wind original?
Yeah.
So I ran into somebody over the weekend, he gave a name of a committee that you're on that didn't sound like the one
I'm on 2 committees.
what's the other one?
Community Development
Maybe.
as well, and I'm also on the Emergency Response Committee.
Oh, that might have been, I don't remember. Anyway, he said your name, you got that right, but I didn't recognize the committee. Okay. This is for the Wyndham Regional Transportation Committee, right?
Correct.
Okay. We've had 3 overweight permits have come in, and we have 2 liquor licenses we have to discuss. So they've been added to what looked like a pretty quiet night.
Yeah.
So the next order of business is the usual minutes. Any other additions? Julie? Any other additions? No? We're good. The minutes for January 27th. Have any corrections, deletions, additions, comments?
I'll make a motion to accept the minutes as written.
Second.
Okay, further discussion? I have some. There's a number 2, where it says, Greg made a motion to accept the minutes as written. I believe there were minutes as amended.
Yes.
If we could change that to minutes as amended by Andy. And other than that, they're really classy work that we've come to expect from our illustrious scribe. So, could we amend the motion?
I amend the motion to approve the minutes as amended.
A second.
Have a second?
Second.
Second, good. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of accepting the minutes of the 27th as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, they are accepted. And thank you, Sarah. Next item of business is the usual timesheets for Town Office, Worcester Highway Transfer Station. We have them here. Sign the select board orders. They will be put to the end of the session, as is our usual. What I think I'm going to do is I want to review and update the town winter operations policy. I'll tell you a little bit about why we thought that we'd do that now. But since we have other people standing by who might get bored by that, perhaps we'll set that a little bit later. And let's start with Lou. Regarding the Rossin, you got the same letter I got, right?
Right.
Okay.
Paul received a letter from Steve Rossin, as did I, because I was doing some research into it from a listener's perspective. And what's on top is just his email to us, just so you can see it. And then the second page is the beginnings of a drafted letter that I was going to send. One of the things we want to decide was that should that response come from me or should that response come from Paul? We can decide that as a group. Just to refresh your mind, that little triangle or that little square of land up there that has the Rossin Monument on it was deeded as a quitclaim deed to B.D. Bradford D. Rossin. And then I found out today, I did a little bit more research on it. In 1918, it was then deeded from Bradford Rawson to the Rawson descendants. Now, what does that mean? I have no clue. Terry and I did a little research, and we found out that that little parcel was never put onto the grand list. However, it's on the grand list, as I think I might have told you before, on a parcel of land that Suzanne Rice now owns. And in the deed, in her deed, it says, is it hold on, her parcel is described as containing 13.5 square rods, excepting a smart parcel, which has sometimes since been conveyed to B.B. Rawson. So it's kind of peculiar that a quitclaim deed was actually never considered to be a separate parcel, but was considered to be like an interior parcel for another piece of land. It's kind of peculiar, but it seems to be the way we've been handling it on the grand list since 1915. But anyways, that's the history of the parcel. I then did some further research to look to see if the Rawson descendants had ever deeded it to the town or to any other entity, and I couldn't see any other deed that has transpired since then. So the best research I've been able to do is to determine that it's owned by the entity called the Rawson descendants. So, anyways.
Then are they liable for paying income?
Well, the taxes have been paid for by Susan Rice.
Okay.
At least during the last year. They've been paid for by the people who own that property. That little triangle.
So, back in July, and Lou mentioned this to me before the meeting, back in July, Mr. Rawson came in and talked to us about the potential of the town maintaining that piece of land.
Right.
And I looked through the notes, and I saw when he came in, I looked through the minutes, but I couldn't find any minutes. But I thought we followed up and said, yes, we were gonna maintain that. I thought we had done that, but I could find nothing in minutes after that.
Okay.
But I remember, and I thought Amadins were doing it. I thought Dean Case was doing that.
I believe that's the case. That was my understanding as well.
And I thought we had communicated it to him.
Yeah.
I don't either. But I looked through. I didn't. But something in my head said that it had come back. We couldn't determine or something. So we just decided to go ahead. And it wasn't going to be that much of an increase in the total contract for mowing for the town. So we decided to just do it and throw it in.
Well, this originally came up before that, when he was asking us to take over.
Yeah.
And that seemed reasonable since we all thought it was our property.
Yeah.
But now researching it, and we did mow it, at least once I mowed it.
I think we did, yeah.
And then we started looking at it. And now it turns out, not us.
Well, the reason it happened to come before was because there was a property transfer deeding that property from Wilbur Rice to Suzanne Rice. And that's when I picked up on that and began doing some more research beyond what you people do.
So we're a little bit more clear in that we're pretty clear it's not ours.
I think so.
But we're not totally clear who it belongs to. It seems to belong to Susan, who's Susan Rice, right? Who is allowing the descendants of Rawson to use it.
Except that it's a quitclaim deed.
No,
and usually a quitclaim deed means that you quit your responsibility and pass it on to
the other people. And
the people.
We don't have that.
But it's never been recorded as a parcel on our grand list.
At any rate, so we've been talking about this. It seems you're gonna, we got a draft letter.
Now, if you want, I can do some research from a lawyer's perspective and talk to a lawyer and see what the lawyer thinks.
Here's the thing I'm thinking. This is, at this point, a discussion between the Rawsons and the Rices, not the town of Jamaica. In that there's never been any evidence to show that it belonged to us.
Right.
You know, we were mowing it because it seemed like a good idea, we're nice people, and we've got over that. But it would seem to be worked out between those two parties. For us to become involved only muddies the water even more so. So my inclination would be to explain to him, the only thing we know for sure is that it's not ours. And it looks like it's something that between the descendants of Rawson and the owner of the triangle, which is Susan Rice, and that needs to be worked out between those two parties, not adding a third party just to complicate matters. Does that sound right to you guys?
That
Yeah.
sounds pretty reasonable. to
Yeah,
me,
sounds good.
Yep.
We're clearly not trying to get out and mowing it, but the truth of the matter is there's also liability issues and lots of things that this could eventually turn into an issue. So I think that's the direction I go if we're along those lines.
So Beck, I mean, without, maybe I'm just not digesting all of this. So originally, does Steve?
It was Steve Rawson who came in.
Right, I remember that. But in this recent email, do they want it from Susan?
If I had my understanding.
Or does that
they
not
would
matter? I
like-
mean, that's obviously their thing, but I mean.
They were looking to see if it was ever deeded over to the town.
Okay, so they're just trying to clean it all up. I was wondering what the purpose, why it came up.
So out of that, are they saying, we want it in our name, or we want you to have
They
it
never said
then?
one way or the other, they only wanted to
They
clarify.
just want to clarify.
They're asking, if you read the top lines, has there been any further discovery? So they're asking, did you guys find anything else out? So I guess we report back that, yeah, you guys own the land,
Yeah.
or Susan owns the land, so you guys fight it out or whatever.
So
And if
it
they
sounds
want
like we prefer the response to come from me as a lister, as opposed to Paul as the.
Either one,
chair of the
whichever you
board.
guys think.
I don't-
It doesn't matter to me. I mean, I think it makes life, he addressed you, or he addressed both of you.
I think a lister, because if we don't own it, then why should we be involved?
Correct,
in it?
I agree with you.
Right,
There
yes.
there is that stand back just a little bit in that you, as a lister, have much more input on what's going on with the property lines and that sort of stuff. And we would take your word for it.
Okay, would you like me to suggest that they may want to come to the town with a request to turn it over to the town? Or would you like me to just keep that out of the letter?
I think
I'd
it
say
should
keep
be
it out
neutral
So you-
and not really do that.
I'd say
And
keep it out
let
right now,
them-
yeah.
Keep it up, okay.
If they
Yeah.
want to do
And
that,
let
they can.
them
bring it, yeah.
initiate it.
They
Let
can
them
come
come
to
to
town,
us,
exactly.
which I'd be totally open to, but let them propose
Yeah.
what they want to do.
I would go on that. I think the idea there is that now that we know that we aren't owners, that we should extricate ourselves as
Yeah,
best we can.
absolutely.
Okay, that's what I came here for, is to find out how you want me to handle it.
There you go. And then
Perfect.
you and I
Do we
can talk
need
about
Do we need a motion or any of that kind of stuff?
No, I don't think so. This is just information.
It's just part of a course of routine.
Yeah. Just normal. What's the second part over there? I
Oh.
didn't read that yet. There's 2 pages of
The
notes.
second was just my beginnings of a response.
Okay, all right,
Just
so we'll talk about it
outline-
tomorrow.
Right, but I wanted to know what to include beyond that regarding
I got you.
mowing or regarding,
Did you see, when he said he sent in the book and page of the deed that they had, have you seen that?
yeah.
Yeah, okay, so it's all we're covering. Yeah, I think it's just information, make sure everybody's on the same page, and we'll turn the reins over to you and the listeners.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, thank you, sir. Anything else you'd like for us? You want to just hang around for the fun of it?
Nope.
Been there, done that.
Good night.
Thanks, Lou.
Thank you.
The next human we have sitting here, just, let's do your transportation thing next.
Okay, 2 quicks and 1 almost quick. First thing is that there's a 220 Downtown Transportation Fund grant. I'll read you the overview. Is available approximately $375,000 to help municipalities make a variety of transportation-related capital improvements within serving the downtown district and supporting economic development as allowed by 24 VSA . The maximum annual grant is $100,000. Projects may include but are not limited to streetscape improvements, bike and pedestrian improvements, safety enhancements, rail or bus facilities, utility relocation, wayfinding signage, street lighting, and ADA access improvements. Application deadline is March 9th. So I'll leave this with you.
Do you think we could, we talked about the radar. Would they think they'd go for that? It's a safety thing.
Yeah.
Like getting the radar sign was about $5,000 or I think it was
And there is
$6,000.
something about a downtown village designation, which I believe we have.
Okay.
We do.
Have that
Let
already.
me look into that and see.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll get this. The guys contacted me back regarding that a couple weeks ago, and I'm like, wait on, we're talking about budgeting now, but I said it's probably not gonna happen.
It's money, but it's a 50% match, but you can do in kind to match.
Okay.
The other, just very quickly, there's the 2020 Vermont Walk Bike Summit, Creating Healthy Communities, and that's on May 9th in Bristol. The main topic is bridge number 32. We just got done with this year's prioritization of bridge projects. We are still number 2 on the list. And I also spoke to Laura Stone up at V-Trans. We are on the budget. We're now in design and engineering.
Wow.
And don't get too excited. 2024.
Okay.
The budget for 2024, I said, could that move up at all? She said, no, but it could move the other way.
Of course.
To about 2025. So there's a bridge in there somewhere. We have the bridge on Depot Street, which is, lo and behold, still on the list at number 2 in the candidate list. So the candidate list is a list of projects of which there are hundreds. But it's a list of projects that will move up into the project list when other projects are finished. So I know the first day I met Chris Campany, we were at Veda's house, and he walked out and looked at that bridge and said, that bridge is going to go one day. I really would like to see it replaced. So having been hit by 4 houses. So we've managed to keep it prioritized at number 2, and hopefully it'll get on the list once we get the bridge to the park.
Have you been given the same advice I was? I know when they were telling us about that being number 2 on the candidate list, that they don't necessarily pull things off in sequential order.
Correct.
And when they get around to adding people to the other list, they go through other kinds of machinations.
It's number 2 for the region on the candidate list. We have ranked 10 items of this list, and this list is just the region. I can leave this with you if you want to see it. But the fact that it's still there, they're still aware of it. They're not going to do 2 bridges in the same year. So
Maybe even the same decade.
Maybe the same decade. It's pretty far down the road. But I'm enthusiastic about the fact that the Jamaica State Park Bridge is moving into some kind of life of its own.
Yeah.
So that's it.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I know when they came down to do the measurements a couple of weeks ago, they called us and let us know.
So yeah, I knew they were here.
They were, they're moving.
Okay.
Well, it's in the phase called scoping.
Yeah. Measuring, looking at it. Thank you.
Good.
Okay, next item. We have another human involved with just paperwork. So would you be a human involved with telling us about the town hall?
Okay, town hall. Actually, the ceiling has been completed.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
And it is really very, very nice. They did even extra things that were painted. They did out in the hallway entrance of painting. And I would swear that the plaster was white. It is not white. It is a very, very light green, which has always been the color. But when the plaster fell, he showed me the plaster, and that's what it's painted again. So we're still following the requirements of the preservation people. And they just did an outstanding job, cleaned up beautifully. So I'm very happy
No,
about
what was
that.
the name of the company that did that?
That's the BMW. I think it is. Yeah.
Just want to get that on.
And so even though we had our challenges now and then, it turned out wonderful.
Excellent.
Okay.
Thank you for honchoing that. That kept you busy.
Yeah, well, there's more.
Oh, good. Good or bad?
Well, as you know, we have been having problems with water freezing in the bathroom. And Stuart Barker has completed that. and has gone under and taped and wired and so forth. So that should be in very good shape. In the process, he did tell me that he found a whole apparatus, I guess, for hot water that has all of the plugs and all ready to go, but no plug to put it in. So he asked me if we thought that that might be a good idea, and I went ahead and said, yes, I think that's an excellent idea. So he will be fixing that. Everything is there.
What
They
were you
literally.
doing before?
Was that like a hot water heater?
Hot water.
Like an
heater.
electric hot water?
Yeah, it's been, I gather, buried, not literally buried, but, you know, under that whole
There never
area.
was hot water.
We've never had hot water.
I thought we did have
I
hot
thought we did
water
too, but I don't know.
at one
I don't
time.
know.
But
Interesting.
he says it's just kind of lying there in the dirt, and would it be a
Are
good
we certain
idea?
it's functional? That would
Yeah.
be my concern, that it would be old and then someone disconnected it at some point because it stopped working
I
maybe.
think he would tell us that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he's pretty responsible.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think he would. So, there's that, and I think since I'm going to be leaving the board, I think other than the window, that still needs to be replaced, I think I've done a lot on that building, because during my tenure, I got the new well put in and all of that, so I think the whole building is in pretty good shape.
The town hall will miss you.
Yes. Thank you, Judy.
So I wanted to report that.
Excellent.
We're still working on it. And thanks.
You've done a lot. There's been a lot of twists and turns. Thank you, ma'am.
Liquor license.
We've got 2 liquor licenses, and then we've got some overweight permits. The liquor licenses are Muleman's and,
You signed it.
oh, come on, there's a name in here someplace, isn't there?
Rossington Market.
Oh, there it is, Rossington Marketplace. Sorry about that. We all have to sign all of these sheets on here. There's places for all of us to sign. Obviously, we only have, we're down to 4, and I don't think it's appropriate for, Craig, you can sign if you want to. We'll get it
I'll
for you.
abstain from
I don't
having
think you
my
should.
own.
I
I've
think
already
you should
signed
probably
it.
should-
I already signed it.
Yeah, well, we
Oh, yeah.
have,
We've got a quorum.
you have quorum.
Shouldn't be a problem.
It's the 3 of us.
Clearly, as far as I am concerned, the checks are here, the paperwork's here. We've not come across my desk a single negative comment about either of them, either the Rossington Marketplace or the Muleman's Craft Drafts. And therefore, I know of no reason to say no.
Okay.
Do we need a motion on
I
that?
think we probably do, don't we?
Make a motion to pass the 2 liquor licenses, for one for Rossington Market, one for Melman's
And I'll
Craft
second.
Brews.
Okay, do I have any further discussion?
Someone needs to second it.
That she
I
did.
did.
Oh, you did not
Yeah.
second it, yeah.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
abstain.
And one abstention. I'm gonna put them with the invoices for when we start circulating these things later. We can get everybody to sign those. The next thing I have 3 overweight permits. One is from the Lind Well Drilling, other one's from Valley Cranes and Renault Brothers, and the other one's from Barrett Trucking. All of the paperwork is correct. They have their checks, actually receipts for the checks are on here. The paperwork has been scanned and seen by our road commissioner, and so she knows that I was gonna bring it in tonight. And so, does anyone have any reason to, time out? Just notice something. Make sure this is correct. Oh, I see, I beg your pardon, we have 4. The Valley Cranes and the Renault Brothers, they came in together. I just saw your note for 2 permits. I thought the 2 permits meant these 2, but there's actually 2 in this one. So yeah, so the Valley Crane and the Renault Brothers came in, the receipts for $20, so it covers them both. And paperwork is for both. So they're looking good, everything's okay with it. And Lexa, I told Lexa, she knows about it from this morning. We will, the usual plan is to pass these to the town road commissioner and have her sign these and move them forward. Any objections to that? Do we need a motion to send these forward?
So moved.
And do I have a second?
Second.
Do I have any further discussions? Hearing none. The Barrett Trucking Company, Valley Cranes, Renault Brothers, and the Lindwell Drilling Inc. overweight permits will be turned over to the...
You gonna vote?
Yeah, vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Now we're gonna turn, I'll pass it, okay, well, I'll give these up to Alexa tomorrow, and we'll get those things moving forward as well. All right. Okay, so now here's the question that came up about the town winter operations policy. We started reviewing that because we've got a chronic issue on Pikes Falls Road that I was addressing, and we wanted to make sure we had everything as tight as we could be. We started looking it over. There's a couple of little glitches in the operation policy that needed some update. One of which, of course, was we now have two. On the page 2, we have 2. You guys got all these things, right? I mailed them out to you, I think.
Yeah.
Email them?
Yeah.
All right, so we need to change. We got 2 350s instead of just 1. And the Simplicity riding snow blower is really a John Deere, not a Simplicity. And then there's some just just a grammar error in the page under procedure. The line says, "Our highway crew are given the responsibility to make decisions regarding." That would be correct in England, but in the United States, we would say our highway crew is giving responsibility. And then down in the last paragraph, following storm events, continued maintenance will include improvement of road surfaces by clearing packed snow, pushing back snow on the road shoulders, removing excess snow piles with the village, and opening thawing codes. So it should be within the village. So on the new one, we just need to make that within.
And packed with an ED, right? Clearing packed.
Did I miss it? Or is it
Just above that, same paragraph.
Is this the same thing?
Yeah.
Let's see it.
Because I read this, and this is very wordy.
Oh, this is the one that she just sent you. This is the corrected version, right?
I don't
Well,
know.
that's basically the same thing. We just made it about 10 years. What do you mean by wordy?
They're just things that ought not to be in here, that just continue.
Can you give me an example?
Now, let's see. During here's a better word of see, there may be a reduction or no winter maintenance between the hours.
Where are you reading this now?
The first one goes on, let's see, over here. Drivers should adhere in order to accommodate safety winter driving.
Can you help me get here where you are?
Yeah, I don't know, because of the big type that I had.
No.
It's just,
She was, the first line she was looking at was the limited maintenance between 10 PM and 4 AM.
yeah.
And is
you're
that
finding
really the case? I mean,
Where's that? Help me.
it's in under general, the first paragraph under general.
Oh, right. Yes.
So what is it,
I
what's
mean,
the concern there?
is it just, we're not, I mean, I don't know. I was
It
up
says
at
there
4:30.
may
There was
be
no one had plowed the
There may
roads at
be
4:30
reduced.
this morning when I left my house.
It depends an awful lot on the storm of the day. If these guys come in at 5 o'clock, by 10 o'clock at night, they're not gonna be out there. We're gonna have a reduced, we only got 4 guys.
Yeah.
And sometimes we only have 3 trucks. We had another breakdown over the weekend. So I think this is a fatigue factor. These guys need, and a traffic around here after 10 p.m. is fairly light. Perhaps on the way in on snow and on the way out on Sunday, from Friday to Sunday, so maybe, but normally 10 o'clock to 4 is not a real high traffic zone around here. As someone who spends too much time at 3 o'clock in the morning directing traffic, it's not really that busy. So I didn't see that as a problem. What do you guys think?
I think it's reasonable.
I think it's reasonable,
And it says there may be reduced, I mean, that just gives an opening,
Obviously.
so to speak. I mean,
Sure.
if it's necessary, they'll be out there.
Obviously, if it's 20-foot snowstorm, they're gonna be out.
Exactly, if it's
Yeah.
really dangerous, they're gonna be out there. I think so.
And the town, and the state's gonna be doing the main road
State's
anyway.
doing 30 anyhow, so they're options being done for. It's just the back roads. Did you have another question, Judy?
Yeah, on prioritization. During a storm event, priority will be given as follows. And it would be better to say would be given to the following. And it's, a lot of it is the language that really needs to be looked at. But if you guys don't see it that way,
So I guess the question is, are these in order of priority, or are all of these for a priority? So that's,
I
mean,
read it the way that it's the order. We do
That's
class
about
2, we do
yours.
class
Yeah.
3,
yeah,
and then
that's how I read it.
we don't maintain highways and private driveways or private roads. Priority will be given intersections and curves. See, so it's kind of, the first two I think is like prioritizing this sort of general after that.
here's a sentence. In general, snow will be plowed and sand will be applied during a storm to keep roads open to traffic and to provide an operable roadway surface. And it can be shortened to do, in general, snow will be plowed and sanded during a storm to keep roads open. Period.
What's the following storm?
I can't, my page
It's
is,
in
I
the
think,
procedures,
Yeah.
this third, second.
I agree, it is a little wordy, but
It is very wordy.
I mean,
It's still getting
what we
longer.
could do, it's under, Paul, it's under, second paragraph under procedure.
yeah,
Under
see,
procedures,
Second
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Snow will be plowed and sand will be applied during the storm. See, I'd start out with commas. That's where I fix it. She and
Of
I
course.
discuss commas a lot when I read.
I mean, you could say in general, snow will be plowed and sand will
Yeah,
be plowed.
it
I don't know,
just-
I think it works.
it's very wordy.
It is wordy, but
For continuous storms, and that for extended storms, I have repeated.
for extended, that is better than continuous, you're right.
Yes.
Continuous is not the right word.
Right.
Extended storms is the right word.
And it's just the way to keep, the towns keep a stockpile of sand, of 4 cubic yards of sand. I have it, and here it's put in. It's just that it is extremely wordy. But if that doesn't bother the rest of the group, then that's,
Unless we want to rewrite the whole thing.
Yeah.
I don't know
When
who
we
wants to
use
spend the time to do
continuous,
that.
I don't think extended, I think storm after storm after storm. And we get storms that continue as opposed to one storm that's extended. That's how I read it. Let's
Okay.
face it, it's a real kind of a
Semantics, it would be semantics.
yes, we're certainly.
So in general, without referring back to the previous version of this, the overall change, other than these grammar things, have been the list of equipment? Have
Yes.
there been other changes to this? I don't recall.
There have not been, that I'm
Okay.
aware of. No, I was talking to Keith about this and it seemed to be working okay for him.
Okay. I was thinking that there was something that came up that wasn't addressed in here,
Well,
but if
what
that's
came-
not the case, that's
No,
also.
how this came about is we've had, some of our plow people have been plowing, the private plow people have been plowing snow onto the sidewalks and into the road and leaving fairly significant berms in the roadway. Pikes Falls is the one that comes to mind, because that's the one I drive by all the time. And I was putting a letter together to the owner, and we decided to just make sure everything was tight before I wrote the letter. And while I was doing that, they cleared the road. It was there from the 18th of January until last week. But as soon as I got the letter written, got the research, berm was gone.
Perfect.
Yeah, well, let's see if it was just pure dumb luck, or if we're getting a message. It is against the law in the state of Vermont, for those of you who are keeping track of such things, to plow or blow snow onto a sidewalk or onto a traveled roadway. Understanding that's difficult, if you have to do it, at least don't leave snow in the traveled roadway. It's a traffic hazard, it's a safety hazard,
Yeah.
and it can hurt people, and we're not interested in hurting people. So anyhow, so that letter didn't go out, so it's sitting on my desk, just waiting for another date. Which I hope I never have to say. But anyway, that's what this is. So let's decide if we want to make some changes on this, we should do it now, otherwise we'll implement it as it sits.
make a motion to implement it as it sits. I think it's fine.
I'll second, with the revisions to the equipment list and the other
Yeah.
grammar items that were.
Thanks.
Okay, and I'll get these to you, Sarah, tomorrow, and then you can see what I'm talking about.
Does that need to be posted on the website? Is it posted on the website?
I don't know the answer. Do we have it on our website?
I can put it on the website. If you send me a copy of the updated copy, I'll put it up there.
That's a good idea.
Just to have it on there, yeah, and whatever.
Put everything on the website.
People can download it and look at it in full text.
Yep.
You see all our bad grammar.
Excellent. Do I have a second?
He seconded, I firsted
Any
it.
further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
I have one opposed and 3 ayes, or 2 ayes.
3.
Yeah, you get to vote.
You get the vote.
Yeah. I only vote when there's ties and there's not a tie. Okay, so we'll do that then.
Okay.
Excellent. The only other thing I have is time for public concerns. Our resident public is already concerned. Do you have anything else?
Is it for today?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second. I have a second. Any further discussion? You have something to say?
Going for the record.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned at 7:36.
On behalf of the two committees, House Natural and Senate Natural, where it's a joint meeting, and we're here to welcome Dr. Mark Anderson to speak with us today. So it's great news that he's been willing to travel up here and provide a presentation to help us look at climate issues on a planning level, and particularly when we have a lot of work to do across a broad landscape. So I thought we would start with introductions from committee members. So how about if we...
Good morning, I'm Jim McCullough. I represent the brave little hamlet of Williston, and I do serve on the House Natural
I'm Matt Hill from Lemuel 2, which is Johnson, Hyde Park, Wolcott, and Belvedere, also on Natural Resources.
I'm Wayland Morgan. I represent Grand Isle County and the western portion of Milton, which is in Chittenden County, and I'm on Natural Resources, Fish and Wildlife also.
Amy Sheldon, I represent Middlebury, and I chair the House Natural Resources Committee.
Chris Bray, I represent the Addison Senate District and chair Natural Resources on the Senate side.
Good morning, Brian Campion, State Senator for Bennington County and the town of Wilmington.
Corey Parent, State Senator for Franklin County and Albert.
Okay. So, you want to say a little something before we go?
I don't actually need to say too much, so I think we could get started and introduce Heather Furman, who's the state director here in Vermont for the Nature Conservancy. Welcome, Heather.
Chair Bray and Chair Sheldon, thank you so much for co-hosting this presentation with us. And thank you to all the committee members and our friends and partners who are in the room and for taking the time to be here. I also want to take this moment to thank you all for your support of the Vermont Housing Conservation Board and the funding that is so critical to the work that we do every day. We had a full State House yesterday. It speaks volumes about how deeply Vermonters care about our natural resources and all of the benefits that they provide. So before I dive in and introduce Dr. Mark Anderson to you, let me share a little bit about the Nature Conservancy for those of you who don't know. The Nature Conservancy is currently the largest environmental organization in the world. We are in 79 countries and in all 50 states. Here in Vermont, our little Vermont chapter has been at it for 60 years. We're celebrating our 60th anniversary this year. We have helped to conserve over 300,000 acres in the state of Vermont and have protected some of our most iconic areas, natural areas, including Green River Reservoir and Camel's Hump State Park. We've also contributed thousands of acres to our wildlife management areas for all Vermonters to enjoy. But today, the Nature Conservancy is really laser focused on solving some of our biggest environmental challenges. And what drives us and what gets me up every day is our science and the ways in which our science informs our on-the-ground protection and drives our policies that can lead to greater change. So I don't need to tell anyone in this room about the demands that the public have for our leaders to take action on climate change, to take action on water quality, and to help our communities become more resilient. So this morning, Mark is going to present a body of work that is more than just science. It's, for us, a roadmap and a vision, what I think that we desperately need in this state, for securing a network of protected and connected climate-resilient lands that give nature a fighting chance to move and adapt as the climate changes and continue providing all of the services that we need from nature. The science is absolutely clear. Those lands that are intact, biologically diverse, and connected for wildlife are also those lands that provide the services that we need, purifying our air and water, storing carbon, and absorbing our floodwaters. So let me just introduce, by way of background, Dr. Mark Anderson. He is currently the Nature Conservancy's Director of Conservation Science for the Eastern United States. He's worked as an ecologist for over 30 years, 27 of those proudly with the Nature Conservancy. He holds a PhD in ecology from the University of New Hampshire and publishes regularly on climate change, large landscape conservation, biodiversity, and forest dynamics. He received the Conservancy's Distinguished Conservation Achievement Award in 2017. He serves on the board of the Northeast Wilderness Trust, and he manages an amazing team of scientists in our Boston office. A few years ago, as Mark's work began to take shape, he was asked to replicate this science for the entire United States. And with the support of the Doris Duke Charitable Foundation, he has just recently completed a map that you will see today of our resilience analysis for the entire U.S. Later this year, we will be rolling this out to our partners, and we are working closely with government agencies. So you're really among the first to see this groundbreaking science, and it's been just wonderful to watch Mark's work evolve within the Conservancy and with our partners. And so I am absolutely delighted to introduce Dr. Mark Anderson. Thank you.
Heather, for that nice introduction. Thank you for having me come up. I'm really excited to be here and to present this. As Heather said, it's the whole U.S. part is hot off the press, so we're just getting used to it. But what I'd really like you to see is the concepts we've been working on for about over a decade, really, and how Vermont really fits into the picture. So I'm going to emphasize that. I'm not going to say, I want you to know that we started this project 12 years ago. We never envisioned it going national. But over the course of that 12 years, we've had over 150 scientists engaged in working on this in steering committees across the country. And they were both TNC scientists and outside scientists. And I really want to highlight there's two women who are on my staff who are just amazing spatial analysts who've done a lot of the mapping you'll see. And I'm not going to say much more crediting to people. I'm going to bomb through this so that you get the big picture. And I'm not going to give all the credits where everything's due. So I just want you to know that there's been a lot of people working on this. And we have 11 peer-reviewed papers out. We have reports out. So we've really been trying to keep this very transparent and public and built on the soundest science we could come up with. So I'll start with the bad news is, we are clearly in the middle of a climate crisis and an abundance crisis. Last year, the news was a global report came out from IUCN documenting the severe decline of animals and plants around the world. And it was followed in September by an article in Science that looked at North America and documented a decline in our birds, 29% decline. 3 billion less birds in the country than in 1970. There was one very interesting piece of this article that I want to point out. These are all the declining habitats, but there was one habitat where birds have actually been increasing, and that was our wetlands. And the reason for the increase is due to two things: better regulations on harvesting and management of waterfowl, and billions of dollars spent on restoration and protection. So one of the take-home messages is restoration and protection really works to reverse this kind of trend. That got us thinking a lot. However, restoration and protection is a little different now because under a climate change, our natural world is moving and rearranging. Our own government FIA forest inventory and analysis has shown that our tree populations, trees, the distribution of them have shifted. On average, about 10 miles northward per decade and 11 miles west per decade. And those shifts are due to changes in moisture and temperature. So things that were limited, it was too dry or too cold, they're now establishing young trees into those areas, and maybe in other parts of their range, they're dying out where it's gotten too hot or too wet. So how do you do conservation? All of our conservation previously was sort of based on where things are now. And we didn't think a lot about where they're going to be in the future or how they're going to move. And that's really been a lot of the work that we've been focusing on. So as Heather said, in the Nature Conservancy, we've reinvested in conserving land and water. It's come roaring back as a strategy that is central to conserving diversity and people under climate change. And we've set a vision that we call Conserving Resilient Land and Water to conserve a network of resilient sites and connecting corridors that will allow nature to adapt to climate change and thrive. And we have a mapped, spatial map, and I'm going to walk you through sort of the concepts and how we got to this map, and then we'll look at how Vermont fits in. There's three key ingredients, and I'll just talk about them one by one, but so you see how they fit. Resilient sites, a permeable connected landscape, and then resilient species and systems on those sites. So the first thing is, because there's so much change, one good approach to looking at conservation planning is to think about the factors that create biodiversity patterns in the first place. And a lot of those are physical factors that don't really change with climate. Things like geology, soils, topography, hydrology. And so what we've done is we've planned out, this is a map of showing you there are many, many species that are restricted to certain geology types, such as limestone, or shale, or high elevation granite, or serpentine. And we think those areas will continue to be important for species that are restricted to those. So we can plan out, using physical properties, a conservation plan that represents all the physical diversity of the world, thinking that that will retain the biological diversity in the future. And this approach is called Conserving Nature's Stage, and it's gotten a lot of press in the last few years because it really seems to work. But there's a lot of stages out there, if you're thinking about physical stages. So the next question we dove into is, can we actually identify places that will be more resilient to climate change, that will sustain diversity longer than another place, maybe of the same soil type? And we found that there are some interesting ways to look at that, and it has to do with microclimates and connectedness. Microclimates, you probably already know. You've noticed areas where the snow's on one side of the slope, and on the north side, and the other side is sunny and hot. So what you can do is you can find landscapes that have a lot of climate variation built into the landscape from the topography. And this is often 10 or 15 degrees of temperature differences. and moisture differences even larger from, you know, the dry upper crust down to the basin where water collects. And if you can find places that have a lot of climate variation, species that live in those areas can actually move around on the site to find their climates as the regional climate changes. This allows them to be buffered from climate change and persist longer, maybe not forever, but much longer than places that don't have microclimates. So we spent years trying to map microclimates, but here is a map of areas with high microclimates, and on this map, green is above average, yellow is average, and brown is below average. So brown would be very flat regions that don't have a lot of microclimates. And what you can see here, first of all, is Vermont has lots of microclimates built into its landscape, which makes Vermont a more resilient state than some of other states that we've been looking at. So for this whole microclimate idea to really work, species also have to be able to move around and access those microclimates. And there are things that fragment the landscape and prevent that kind of movement. So to get at that, we've developed maps of, we called it a resistance grid, like how much resistance is there to moving. And in those maps, we have all sorts of development, mining, roads, major and minor roads, transmission lines, pipelines, railroads, industrial agriculture, hay pasture, industrial forestry, energy, oil and gas. I mean, there's millions of things that actually fragment the landscape and create resistance. And our model was to find where are the places that are actually very locally connected and also have the microclimates. Here's the picture for Vermont of areas that are highly connected locally, in green again. Yellow is average, and brown is below average in terms of, so the brown areas have many more of those fragmented features creating resistance. And then our mapping of resilient land is essentially mapping of the areas that have both, lots of microclimates in a very connected landscape. And once again, I really want to point out, Vermont has a lot of resilient lands. It has lots of places where you have both microclimates and they are very well connected. And again, those places are places where species will be buffered from the effects of the regional climate. Maybe not forever, but for a long time. And the transitions will slow down, allowing things to recover and move at a more sane pace. Here's the resilience map for the whole country. I just have to show it off because it's so fun to see it. You can see Vermont up in the corner, but there's places all across the country. Again, you're seeing the places across the country that have more microclimates and are more connected. Now lastly, if we did this right, I'm going to show you what is underneath the green in Vermont. And if we did this right, we represent all the different physical habitats. So here, limestone is in yellow, sedimentary rock is in tan, these granitic areas are in gray. And what you can see is that you have a very diverse landscape full of lots of different geological types, and you have resilient examples of those. You know, I won't play this up today, but much more than your neighbor. Who, in New Hampshire, you know, the Granite State would sort of die for that incredible limestone-rich, resilient limestone-rich area that really creates a diversity. Vermont has hundreds of more species than New Hampshire, and it's coming from that physical diversity. Wow. An example of how this works, you know, you can zoom into the maps, the resilient maps, you can overlay a parcel that you know, and you can see, okay, this is limestone and a little sedimentary, it's got lots of microclimates, you know, this is Equinox Highlands, you know, one great example of a resilient area. And you can see how Vermont fits into our whole eastern map. When we finished this map, you know, it was really interesting to see all the different areas that come up. And most of them we already knew about, but there's lots of new things in here too. So again, now we have this map for the whole East and the whole country of showing you where those different areas are with microclimates and local connectedness. All right, so if you're with me, this is about that's about finding these resilient sites, places where we can do tangible, long-term conservation, and we feel good about our investments because we know those sites have those characteristics that make them more resilient. But if there's species on there and they're thriving and they're reproducing and they have offspring that are dispersing, we've got to think about how those sites connect together. And even we have to think about things might eventually be leaving those sites and looking for the next piece of limestone or the next piece of granite. So that gets us into this, how do we maintain a permeable landscape that allows those kind of dynamics? So this is a map that's created for the country on the movements and flows that might happen if species are moving and following their climate envelopes. And what you can see in this map is there's areas like here. So the pink is mammals, blue is birds, yellow is reptiles and amphibians. And you can see that there's places where a lot of flow is likely to go through an area, but it's very diffuse and spread out. And then you also see places like the Appalachian chain where all sorts of movement and flow as populations change and move are going to go through small areas. We wanted to take this kind of technology that created this map and drive it down to a very fine scale that you could actually do conservation planning on. And so what we did is we took the software that measures flow and we ran it through the resistance grid that I just showed you, and we get this map of the east. And on this map, the dark blue areas are where tons of flow is predicted to go through. And that flow is the slow movement of populations over time in response to climate change. And we even split it out here between diffuse flow in blue, there's a lot of that in Vermont, and then highly channelized flow in orange, where these are going to have a lot of things going through a very small area. So I just want to zoom in on this Vermont piece for you, because I find it fascinating. Here we go. I added these green arrows, but what you can see here is there's this flow line that goes up. Vermont's like this little crossroads where things move this way up into the Adirondacks, upward in the greens, or over into Maine. You know, and really sort of that divergence in flow is running right through your state. Here's the national map, and just so you get some idea of this incredible diffuse flow in the west and all these channels of flow going in the central part of the country, and then that mixture in the east where we are. So now, hopefully you're thinking, how do we keep resilient sites and how do we maintain that flow pattern? And can we put those two things together to start to develop a network? And that's what we've done. But we added one more piece. If we wanted the network to really work, we wanted to make sure that it was full of high quality biodiversity now, you know, intact habitats, viable populations of species. And so we wanted to add that last piece in. So fortunately, that's the piece that most of us have been working on for our careers, you know. Where are the intact habitats? So we went back for this, we went back to the Nature Conservancy's eco-regional planning that came up with portfolios of sites for all the different eco-regions in the country. And those portfolios of sites were based on where the high-quality communities were, natural communities, intact habitats, viable species populations. And then we also went to the states, and we looked at, have the states done their own assessment, you know, of where the quality communities are or the viable species population. And, you know, the Vermont conservation design is a model of really terrific work, you know, that has looked at those questions about where is diversity now, you know, where is the high quality diversity. And the cool thing is, if you take the model designed from the Vermont conservation design and you overlay it on the network that we've come up with, they sync up very nicely. The main difference really is our network is a subset. It's a little more precise than this. You can see that here. And we could get into that. I'm just going to keep going. But for us, that means great. So Vermont Vermont has the opportunity of resilient sites, a lot of flow, and high quality diversity all matching up. I really wish I could say that to every state. That's why it's so fun to be here. Here's the map for the whole country of the high quality diversity sites, which we're calling recognized conservation value. And to get to this final network here, you know, it's really taking the resilient sites and prioritizing them if they have high quality diversity or if they're in the flow to match that up to create a network. And hopefully you can start to see how this network now, which is designed to have resilient areas with high quality diversity, but also to allow things to flow and move and find new sites, how this network could start to sustain diversity, you know, over time as the climate changes. Here's what it looks like. A few things about it. One, it's ambitious. It's a third of the country. In the east, it's about a quarter of the country, and then it's got more in the west. But it has resilient examples of all the physical habitats, all types of geology, soils, topography. It's all packed into there. And then it's got over 250,000 occurrences of known high-quality biodiversity, intact habitats and species populations. And then it's arranged to sort of maximize that flow so that things will really be able to change and move if we could actually conserve this all. So, can we actually conserve it all? I don't know. TNC cannot conserve that alone. I mean, we have a very impressive record, proud of that record. We're nowhere near at this scale. This can only be done really by a collaborative effort of land trusts, conservation organizations, agencies really starting to work together to sort of commit to that. And here's a great slide from the Land Trust Alliance rally in November where we first unveiled the map. And this is Andrew Bowman, the CEO, showing the map and challenging. There were 1,000 land trusts in the, you know, challenging the land trust community. Can we actually start to collaborate to achieve a larger impact, you know, so we don't end up with a fragmented world? Now the other thing, and the important thing for me is, I know, you know, I'm an ecologist. I love nature, I love intact habitats, but I know that that's not what the world is focused on right now. So the next thing we've done is we've started to calculate what are all the co-benefits of a network like this. So here's the network for the east. It measures exactly 23% of the landscape. But if you look at the carbon in this, it's 56% of all the above ground carbon in the east, you know, and more when you get into Vermont. Well, look, you know, so it's got a huge carbon impact for people. And as we'll talk about in a second, you know, conserving our existing forests or keeping forests as forests is one of the most, it's the cheapest, most cost-effective way to get carbon out of the atmosphere. It's also got 75% of all the high-value source water areas, you know, because most of our source water is actually in areas that are relatively intact and have lots of microclimates. So it's full of good, clean water. It provides oxygen for 1.8 billion people every year. It mitigates roughly 1.3 million tons of pollution, which has a huge benefit in health, you know, health cost savings. And it's got this number we're less sure of, you know, something around 25 billion in recreational, you know, potential, recreational economy. So when you start to look at these figures, you know, this is designed to have resilient areas that sustain wildlife, but it's also got incredible, you know, benefits for people if we could actually conserve this. Okay, so lastly, I just want to do a little bit of a deeper dive on carbon because I really think that carbon is the way that we're going to get to this kind of scale. Partly on time? Okay. Okay, so. Over 10 years. Think about carbon. So let's start by just thinking about carbon. I know
school, you know. And you probably get a little sick to your stomach when you hear the word. But just think about it. So the leaves of a plant are full of chlorophyll. They extract carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. They split it, and they release the oxygen, and then they store the carbon as carbohydrates and sugars and build biomass out of that. We love that because we breathe the oxygen, and then we eat the carbohydrates and sugars. So it's great for us. But this carbon really puzzled scientists for a long time, and there's brand new science on it. But think about it, back in the 1800s, the scientists were like, they had a pot full of dirt, you know, they'd weigh it, and then they'd put a seed in it, and they'd let a little sapling grow for like 2 years. Then they'd take the sapling out, and they'd weigh the pot again, and the pot weighed exactly the same. And they're like, where did this tree come from? Because it didn't come out of the pot, you know? And eventually they realized, this must be coming out of the air, you know? And it took a while to figure out that that tree is coming out of the air. It's not coming out of the soil, you know? And after a while they realized, wow, there's elements in the air that are being extracted. So when you see a forest outside, you know, it's easy to think that that forest came up out of the ground, but it didn't. It came out of the air. It's carbon that was in the air that is now materialized into wood and biomass, you know. And even the roots underground are coming out of the air and growing down. So that is the carbon storage, and that went on for so many years, you know, that eventually the atmosphere, our atmosphere, had much lower carbon, you know. And the whole fossil fuel thing is about, you know, coal is just old buried swamps that are being, you know, re-released back into the air, carbon that was stored and buried. And petroleum is old buried marine algae that's compressed, you know. So there's nothing really like a forest for just extracting carbon. Now, what's really been clear, what's changed and become clear in the science is the importance of older trees. So for a while, we thought, starting in the 60s, we thought young, fast-growing trees must be collecting the most carbon because you can see it appearing, you know? But in fact, carbon, think about it, carbon, how much carbon a forest has to do with how much leaf area there is, because that's where all the carbon is being extracted. So when you have a lot of leaf area, like in a tree like this, you know, or when you get a canopy with like understory structure, all that leaf area, it's all absorbing carbon and transferring it to a tree. And then you, instead of growing fast in growth rate, it's kind of like us, you know, after your growth rate slows down, it's all volume. So the trees are growing in volume, and that's where the biomass, you know, that's where the biomass is getting stored. So people thought, wow, so now we see there was a study done where they looked at 600,000 trees. They looked at all these studies that had already been done, and they synthesized them together, 600,000 trees, and they saw, yeah, carbon accumulation increases with age and tree size continuously, you know. And they had a great line in the abstract. A single big tree can add the same amount of carbon to a forest within a year as is contained in an entire medium-sized tree. You know? It's all that leaf area. So these intact trees are just storing this carbon, and we want to keep them on the ground because this is fast. Okay, but it's even cooler. So now that we're so interested in carbon, scientists have started to label the carbon as it gets absorbed and trace it to figure out where is all the carbon actually going and stored, because that will help us figure out carbon storage. So in 2016, Tamara Klein labeled carbon in a bunch of trees, traced where it went, and the results of where that carbon went were amazing. So first of all, within a matter of hours, you know, and days, most of that carbon had transferred to the roots. It had gone down. And what was even more amazing, you see this, it was being shared with the other trees around it. So the carbon was being transferred to the roots and shared. Up to 40% of the carbon being absorbed by a single tree was actually being shared with the surrounding trees in the forest. Whoa. And what was causing, or what was facilitating that sharing was this intact mycorrhizal fungi network that, you see when you kick up duff and you see all that white stringy stuff in the duff. That's the mycorrhizal fungal network. And that works with the roots to share carbon across the trees. And it's kind of a tricky thing because, or it's a good situation because the trees actually feed the mycorrhizal network. So another place the carbon was going was to feed all the underground fungi. And then the fungi helps trees extract nutrients. So they were getting nutrients and they were feeding that. So here's the carbon going, it's being shared among the trees. I won't go into detail, but I'll tell you one more thing. Because now the scientists are really all over this and they're trying to map it. This woman, Susan Simard, has mapped it, where the carbon goes. And what she found, she calls these largest trees in the forest, she calls mother trees. They're extracting most of the carbon, sharing it with the surrounding trees. And probably the coolest thing here, or the most surprising thing here, was that they are, the most surprising thing is that the mother trees are preferentially sharing carbon with their own offspring. So they're recognizing their own offspring and giving them a little extra sugar. A familiar strategy from my point of view. Okay, so what's the result of this? I'll wrap this up. The result of this is that we've now sort of very clear on the difference between sequestration and storage. And just to make this clear to everyone, sequestration is the amount of carbon taken out of the atmosphere every year. So as the forest becomes full of leaves and full of understory, at some point this levels out because it's extracting all the carbon you can get from the light in that acre. And it does it annually. And that's, a lot of our forest management is about trying to get sequestration up, so that we're getting sequestrated. But that's different than storage because it accumulates over time in an intact forest. So every year it sequesters so much and then it stores it. And then over time you start having these massive carbon storage capacity in your forest. It's a lot like putting money in your bank account. First you try and get your annual deposit up as high as you can, and then eventually you want to just keep it going over years to really build up. So our existing forests are these huge sinks of carbon, and there's been great meta-studies now done on this that show existing forests are big carbon sinks. So what are the implications? The big implications of this is the fastest, cheapest way to get carbon out of the atmosphere is to keep forests as forests. And there's two, as you know, there's two ways to do that. The biggest one that we're investing in is forest management, improving forest management so it's carbon friendly. And that can be delaying the harvest for a while. That can be making sure we retain large trees, harvesting in clusters so you keep your fungal network fed, so you don't want to. There's lots of strategies now about how to manage forests better, and our carbon market is based on the idea of better forest management for carbon. And we like this carbon market because you can also get money for doing this. The other thing you can do is just let the forest grow. You don't really even have to manage it. You just let it be a forest and it will store carbon for you. So conservation, at that level is also great for carbon. And a friend of mine, Bronson Griscom, really calculated how much of a difference can this make, So, well, first of all, what he meant, he looked at, so reforestation, which is not really applicable to Vermont, really. That's sort of the way we could get the most carbon carbon, but that's putting forests, that's regrowing forests where there are no forests, you know. And that's great. The issue with that is it's slower. It takes a while for those trees to get up to where they're really storing carbon, and it's fairly expensive, you know. Avoiding forest conversion, that's the one that has huge potential. This is low cost, this dark bar. That's the one, you know, just keeping forest as forest is the one that really has the highest potential for the cheapest cost. And then really improving our natural forest management also has very high potential and pretty low cost. So big strategies. And their estimate here, you know, in the next 10 years, if we really did that, we could meet about half of the carbon. We could store and sequester about half of the carbon needed to sort of stabilize the climate. I don't want to be too over-optimistic because you'll see what happens is after a while, you know, if we don't get our other act together, our policies and, you know, clean energy and all that, there's less of an ability for nature to actually store it. But over the next 10 or 20 years, nature can be half of the solution, which is really mind-boggling. Works in grasslands too. All right, so back to this, you know, in my mind, this will likely, I don't really want it to boil down to, it's going to boil down, I think, conservation to conserving diversity, you know, changing that abundance crisis, reversing that abundance crisis, and storing the maximum amount of carbon, you know, and water for people. I think that's going to be where conservation really starts to focus. But now I hope you can see how significant it is when I said this is 56% of the above ground carbon in the East. All right, I want to end with this. I've sort of highlighted Vermont in a couple of different ways, and I just want to point it out because, you know, I work at a much larger scale in the state, but it's hard not to see the importance of Vermont when I look at all this. I'll start with, this is the carbon map for the network. And this dark blue, this is the maximum amount of carbon. And I just want you to see that Vermont, parts of the Adirondacks, up here in more New Hampshire than Maine, you know, that is sort of the center of one of the carbon stocks in the East. So big, and that's from the existing forest that's already there. You know. Also, so we talked about, you know, it's got diverse limestone and a whole diversity, so it's got a rich diversity of physical properties, and it's got some of the most resilient areas in the East for those areas. And then it's got this incredible importance in terms of connectivity because it's in the middle, it's in the intersection of all these flows that are going to be happening, these terrestrial flows. And then lastly, it's not only resilient, but it's also got a terrific state plan already there, you know, that's really focused on the existing biodiversity. And to the extent that those things match up very nicely, you've got sort of the tools in place to really make a huge difference, you know, for people and nature in Vermont. You know, and last of all, you've got a community that values nature, which is about the most important ingredient to the whole mix. So I'll stop there.
Thank you very much for a very thoughtful, eye-opening presentation. I'm sure there are a lot of questions, and I'll kick us off with one. Can you characterize something about, so Vermont's forests, where are we in the scale of having sort of maximized our ability to serve as a carbon sink? Is it like a reservoir that fills and then that's it? Or can we keep on adding significant amounts of carbon even with the forests we currently have?
Great. I'll take a stab at that, then I might pass it to Jim to get his thought specifically about that question for Vermont. The great thing about carbon, it keeps growing. So you can maximize your potential to sequester carbon every year. So you can, by restoring your forest and managing well, you can increase the amount that gets sequestered every year. But if you do that every year, year after year, it just keeps growing. So your accumulation just keeps growing, and you're essentially doing the most that you can possibly do, but it doesn't stop. It just keeps growing. Does that? And Jim, do you have?
Yeah, Jim Shallow, for the record, I'm Conservation Director at the Nature Conservancy. And yes, our forests, Senator, are still in a young age. We have a kind of a medium age forest right now as they've recovered from past deforestation that went on in the state. And so there's a lot of room to grow there. As they get older, those trees still, they're just starting to reach maturity, and so there's more room to grow. There's also studies out there that show that improved forest management could probably add 10 to 50% more carbon to that natural growth rate. So if things were done right, we focused on the right type of practices, we could kind of juice that a little bit more.
Okay, great. I've seen a couple hands. So Senator McDonald, Senator Campion, and Senator Rogers. I haven't seen any hands move over here yet.
So you mentioned reforestation, and we have yet to have a discussion in the legislature about what's going to happen in the next 10 to 20 years as the ash trees die off, and how it's going to affect our economy, foresters, etc. Is there time? Should we have a reforestation policy in place of what to plant when the ash trees go before they just go?
My answer is yes. I want to add toss that again to the Vermont team who knows the situation in the state.
Yeah, Senator McDonald, we should be thinking about reforestation in the right places. Whether or not we need to think about an aggressive reforestation around emerald ash borers, I think that's still an open question. I think we can address some of that through management. There is some study out there. The research has begun to show that the younger ash trees are a little bit more resistant, or the bugs aren't quite attracted to those. So
they'll die last.
Right. But there's also research that shows that denser communities of ash are more resilient to the bugs as well. So I think there's a lot that we need to learn there. So I think it's more about management, not necessarily thinking about we're going to have to go out and plant a lot of stuff. That said, we have a lot of opportunities where we do need to do reforestation, our riparian areas, that if we can do more reforestation in those sites, there'll be benefits there not only from carbon, but also from improving the flow of our rivers and keeping floods from, destroying our communities and everything. So yes, reforestation, but reforestation in places where we get maximum benefit for other values.
And where's that being worked on today or tomorrow? Thank you.
Well, thank you, Senator. That's a very astute question, so I'm glad you're thinking about that.
Senator Campion?
I'd like you to say something about regenerative soil and agriculture for everyone. I mean, we've talked about this in the legislature. There are some farms, I know in my district and throughout the state, that are starting these no-till practices that also will sequester carbon. I'm wondering if you'd like to say a word and maybe even comment other parts of the country where people are seeing some success in this regard.
Yeah, I'd love to. Let me put this up, because that's sort of a mind-boggling picture here. And I'm a forest ecologist, Senator, so not a grassland. But the revolutions in science about how forests extract and share carbon with their neighbors are equally true in grassland systems and in agriculture. And our current agriculture practices have not been really developed to essentially feed the microorganisms and the mycorrhizal and store carbon in the soil. So that is an area where we have an opportunity to really increase carbon storage in soils. And no-till has become, it's being demonstrated to be as productive, sometimes more productive as, till agriculture, and it seems to be really taking hold. So.
Okay, thank you. Senator Rogers?
I'd just like to make a couple points and then a question. I'm sorry I didn't get here in time for the whole thing, but
Yeah.
Senator McDonald's point about the ash, we have to be careful about just cutting all the ash, because as with beech and elm, trees do have the natural ability to adapt and hopefully will build resilience. So we've got to hope that the young ash do
adjust. One of the things that you didn't talk about was private ownership. And as a owner of a fair amount of private forest, we just purchased the family farm that's been in our family from the early 1800s. One of the biggest problems in Vermont is the tax burden and the cost of carrying that farm. And until Vermonters recognize and pay for the ecosystem services, you're going to see people continue to sell off pieces and develop that land because we can't afford to hang on to it. My tax bill is going to be $20,000 this year, which it's just most farmers and forest land owners cannot afford to keep it. So we as Vermonters have to develop a system. We've got the current use program, which I won't get too deeply into that, but you should not have to sign up for a government program to be taxed fairly on your property, and that's what we have to do now. And then the other point I would like to make, and I would like to comment about this, is as a forester, we do harvest. I've got a harvest going on right now. Wood, the prices on wood are ridiculous. We were getting more for it 20 years ago. But the one thing that you didn't mention was how if we do, I know the big trees are grabbing more carbon and storing more carbon, but at some point we have to let the understory come. And if we sell those big trees for lumber for houses and nice lumber for furniture, then that carbon's also locked up. And I'd just like you to talk a little about proper management and locking that forest product up.
Great. Well, and so thank you for that question, Senator, and I agree with your first 2 points strongly. So this is being worked on, so wood products are part of the carbon solution because wood products are still carbon, and if we can retain those products, there's some problems with losses, along the way as it goes from a raw tree to a wood product, but if we can retain those products, that also keeps carbon on the landscape. The old tree, I'm not sure of the answer to that question. This science that I just showed you is within the last 5 years, so it's very new science. I would say it looks like those old trees play a disproportionate role in continuing to accumulate carbon at levels that the young replacement trees will take a long time to get to that same level. So I think there's probably some balance of when you want to make that shift, and I think as we work as the forest community really, the forest management community really works with that issue, I think we'll start to figure out where that balance is,
Well, and I think, as I said before, I think if people were paid for their ecosystem services, they may be able to do that, but currently, because of the cost of holding that forest land, we're all looking at the bottom line, and we have to cut that wood to be able to hang on to the woodland. And then the one other point that I find very interesting is supposedly in some of this new research, they're saying that mycelium actually allows the trees to communicate, which I find extremely interesting.
I agree. I didn't go there, but that is fascinating research about how trees are actually communicating with each other.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up.
I had wanted to talk about this. You've laid out a lot of natural challenges for us to be looking at. How about climate in terms of population movement? I mean, one of the things that's come up, but we haven't talked about much, is if climate change is as severe as it's forecast to be, and oceans rise and coastal populations move, are you looking at how people may move and what kind of impact and pressures that will bring to places like Vermont or the rest of New England?
That's a great question. We had an interesting discussion of that last night. And I also will fund it. I'll give the sea level rise issues are really big. And right now, they look sort of intractable. There are communities out there along the coast that there's some energy places in Alabama where they have hundreds of thousands of repetitive flooding claims that are not getting filled. They're getting flooded every year, sometimes every month, and they're putting claims, but eventually they're going to have to move. So it's really how long can our coastal communities exist before we start to back away. And can we actually do it in some sort of planned way? The movement to Vermont, I don't know enough about. My only thought is there's a lot of people that 50 below winters have scared away from Vermont. And I don't know if doesn't think you had that this year. And if it's going to get warmer and more attractive, that might start bringing people over. Do any of the Vermont staff thought about this?
Yeah, I mean, I have kind of two thoughts about this. I mean, just like your model it's dynamic, dependent on where we're able to conserve land and see species move over time. In the same way, you presented on resistance as well, the kind of resistant features in the landscape, and those resistant features are going to impact where we're able to conserve land. And as people move, those resistant places are going to shift as well. So that's kind of my first thought. And then my second thought is that we have people who are now, I mean, I know people personally who have moved here to say, we're moving away from the coast, we're moving away from fires, we don't want to be in Florida to experience what's happening there. And so we're starting to see that shift happening. And we need to take that into account as we're planning for protecting this resilient system.
Right. I mean, we're always hearing about Vermont's challenging demographics, and that we're barely sort of holding our own in population. But there's a great report, the Castle report back in 1987. If you look in that, it looks at the 20 years prior, and 125,000 people moved to Vermont. So it's conceivable that we'd have a large population swing in a 20-year period again. Representative Schell.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This is incredibly edifying, and I appreciate your work. I'm wondering about your model and how much of it is driven by kind of current land use practices. And so the species migration routes that you identify, are they just an anachronism of what we've left for species to use, or are they actually what species might be using if there were other habitats available? And related to that, how does your plan identify underrepresented types of habitat that we also need to be protecting?
Great question, thank you for that. To a large extent, the movement models are a reflection of how we've already built out the landscape and what is left for nature to move through. Mixed with climatic gradients that are going to be important for nature, and those climatic gradients are more topographically based. So it's a mixture of those two, but it's mostly how we've already built it out. The underrepresented settings is part of the analysis, and certainly some of the richest settings, like limestone regions, are the least protected because they are some of our best farmlands. So conservation is very. If you look at how conservation is distributed across the physical world, it's very much targeted on very poor soils and high elevations and things that were really not that beneficial for people. So trying to balance more representation of other settings is also going to be sort of tricky and expensive work, I think.
Representative McCullough.
So, Doctor, you likely are aware, and I'm very sure our Vermont Contingent Conservancy is aware that in Act 250 we've got language around forest blocks protection and connectivity protection, and what I think I pull from your major connectivity common denominator through the whole theme here is that while we have in our legislation connectivity for wildlife to get from perhaps Chittenden County to Franklin County, or from one side of Route 100 to the other, the forest blocks themselves as a greater area serve as connectivity. Would you say that is accurate? Yeah.
Yes, that is very astute comment. So you clearly got the message. That is, I think, the message of the need under climate change for those forest blocks to allow many other things to be moving and have those dynamics.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that act and question.
We have up in Burlington at UVM the Gun Institute, and for a decade, it's been at least a decade since they first came into the building and presented a model of payments related to ecosystem services. So a decade ago, it was more along the co-benefits you were talking about, clean air, clean water. But lately, because of climate, I think people are much carbon's come to the fore. So I'm wondering if you've seen successful models. So even though there was a good case made, people understood it, because we've been getting it for free, in essence. People have not yet latched on to saying, oh, we're going to pay for something we've been quote unquote getting for free. Have you seen models of ecosystem services succeed in any jurisdictions?
Well, we've certainly seen an explosion of the carbon markets, that has probably powered an explosion in land management and protection in the last 5 or 10 years. So those carbon markets are set up in a way that you can, if you change your management practices so that you store more carbon than you would have in your existing practice, you can receive payments for that money. And that has really been very powerful. Phil,
well, yeah. I'd love to add something too, but I wonder if, Jim, do you want to add anything more on the forest carbon market side of things?
Yeah, you have a report that a summer study created addressing this very issue about how our forests play a role in carbon sequestration and storage, and the opportunities that are out there for using payment for ecosystem services to help out forest landowners like Senator Rogers to get paid for the carbon they're storing. I encourage all of you to take a look at that report. There's a companion bill that's been introduced that's in your committee right now, that's 280. I know you're, Senator, you've been looking at trying to get some folks in to talk about that. I urge you to get the members of that committee in, and we can give you the full education on how you can use carbon as a payment for ecosystem services, because it is the one market that is the most mature in this country for paying people for that ecosystem services. California has proven that this works. The voluntary markets are proving that it works. Worldwide, it's working. So if you want to get on the game and play in carbon for ecosystem services, it's laid out for you there. It's ready to go.
Questions ready. All right. Well, we'll be seeing you next week, I think.
Could I just add a follow-on to that? Or,
sure, please.
The payment for ecosystem services, if that would be helpful. Phil Huffman, Director of Government Relations and Policy for the Nature Conservancy here in Vermont. So I wanted just to touch on the agricultural side of things and payment for ecosystem services work that's ongoing here in Vermont. As some of you may know, there was another study group that was authorized by the legislature last spring to look into creating a payment for ecosystem services framework, particularly for the agricultural sector. That's been led by the Agency of Agriculture, Food and Markets. Deputy Secretary Allison Eastman has been chairing that. The House Conservation Board, Nancy Everhart, vice chairing. That group has done great work over the course of the fall into early winter. It came out with a report a couple of weeks ago. It's really complicated. There are not established markets to the same degree that there are for forest carbon yet in the agricultural side of things, but I think there's a lot of opportunity and well worth exploring. We've been a part of that conversation. We, the Nature Conservancy, we're here to continue to be a part of it with a whole host of other players from the agricultural community, the agency, farmers, other interests. The focus of that group to this point, and I think is pretty stable going forward, is to look at soil health as sort of the umbrella that provides a number of different ecosystem services. So carbon absorption being one of those, but also increased productivity for the agricultural products that the ag lands are focused on, improved infiltration of water to help slow down flooding, other sorts of benefits like that. There's improved biological diversity in the soil if you're managing more for soil health, and some of the things that Mark already touched on. So the trick is figuring out where the revenue sources may come from to help to support that sort of a system, but it's something that I think there's a lot of hope, at least. We'll see. Big things still to figure out. There is also a lot of work that's going on this nationally and really around the world. It's a nut that a lot of people are trying to figure out how to crack, and our hope is that we can bring in some of that learning from other parts of the country and the world to help inform what we're doing here in Vermont, and also potentially help to provide some learning from here that can inform efforts elsewhere.
Well, I hope that we find our way forward as our treating soil as in calling it and recognize it as an ecosystem. Senator Rogers, do you have a follow on this or? No, go ahead. Thank you. Senator Joel.
Good morning. I have two separate questions. My first question is in regards to your list of co-benefits, and I appreciate that. I think it's important for us to recognize when we make investments to maximize those co-benefits. But in recognition of a state that actually receives a significant amount of impact related to our climate crisis in the form of extreme weather, we see, for example, anywhere in Vermont we experience a flood of a significant magnitude somewhere in the state. And so the role of one co-benefit I don't think you identify, but is I think real, and I would appreciate your comment on it, is the importance of forests and the health of our forest soils and being able to hold water. We often think for flood resilience, we think of just the floodplain or the river corridor, when in fact the health of that watershed to retain and absorb that water is critical, because otherwise if you channelize all that rain right into the receiving water, hence you get flooding in the valley bottoms. So I appreciate you identifying or commenting on that, because I noticed that it wasn't necessarily identified in your list, and I'll go to my second question after that.
Well, first of all, thank you for bringing that up. So you said it very well yourself. Forests, they intercept water, and then it sort of goes slowly down the trunks and into the soil, and then the soil becomes a storage source that releases water slowly over time and really helps mitigate flooding. The only reason we don't have it up there is we just haven't figured out how to measure that and put a number to it yet. But I think that's a really critical service, so thank you.
Okay, and it's a point that I know our Commissioner at Forest Parks and Recreation often mentions, is the role of forests in flood mitigation. My second point is a follow-up from Senator Rogers' comment in recognition that 80% of our, more or less, Vermont is privately owned, and that when people have part of their livelihood investment in forests, I would argue that a healthy, well-managed forest, it holds more carbon, even though you're actively managing it, than a land that has converted into a subdevelopment, for example. And so because of that number of lands in private ownership, some of which and much of which are managed actively, really interested to hear about the opportunity for greater education with this information. And in particular, how do we integrate, or are we, and how can we help facilitate the integration of this information into forest management plans so that we can help maximize the values you just described, while at the same time recognize that forests, healthy forests, managed forests can also be enhanced to provide for multiple benefits.
Well, that is a great question. So, in fact, I think our whole strategy, for how we want to roll this out is really about how do we find channels for getting this information out in a way that can be taken up and by organizations, agencies, individuals, and integrated into their own planning, so that forest management, which is already improving, can continue to improve, so that we can really start to get our management science and storing the carbon? How can we get our children to be learning about these services so that they're thinking about it? So I don't have the answer to that, but I think you hit on exactly the challenge ahead is how do we actually feed this out in a way that it can be taken up and used for, better planning.
I don't see any more. Oh, I do see. Senator Rogers and Senator McDonald.
I could talk about this subject all day. It's something I'm very passionate about. And I just want to hit on a few things that I don't think we've talked about unless I missed them before they came in. Number one is invasive species, which both invasive plants and animals with the ash borer, for instance, are greatly affecting our forests and grasslands, wetlands. Everything is being impacted by invasives, even the water, even under the water. Population growth, and that's something I think too few people talk about, is worldwide population growth, and I personally think there's too many people on this rock. And so when we talk about bringing more people to Vermont, it's kind of a double-edged sword. Do we want more people in Vermont? If we have more people, we have more housing, we have more subdivisions, we have more forest tracts broken up, and connectivity is lost. And my personal opinion is that we should be working on sustainable environment and sustainable economy, and that's something that no industrialized nation has ever done. They always build everything on a pyramid scheme of growth, right? Right. And so when you figure all this and how much forest we need to add to store the carbon that we need to store, is it taken into account the dramatic increase in population around the world, which is driving much of the carbon being produced? And then my last point is that the one thing that frustrates me very much with the carbon market is we have a whole bunch of folks out there who don't want to change their lifestyle because they have the money to write out a check. And just because you're writing out a check to the carbon market does not mean you're doing the earth good. If you're still jumping on an airplane every week and flying here and flying there, your check cannot make up for the damage you're doing in producing carbon.
I'm not sure those questions.
Well, I would love a comment, if you could, on population, if that has been taken into account, and also on the carbon market and the fact that people have to change their lifestyle if we're really going to turn things ever.
Yeah. So, the way I would answer that, Vermont alone, can't get us anywhere near where we have to get. And you're right, it is a global problem. And the same activities we're talking about here, need to be replicated in other countries. How we make that, I'd say the one thing I have to believe is if we can do it here, then hopefully that'll start, rather than say, well, we're not going to do it because nobody else is, if we can start solving these problems here, hopefully we can start building that network that will expand globally. But you are right, these are global issues.
Welcome to the Senate Natural Resources and Energy. Last question to Senator McDonald.
Senator Rogers and I are in an ongoing contest to talk all day. But this being the weekend of the Tet Offensive, I thought we had declared a truce. I have a question. Last witness, Representative Dolan, talked about water treatment, et cetera, and we hear people talking about forests and carbon sequestration, and we got two scientific groups that are lobbying together, but they never come in and lobby together for a precious resource. Does the thing that representatives talked about, or you talked about, do they do both those things? Do they complement one another? And are you getting two things things for the same money if you choose to spend money in those two areas.
Carbon and water, yes, as the representative pointed out, conserving forests that store carbon is also an incredibly good prospect for storing water and filtering water so you get cleaner water. Water is stored and then released to help prevent flooding. So forests and fresh water, in Alaska, they call their forests salmon forests because salmon depends so much on intact forests. It's a great analogy of just those two things are so interconnected that they shouldn't even be lobbying separately, really.
Thank you. You mean if they're lobbying separately, this isn't a scientific question anymore. I'm asking you to comment on political activity. They should be lobbying together?
In my opinion, they should be lobbying together.
We're going to buy them some handcuffs.
So, thank you. And one of my favorite John Muir quotes is that when you tug on anything in nature, you find it hitched to the rest of the universe. Today, you've made it clearer just what some of those connections are. So before we move on to the program, I'd like to recognize Dr. Anderson for his work, and thank you very much for your presentation today. Now we'd like to invite Phil Huffman from Nature Conservancy Vermont.
All right, well, just to wrap up, we want to thank you all, Chair Bratt, Chair Sheldon, the members of the committee, and for all of you who are able to be here today for the opportunity to share Mark's work and Mark and his team's work. I think, as he acknowledged early on, it's a whole host of folks, some of whom are in this room, in fact, who've been involved in helping with this science, partners, close colleagues of ours. From neighboring organizations as well as from inside TNC. Hope that this has been helpful, informative, interesting, and food for thought on a lot of different fronts. I wanted to just touch on a couple of things. We've gotten into a lot of things already that I think tie right into policy issues and initiatives and whatnot that are in front of your committees and other ones in this building and that the administration is working on, and that we and our partners in the non-governmental sector are working on as well. I just wanted to try to tie a few things together very quickly before we wrap up. I think, first and foremost, one of the key messages, obviously, from what Mark has said, is about the importance of keeping forests as forests, and wetlands as wetlands, and natural systems as natural systems, to help nature adapt and respond to the change that's already happening so rapidly, but also to help all of us as individuals, our communities, as a state, to respond to the climate change that's already underway. We need to sustain our natural systems for the benefits that they provide for all of us. We depend on them. We can look at this body of science, and as it intertwines so closely, as Mark was indicating, with Vermont conservation design, but look at it as a sort of a blueprint for where and how we focus our investments in conservation. So as Mark, I think, touched on, the resilient and connected network for the Northeast is about 23% of the land area, so you can sort of translate that down to Vermont. That's a significant area. A bunch of it, the good news is, a bunch of that's already conserved in public lands, federal, state, municipal, and also by nonprofits, private organizations, and whatnot. So we're not starting from zero and needing to get to 23 to conserve the whole resilient and connected network, but we have a lot of room to grow on there. So we need to be thinking about how we can use this science to help inform how we're targeting our conservation investments. And this ties back to the conversation that many of us were a part of yesterday with Vermont Housing Conservation Board investments on the conservation side. It ties into land use planning and regulation, the Act 250 dialogue, trying, as Representative McCullough was pointing out, about the provisions that are under consideration to help sustain forest blocks and landscape connectors for the critical value that those provide for nature, but also, again, all the benefits that will provide for people. Also the importance of providing strong protection for riparian corridors and wetlands, other things that are under consideration have been intertwined with not only Act 250, but also land use regulation and planning at the local level and regional level, work that our partners from A&R and others are working on so much with our communities and our regional planning commissions around the state. Forest management, obviously a really important part of all of this, a great opportunity. It intertwines with the forest carbon market potential, opportunities to secure revenues for forest landowners to help them keep their lands as forests, which I think the vast majority of forest landowners in this state want to do. And it's a challenge. It's just trying to figure out how to help them deal with the financial challenges that Senator Rogers was pointing to. There are ways that this all intertwines, and the science can help inform where and how we're going about that. The importance of reforestation, less of an opportunity for that here in Vermont than there is in other places that have taken out more of their forests than we have. Unfortunately, we're nearly 80% forested here in Vermont, but there are targeted areas. Mark mentioned riparian corridors in particular. That's a place where the floodplain forests of Vermont that used to be prevalent are pretty limited at this point, and they provide tremendous values for nature and for people in all sorts of ways with water quality protection, reduce vulnerability from flooding, things like that. So we should be looking for targeted opportunities for forest restoration. There's the whole soil health and payment for ecosystem services potential in the ag sector there as well that I touched on a few minutes ago. So those are, and I guess one other one that I wanted to mention that was a point that Mark touched on in one of his first slides, in the one about the abundance crisis, and about, if you remember, there was the graph showing most sort of groups of species have declined significantly. The one where there's been some good news is around wetland birds. And that the reason that that's better than it might be is in part, as Mark said, it's both because of practices restraining harvesting of wetland-dependent birds, but it's also very much about the strength in regulation, protection and regulation of wetland systems around the country that has happened. And this is obviously ties right into policy dialogue that many of you have been a part of. That again came out of the last legislative session about what should we be doing around here in Vermont around our wetland statute and regulations. And I think the message from Mark's work in part is that we need to be doing everything we can to maintain strong protections for our existing wetlands and be doing everything that we can to try to accelerate the restoration of degraded wetlands, which we have lots of around the state. So those are there's probably more. Those are the ones that I'm sort of scribbling down in my notes as the conversation was unfolding. I hope those resonate. And I think I'll leave it there. But again, want to thank you all for the opportunity to share this body of work with you all. Hope it helps to inform your understanding and your thinking as you go forward in the policy dialogue. And we at the Nature Conservancy really look forward to continuing to work with you on it. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Phil, and thank you again, Dr. Anderson. Thank you, Heather. To everyone in the room, I know that we have the strength of most of the good work that gets done in Vermont is that we have many, many different partners. Some are more formal, some are at the volunteer level, but it's the broad network of people that we have that care about issue after issue in the state that really help us get a lot more done than government could ever account for. So thank you to everyone in the room. Thanks for turning out bright and early this morning. And for the Senate side, we'll be reconvening in our committee room at 9:45. So thank you all.
microphone to him, or we didn't even have any shields at the time. And Nate Giffen, changed the dynamics on in that moment. He approached, he came around. You saw part of a distorted part of the video from Channel 3 that we all saw. And then at this point, I'm now we're just resetting a command when shots fired, from Matt Nisley calling that in. He came around. He did go down. He did come up, and that was captured on a dash cam video of Corporal Nisley's car, clearly holding the gun in the direction of where Corporal Nisley and Inspector Welch were standing when our officer shot. He was already shot him again. That one shot, and then it stopped the threat, the immediate threat. It is a horrible thing to see. It's a horrible thing to be part of, and also the pouncing on him, so there's no opportunity to grab anything else or whatever. You don't know what's going on. You don't know if there's another gun in a waistband or what have you. Later, there was also a getaway driver, and who was later arrested. So my point on that one, that's what the suicide.org would refer to as a spontaneous suicide. The plan was to rob a bank that day. And so we looked at, so now in our department, we have shields in every one of our cars. Because if we had to make an approach, we could do it safely. There was no safe way to do that approach. I also did not, by giving the command to not approach, was not to precipitate something on our end. He's staying there. We've got communication with one person, our negotiator. Let's just keep going. He did not give us the opportunity. He did not surrender. And I know, on ski patrol with Jim Gifford, and this was very hard. Thanks.
I did, and just to follow up on your statement that there haven't been any unjustified, I'm from the Brattleboro area, aware of the Woodward shooting, new people in the church at the time. And according to them, there was never a time that anyone else except Woody threatened himself. So, Attorney General justified it, but it was a difficult situation. Hard for people to take that in. Appreciate hearing how the recognition of people in crisis right now. There's a greater recognition and awareness of how that can be treated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, afterward, is there an opportunity? I just want to deliver the rest of the VPA positions so we get it on the record.
So thank you all for having me here today. I believe I submitted some prepared testimony specifically on H808, but I'll speak quickly to H464 at the end as well. I just got some notes, so you can just leave it up, and I think there's at least one slide that's just referenced in there that I'll kind of show you a visual so you can see as well. So thank you for the opportunity to come before you today to speak about these two pieces of legislation. In short, the ACLU of Vermont supports both pieces of legislation. I'll speak to H808 first. So H808 would create a statutory standard for the use of deadly force in Vermont. And Vermont currently lacks a statutory standard. While at the same time, we do have a statutory standard for the use of less deadly force in the form of tasers. And so we would support instituting a statewide standard that says that it that requires an officer to use deadly force only when it is necessary. So this would be the necessary standard. This is, as you know, recently adopted by the state of California. And the necessary standard established in H808 requires officers to use other techniques and resources other than deadly force when reasonably safe and feasible to do so. Then also, the bill also determines that the propriety of deadly force can be used misread a sentence. So the bill requires that when determining the propriety of the use of deadly force, decision makers must consider the conduct leading up to the use of force. And so this bill is especially timely right now just because we've seen a consistent rise in the number of officer-involved shootings per year. So this is referenced in my testimony, but this is just a very simple graph. This is compiled by the Vermont State Police. It shows officer-involved shootings between with the Vermont State Police and other state departments. So you'll see it's a pretty standard linear progression, increasing over the last couple of years. There's been, I think, nearly as many shootings in the last decade as there are in the previous 3 decades. And if you look at 2019 compared to 1999, there's a fourfolding. So we have been seeing an increase in officer-involved shootings, and think that this would be a time to create a statewide standard for consistency. So another reason that this is something that we believe would be helpful is the number of folks that are most often involved in these type of incidents are often people who have diminished capacity in some way. So it's as Bill says, individuals with physical, mental health, developmental, intellectual disabilities are significantly more likely to be involved in these incidents, as their disabilities may affect their ability to understand or comply with commands from law enforcement and officers. And the adoption of a necessary standard could help address this disparity by prioritizing the use of de-escalation tactics. And I think this is one place that, as we've listened to the testimony, this is a place where there's agreement between the ACLU and law enforcement. We've heard from them many times that they are prioritizing de-escalation tactics. This is something they say they use in their training, and we think that this bill codifies those values. Importantly, the requirement that the force be necessary means that if de-escalation is possible, deadly force is not necessary. It requires decision makers to examine whether the officers escalated situations in the empty use of force or failed to de-escalate it when it could have been reasonable to do so. So also another important aspect of H808 is that it creates a definition of imminent threat, and that it's not merely a fear of future harm, but is one that from appearances must be instantly confronted and addressed. So we think this creates some clear statutory standards which don't exist at this point in time, and we would support adopting this into law. And then when it comes to H464, we are very supportive of better data collection around the use of force. Generally, the lack of data collection in the criminal justice system is something that is a very large problem that we've been trying to speak quite a bit about. I will say that actually law enforcement is providing probably some of the more comprehensive data around these things now, so in terms of police stops and other pieces of information, but I think this is one more piece of information that would be helpful to have. And as 464 speaks to the process of creating more training and programming in collaboration with other stakeholders, we think that collaborative approach is something that could be helpful. It sounds like something like you were describing in your comments earlier, and think that could be helpful to get those different perspectives. So we would support that legislation. So that is our testimony today, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
I've heard the reference to this California model a couple times that they just implemented.
Yep.
Why would we point to that as an example of success when there's no data? We have absolutely no idea how it's going to turn out. Couldn't it wind up worse than what we've been dealing with?
Well, we think that bill says, and we think that this bill says, that deadly force would only be used when necessary, and that's why we're supportive of it. And that is a bill that, as passed, I believe, law enforcement originally objected to it. They withdrew their objection. They didn't full-throatedly support it. And I think you understand there's a difference, and I think working in this building, you all understand there's difference between that. And but it is one that it says deadly force was only going to be used when necessary, and we support that.
So is it the ACLU's position now that deadly force has been used when it wasn't justified?
Well, I think, as you heard, that under the current standards, that there are times that we have not seen any of these shootings been declared unjustified. But going forward, we're looking prospectively. This is what this legislation will do. It's not going to go relitigate anything that happened in the past. is going to say prospectively, this is the standard we'd like to see used when officers are deciding to use deadly force.
Jim,
I'm trying to restrain myself, but you gave me an opening. So.
I did. I can also go to Marcia. It's just so unusual that you're not first out of the gate.
It's Friday.
Thank you for your testimony. One of the things on 808 in the California language that was real clear to me was from law enforcement's testimony the other day was words matter. So I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a law enforcement official.
God.
I'm a legislator, so I get the help. Why is law enforcement, I mean, it was very clear that words matter. I mean, I heard that from the commissioner, I heard that from the hallways afterwards, and I heard it from the training, the deputy director, or whatever, Drew at the police academy. I mean, it was very clear. What changes with the California? Why is this the new model we should embrace?
Well, I mean, one, I will 100% agree that words matter. I think that is something that probably everyone here holds very, very dear. And when looking at this, one, I'll say we don't have a statutory standard right now. So those words are not on paper in statute. And in terms of those words, we believe that necessary is the correct standard. And I think that's something that people can agree on. And by doing that, implementing that standard, it does prioritize the use of de-escalation in these interactions. And that is something that we're not saying that law enforcement is not doing, but it sets that standard in statute.
Any other questions for Phil? All right. We have about 15 minutes. So in the order that they asked for permission, you can jump right in. And then we will get to Beth in a moment.
Thank you. My name is Stephen Whitaker from Montpelier. I want to call to your attention an overlap. I'm specifically speaking in memory of Mark Johnson, which is the most recent shooting in Montpelier that you heard about. We had had no shootings, and we have 2 shootings in as many years, and both of which involve a mentally distressed individual, both of which involved what appeared to be a dangerous firearm. So I think we need to be very careful in recognizing that justified is a term subject to interpretation. I would encourage y'all to watch the video. As disturbing as it is, watch the video of the Mark Johnson shooting last August. Here's a mentally distressed person who had locked himself out of his own building, trying to get back in with a knife, allegedly. I haven't, there are some public records overlaps that I'll speak to here. I've not seen all the records that I need to see on this. He flees, he's apprehended or challenged on the bridge by the only 2 officers, the cruiser on. He attempts twice to jump into the river from either the south side of the Spring Street Bridge or the north side of the Spring Street Bridge. Instead of allowing him to jump into the river, he might have broken a leg, he might have gotten a little water in his lungs. He would not be dead. So instead, our officer orders him down repeatedly, and ends up putting 2 fragmentation rounds in him because we didn't have the 12-gauge beanbag shotgun in that cruiser. If you've only got 1 cruiser on the road, maybe that should be the one with the beanbag shotgun in it. We could have waited. It appears to me, and I'm not an expert on psychiatry, but this appears to be an intentional suicide by cop. a very distressed individual waving a toy pistol or pellet pistol. The individual was known to the police department prior. The police department might have known that he had a pellet pistol. So there's a lot of ambiguities here that would have warranted to wait, move slow, de-escalate, and instead we had 2 fragmentation rounds into his abdomen from a rifle. You listen to the audio on the tape, you realize that these people realized he couldn't hit the side of a barn from 20 yards. He was that distressed and just waving a pellet pistol in the air. So the idea that this couldn't have waited on a mental health professional or waited on a backup cruiser with the beanbag shotgun, or, last resort, hit him in the leg, but to basically kill someone unnecessarily who's facing a mental distress, intending to get shot, possibly, is unwarranted. Now, there's a public records issue here, in that I would ask the committee to consider clarifying that the independent investigation that would have been done by the Vermont State Police was undermined by a decision of our chief, and I do respect our chief. I see he's in a tough spot here. At the end of his career, I want him to, have all due respect. But there was a decision in the Burlington case where a judge ruled that the officer had the right to review the video before giving his statement. That needs to be clarified because the state police warned the police department here, do not let him review that video before we get his statement or even do a deposition. I'm not privy to those communications. But our chief overruled that and let him watch the video before he gave his statement. So, in effect, we subverted what would have been an independent investigation by the state police and would have done a lot to restore public confidence in this. Since then, our city council has offered to hold a public forum and instead put 5 minutes on number 7 on an agenda and swept it under the rug. But pending public records requests for the affidavit that the state's attorney requested, the state's attorney requested an affidavit from the chief. It's been months and that still hasn't been produced. Our city council, mayor, city manager ignores appeals to the head of the agency on the public records appeal on this issue. So we have a problem in the accountability, the transparency, and the undermining of public confidence. So, but the issue of whether or not a video of an incident should be withheld pending an investigation from the shooter is clearly a public records issue that needs clarification, possibly to avoid this ambiguity where an independent investigation could be undermined.
Did you have anything else you wanted to share?
Yeah, I'm going to just cover my notes. Yeah, the interpretation of a violent felony, and when you've got a resident of a subsidized housing, Montpelier Housing Authority, trying to jimmy into a building that he lives in, it's hard to characterize. It may have been mischaracterized as a violent felony in progress. So I would argue we don't have good policy. I would support the bill requiring good policy be adopted. I would encourage you to clarify the ability to restrain viewing of the video until statements are made by an independent investigator. It turns out the officer who did kill Mark Johnson, unnecessarily in my opinion, had prior, in an incident of a teenager smoking pot, broken a woman's ribs And then in a separate incident, a mentally distressed person snapped a guy's arm who was holding on to his wife, who clearly understood and communicated that he was distressed. The man died as a result. So this is the third incident with this particular officer that should give us all pause. Thank you.
Thank you. Wants to be on the record in support of a request from the Vermont Criminal Justice Training Council and the Vermont Police Academy. That was underway well before any bills were introduced here. There is a lot of, well, I think it's pretty universal support by all law enforcement that we expand the basic training an additional 4 weeks. And I think you'll hear from Rick Gauthier, I hope you do, who will come in and sort of explain that to you a little bit more in depth. You heard a little bit of it in that first hearing. And we would support whatever this committee can do and this legislative body can do to support that appropriation. And the second piece is the Academy is also going to be, the Criminal Justice Training Council will also be asking to expand the reporting requirements under Act 56, which I think was passed 2017, I think maybe, or 2018. It requires that all law enforcement report to the Criminal Justice Training Council categories of misconduct. And I think conduct B is a second report of unlawful force, and my guess is, or use of force, not unlawful force. And law enforcement supports actually the expansion of that. Again, something that they all agreed upon well before any legislation came before this body. So we would ask that this committee support that change. We think it's a good idea. So I wanted to get those two things on the record. And it also, as you pay attention to the requests for the resources of the folks who are dealing with these community issues, are telling you what they need to have better outcomes. There's a difference between Chittenden County and the ability to share and pool resources when you're nearby, Richmond, near to Williston, near to Burlington, than in some of our more rural communities. So I think it's worth paying attention to the disparate level of resources available to everybody. And lastly, I just want to follow up on some of the testimony around some use of force cases, including the Woody case. I was actually general counsel at Public Safety, and they did the investigation into that case. You know, no one in law enforcement jumps to a conclusion that use of force is justified and shouldn't until you've completed an investigation, because you can't properly make that determination until you undertake a real investigation, you take a look at all of it, and you finish it. And then you have to look at it using what is the Vermont standard and has been a Vermont standard. We are not standardless in the state. We operate under Graham v. Connor. And the interesting thing about California, and I'll just note that, I'm not ready to get into California with you now, but the interesting thing about California, their problem was that they actually had a statutory standard. It was outdated. It was unconstitutional. So the problem with codifying what you think is the standard today is this is really comes from the Constitution. And the courts interpret it, and you'll, I'm sure Representative Gannon will assist you with this, but you know, courts are always examining this. Here in the Second Circuit, it's under examination, and we are responding to that. That information is in real time to law enforcement, and then they make changes, and they update their training, and a bulletin goes out, and if the standard or some interpretation gives them some guidance, they act on it. So I just want you to keep that in mind. California had a unique reason for undertaking its effort. And the last piece of that puzzle is, yeah, law enforcement did object to it, but they were in a legislative process. And as you all know, when you're in a legislative process, sometimes you have to get to a point in the process where you get something and you have to give something. That support did not come at the beginning of the process. It came after there was some back and forth, and they were able to secure some language that made them feel a little bit more comfortable. But I don't think it was the whole ask, so I just want to keep that in mind. And that's about as much as I wanted to share on that. Hopefully we can continue that conversation later.
So quickly, on your first part of your testimony, you talked about the collection of information. Were you referring to the type of force employed that's in 464 that goes to the data collection?
We support that. I advise the chair, and I should put that on the record as well. There's no objection from law enforcement. We fully support that data collection piece. If you want to add that, that's fine.
Okay, where are you in the second part?
We actually I have not looked at the rest of it because...
This is on new model policies and additional 4 hours of training.
I think that we actually have post-basic. I think Drew touched upon this. We have post-basic use of force training that is mandatory for all of law enforcement. That's an additional block that they have to have. That's already happening. But the organization, and I think Tony touched upon it, the position of the Vermont Police Association, and I believe it was the testimony of Commissioner Sharling, and I believe that's what you heard from Drew Bloom, is the use of force training director, that it is not a good idea to legislate policy, because policy is a living and breathing document. That is their position. So at this time, not supporting. That piece of information about California actually comes off of their website. It is the glasses on.
You can make that bigger.
Apparently, they have a process where they put information on the record. In the Senate Public Safety Committee's report on the bill, they cite some history and specifically speak to the codification of what they perceive to be an outdated and unconstitutional use of force law.
Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
We've got a 5-minute break here, and then we are going to jump back into S3.
David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
All right, I want to just do this right at the top of the show today and get it out of the way. I don't want it to turn into a big controversy, and I just want to be ideologically and morally consistent here. Bernie Sanders previously said he would release all of his medical records, his full medical records, and now he's saying that he's not going to, and I believe that he should do it. I believe it shouldn't be any huge thing that divides the left. There is a reason not to vote for Bernie or anything like that. At this point, this is a Biden-Buttigieg Bernie race, I believe. There is one progressive there. It's Bernie. That's who I'm voting for in the primary, and that's it. But Bernie Sanders has criticized Donald Trump for saying he'd release his taxes and never doing it. Bernie promised to release his full medical records before the first votes were cast. The first votes were cast last Monday in Iowa. More votes are coming tonight in New Hampshire. There are a ton of people making this about things that it's not, a way to attack Bernie or about double standards or whatever. I don't care about any of that stuff. I'm voting for Bernie in the primary, but he promised he would release his full medical records. No one made him promise that. He chose to do that, to make that promise. He said in November that releasing his health records, quote, it's the right thing to do. The American people have a right to know whether the person they're going to be voting for president is healthy. He said it a number of times during interviews. Here is one.
Of course, the people do have a right to know about the health of a senator and somebody's running for president of the United States. Full disclosure. And we will make, at the appropriate time, all of our medical records public. For you or for anybody else who wants to see them. Yeah.
He was asked on Meet the Press this weekend if he would do it, and now he says he would not, that he's released enough and that he's healthy.
The first votes have already been cast. You did not release your medical records. You released a few letters. Nobody interviewed your doctors. You did have a heart attack, apparently. Shouldn't voters see your medical records before Super Tuesday?
We have released as much documentation, I think, as any other candidate.
But no other candidates had a heart attack.
Well, look, no other candidate is doing 4 to 5 events a day running all over this country.
No, you have proven, I mean, there's no doubt, you've proven your mettle here, but voters, you heard voters have been concerned about your age.
You can start releasing medical records, it never ends. We have released a substantive part of all of our medical records. We have doctors cardiologists who are confirming that I am in good health. I am in good health.
What changes did the doctors ask you to make that you've made?
I'm trying to walk a little bit more, but the schedule doesn't allow me. They didn't say they did.
So I'm not making this anything more than what it is. When I tweeted I tweeted yesterday asking, since Bernie promised it, do you think he should do it? And I got some messages from people saying this is a really cheap way of smearing Bernie because you don't like him or whatever. I'm voting for him in the primary, okay? I see people saying on Twitter to me, Trump never released his taxes, so why does Bernie have to release his medical records? Well, he doesn't have to. But saying that the standard is now what Donald Trump does is silly when we're arguing that we're better than Donald Trump. Bernie said he would do it, and he should, plain and simple. Now, there's another angle. The other angle is, well, other candidates released letters from their doctors, and Bernie released letters from his doctors, and that's it. Again, Bernie said he'd release his full medical records, and he hasn't done it. Do we care? Do you care? Are we going to be consistent? That's really what the issue is here. Elizabeth Warren released a number of different things. She released documents that included a doctor's note, but it included hematology reports, chemistry reports, a whole bunch of stuff. Vice President released a doctor's report in December, and it is less than what Elizabeth Warren released. Bernie said he'd release everything, and he's now saying he's not going to do it. Now, I don't want to be morbid. I don't want to do anything other than what seems logical here, but it's widely known that when white men in their 70s, I mean, it applies to all races, but not, I'm just mentioning because we're talking about Bernie. When white men in their 70s have a heart attack, that has an effect on life expectancy. There are a lot of studies about life expectancy after heart attacks. And I hope that people are realizing this isn't Hillary Parkinson stuff. There are just real medical facts that I wish weren't true. But when I believe then 77-year-old has a heart attack, the academic research points to this is it's important that full medical records be made available, period. So let's not excuse this because it's Bernie and it's not Trump's taxes or Trump's bogus medical letter. Trump should release his taxes. Trump should actually subject himself to real rigorous medical examination that he clearly needs. And Bernie should release what he said he would release, period. If you disagree with me, let me know. For me, this is very cut and dry, and it doesn't really require any more conversation than the 4 minutes I've devoted to it today. On the eve of the New Hampshire primary, which is tonight, Donald Trump did a rally in New Hampshire, and it was really something to behold. Now, we're going to go through some of the key moments. And for me at this point, you know, the wacky part is less about what Trump says, although obviously Trump is wacky and saying absolutely ridiculous things. It's more about the supporters at this point who just nod and clap along with whatever Donald Trump says. This rally was the epitome of what I would call Trump culture, where facts don't matter. Riling up a crowd with red meat that is completely dishonest, if not factually false, is all that matters. Now, to start with, as many of you know, Donald Trump has a very weird history about talking about how he finds his daughter Ivanka very attractive. He's even said things before like, you know, if she weren't my daughter type of stuff. And we've covered that widely before. And once again, Donald Trump talking about the beauty of his daughter. And he seems to recognize here, because he says, I'm not supposed to say that. He seems to recognize that this is something that is a little weird to be saying. Again, yesterday talking about Ivanka, and now clearly referencing the fact that he said weird things about her in the past. Take a look.
Also a woman that not too many people know. Very powerful, very smart. Very beautiful, even though I'm not allowed to say that because she's my daughter, Ivanka.
Trump then went, as weird as that was, into his normal attacks on the media, claiming that they never show the crowd at his rallies, they only show his face. What's hilarious is, as he started to say that, they were showing the crowd, and they continued to show the crowd during this portion of the speech.
News, these guys will never report that. They'll never report it. They don't even like showing the crowd. They always show my face. They never show the crowd. But you know what? The people can hear the crowd. The people can hear the crowd. They know.
The crowd, of course, visible at the start and at the end of that 25-second clip during which Trump says they never show the crowd at my rallies. And the crowd, of course, just loves it. And of course, that's more of the firing up of his base against the media, which unfortunately has led to so much hostility against the concept of a free press. More than any president in recent history, Donald Trump has really catalyzed and coalesced a hatred, if not disdain, for media in the United States under the guise often of fake news, and we know the memes that he's used. Trump then goes on to talk about how undocumented immigrants have no addresses, which is, of course, a strange thing to say. But more importantly, he seems confused between undocumented immigrants and homeless people. We have video, remember, of Donald Trump being confused between health insurance and life insurance. That's a funny and depressing one. We have videos of Trump being confused about many different things. In this video, Trump seems confused about the difference between an undocumented immigrant and a person who is homeless. And then, of course, he throws in the normal dehumanizing language that he uses about immigrants.
Record numbers, and we've ended catch and release. You know what catch and release is? You catch an illegal alien by law. You then take his name and address. They don't have addresses. What's your address? What? They don't have addresses. They come into the country. They don't have addresses. So you take his name.
Trump then raises the lie that he simply won't stop telling, which is that in 2016, buses full of Massachusetts voters were sent up to New Hampshire to vote illegally. And that's the only reason why Hillary Clinton ultimately defeated Trump by 0.3% there. It's not because she really won. It's because Massachusetts voters voted illegally in New Hampshire. Now, of course, there's no evidence whatsoever for that claim. But if you're watching, watch his audience start to nod with Donald Trump about the hundreds of buses of Massachusetts voters sent up to vote illegally. And if you're listening, you'll, of course, hear the booing and the audio of his supporters immediately just falling for this hook, line, and sinker.
Because, you have some pretty strange election laws here, right? Remember last time we won the primary tremendously? We should have won the election, but they had buses being shipped up from Massachusetts, hundreds and hundreds of buses. And it was very, very close, even though they did. But this year, we have a great governor.
Look at how little the truth is worth that Donald Trump casually lies about hundreds of buses. Understand hundreds of buses, right? Aside from there being no evidence of this, a lot of these polling places in New Hampshire are tiny. They would be completely overwhelmed and paralyzed by even 10 buses showing up. Never mind hundreds of buses being sent up to New Hampshire, but the crowd doesn't care. They clap and they boo and they nod along to the lies that Donald Trump tells. And then again, riling up the crowd towards possible violence, Donald Trump pulls this entire thing about we're going to protect your guns. They are going to take all of your guns and all of your money and all of your stuff. Take a look.
We're going to protect your Second Amendments. By the way, they're going to take away everything. They're going to take away your wealth. They're going to take away your guns. They're going to take away everything.
The cult of Trumpism, it's very dangerous. We wonder, how do people believe this stuff? A guy himself potentially not mentally well so easily is able to get a stadium full of people to believe what he says, or even if they doubt it, to rationalize him saying it. And this is how cults work, truly. I mean, more and more, when you look, there are more and more cult experts that are looking at the cult of Trumpism. And it is reminiscent in so many ways of the cult leader who says April 21st will be the rapture. We will either be struck down here on earth or ascend to a life in eternity in heaven or whatever. And then April 21st comes and goes and they rationalize it away. With Trump, it's either, well, the Democrats ruined it or the fake news media ruined it, or Trump was using it as a metaphor. He didn't literally mean, or whatever the case may be. It is scary stuff, and this is why I am afraid of violence. I'm sort of afraid of violence no matter what happens in November of 2020. But of course, if Donald Trump ultimately loses and claims that it was rigged, I am very worried about the real-world violence that these folks are potentially going to do. Let me know your thought on that. I'm on Twitter @DPacman. We'll take a quick break and be back after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Nancy Kolb and Lori Grentz. I appreciate you both so much, Nancy and Lori. I also want to say thanks to today's longtime sustaining member of the day. It's Scott Rizzo. Scott's been a member for almost 5 years. Thank you so much. Membership is the #1 way to support this program. Membership is the most direct way to support this program. We keep all but a 2.9% payment processing fee, all of the other platforms that many of you are familiar with through which you can donate to your favorite or even not favorite independent news shows, keep more than 2.9%. When you grab a membership at joinpacman.com, we keep all but that 2.9% payment processing fee. You can also get a 40% discount off of your membership with the coupon code THISIS2020. Someday, we will hopefully find out the truth about what afflicts Donald Trump and what is responsible for his increasingly erratic behavior and the speech trouble and the memory trouble. But for now, all we have are experts who are sounding the alarm based on his publicly available behavior. And we've been talking about this for years, and slowly but surely, the discussion is moving more and more to mainstream places. We now have a series of mental health professionals, starting with a psychologist from New York City, Ben Michaelis, who did an analysis of Donald Trump's vocabulary over time. And what he found is that Trump's vocabulary has become more and more simple over time, with deteriorating sentence structure. And numerous experts believe that this is indeed, surprise, a sign of cognitive decline by the president of the United States. Now, some are arguing, well, you know, he's getting to be in his mid-70s. There might be some speech decline that would be observable in anybody that age. And that sometimes does happen. But again, mental health professionals saying that what Trump is experiencing, what he is exhibiting, exceeds just age-related cognitive decline. When you look at 80-plus-year-old attorney Alan Dershowitz, I don't agree with a word the guy says lately, but you see a drastic difference in cognitive function when compared to Donald Trump relative to both of their baselines when you go and look at 5- and 10-year-old videos of them. A lot of people seem to forget that Donald Trump used to be very articulate. The psychologist Ben Michaelis says that some deterioration in a 73-year-old would not be hugely surprising, although not a requirement by any means, but that what we are seeing exceeds that. John Montgomery is also a psychologist and says that Trump must be tested so that we can know what's going on, and says, quote, I think it's pretty safe to say that Trump has had significant cognitive decline over the years. Neuropsychologist Sterling Johnson says it could be stress-related cognitive decline. It could be related to neurodegenerative, that's difficult to say, neurodegenerative disease, or now I'm thinking I have cognitive decline, or normal cognitive decline that comes with aging. We've talked about the slurring of words. We've talked about the dilated pupils, even in bright rooms with professional stage lighting. We've talked about all of these instances, and this could be anything from a dementia-type decline to drug use, to the side effects of pharmaceutical medications, to anything in between. There's also notably the difference between the two Trumps. We've talked before about Upper Trump, the guy tweeting hundreds of times a day and retweeting, speaking quickly at events with the rapid sniffing. And then there's Downer Trump, tired, slurring, low energy Trump, very slowly reading the teleprompter. There's the misstating people's names and words, everything from Tim Apple to Marilyn Lockheed to wanting the oranges of an investigation.
Sacrifice every day for the furniture and future of their children. I hope they now go and take a look at the oranges of the investigation. We appreciate it very much, Tim Apple. Marilyn Lockheed. Mike Bolton, as you know, is in Russia. Mike Pounds, Justice Anthony, you know who I'm talking about. In June of 1775, the Continental Congress created a unified army. Our army manned the airport. It ran the ramparts. It took over the airports.
There's those shoulder spasms that coincide with the mixed up or mistaken words that we've observed.
And shelter, criminal... Look, wait. And let me begin by wishing you a beautiful... Look, you remember this? Democrats decided to shield and shelter criminal... Look, wait. You have criminals...
All right, we're watching the president here in Wildwood, New Jersey. I just want to get a quick comment before we toss it over to Tucker and Molly Hemming.
There's the times that his tongue seems to sort of get in the way of his teeth, like in this example.
Your campaign of terror, murder, mayhem will not be tolerated. any longer. It will.
One more example of that to show you.
Based on the core principles of fairness and reciprocity. What? No, it's okay. Oh. They can name it whatever they can name it, peaches. And God bless the United States.
These are episodes of some kind. We just don't know exactly what. And, you know, we need to be consistent. Bernie Sanders said he'd release his full medical records. I said earlier today he should do it because he promised to do it. And we should know. Donald Trump said he would release his taxes and he hasn't done it. He should do it because he said he would. And Donald Trump should actually be examined properly and fully for what's going on here. There's just too many experts here, everything from neurologists to mental health professionals and everything in between saying something is going on. These are clear, consistent symptoms. The cause we don't know, and it needs to be investigated. Okay, let's talk now about the size of Donald Trump's much touted jobs numbers. They're actually not that good. So we're going to dig into the numbers today. Now, remember, we've been doing these economic analyses lately. Remember, Donald Trump claimed that his stock market numbers are the best. And last week we looked, and it turns out that over their first 3 years, Barack Obama's numbers for the stock market growth were significantly better than Donald Trump's stock market growth during his first 3 years. We looked at debt and deficit. Remember that Barack Obama saw slower deficit growth, and even in some years, there was year-over-year deficit reduction straight up, while Donald Trump has overseen some of the biggest deficit increases in a long time. And then we get to Donald Trump's claims about jobs. It turns out that during Donald Trump's first 3 years, job growth slowed down to where Barack Obama left off at the end of his presidency. Now, all the normal caveats here, there is no one number that tells you everything you need to know about how the economy is doing. That applies to all of this stuff, stock market, unemployment rate, job creation, whatever. But when you compare the numbers, you see that Barack Obama, during his last 3 years in office, created 8.1 million jobs. And Donald Trump, during the 3 years that followed, created 6.6 million jobs. This is a greater than 18% reduction in job growth under Donald Trump, per the numbers from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. To put it a different way, if we want to think about it monthly, under the Trump economy, we are gaining 182,000 jobs per month on average. And during Barack Obama's last 3 years, where he handed the economy over to Donald Trump, the economy gained 224,000, 224 under Obama, 182 under Trump. Now, there are two things to understand here. One of those is estimates versus revisions. The first Friday of each month, unless it's the first of the month, in which case it might be the second Friday, we get job creation estimates from the previous month, and those make headlines. But later, those numbers are fine-tuned or adjusted, and they are finalized. We get the final actual numbers. And under Donald Trump, often the estimates are higher than the actual numbers we eventually get. Now, if you present these numbers to Trump or to his acolytes, they'll say, well, Trump's creating higher quality jobs, or wages are higher or up under Donald Trump's job creation, or whatever. Those are different arguments, and we can research those numbers if those are the goalposts that they want to move to. But they have been talking about job creation, and the bottom line is that job creation slowed about 20% under Donald Trump. This is a sort of rinse, repeat, and go back to the beginning with the lies. They brag about stocks. We look at the numbers. Well, the first 3 years under Obama were stronger than the first 3 years under Trump. Oh, well, then they come up with some reason. Obama was in the middle of a recovery, and it's expected that you would have bigger stock market growth, whatever. But then later they say Obama's recovery was actually terrible. Well, I thought you cited it as the reason why the numbers were better than Trump's numbers. It's just it's a circle. It's a never-ending circle. So then they brag about jobs. But then we look and, well, actually, job growth slowed when Donald Trump took over. So then they switch and they'll brag about growth, as they recently have been, GDP growth. But remember that Donald Trump promised 4 to 6% GDP growth, and we actually got 2.9 in 2019. It's an endless cycle. It's not really about arguing with them about the numbers. And as we've been talking about, there's really no point in arguing with Trumpists about the numbers. It doesn't matter. They're going to rationalize whatever it is that they believe to be true or what you can convince them is true. They're still going to rationalize it away. We're not going to win this 2020 election by convincing Trumpists that the economic numbers are different than the ones that they have been told or that they believe are true. But the point is to understand that because it's this endless loop, we just need to ignore the Trumpists. They're going to do their thing. Trump's going to do his rallies and he's going to lie and they're going to be fired up and cheer and believe everything he says. We need to activate the people that already know Trump's a disaster, but may not be planning to vote just 9 months from now. Let's take a quick break. Make sure you're following me on Instagram at david.pacman. And while you're there, follow the show on Instagram as well at David Pacman Show. We'll take a quick break. Radio host Tom Hartman joins me next to talk about his great new book.
The David Pacman Show at davidpacman.com.
The David Pacman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pacman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pacman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pacman Show.
Welcome back to the David Pacman Show.
It's great to welcome Tom Hartman back to the program today. Tom is, of course, host of the Tom Hartman Program and author of the new book, The Hidden History of the War on Voting, Who Stole Your Vote and How to Get It Back. Tom, always great to have you on.
Thank you, David. It's always great to be on your show.
So let's start with, there have been efforts to suppress the vote for politically motivated reasons, really going all the way back to the beginning when the Electoral College was established as the system that would determine who the president is. I think many in our audience know the last 10 or 15 years of voter suppression tactics, but what did it look like more towards the beginning of the United States electing presidents?
Well, it was pretty sweeping. I mean, women were not allowed to vote at all. Abigail Adams wrote a letter to John when he was at the Constitutional Convention saying, don't forget the ladies. And he sent back a letter saying, we will not surrender our male prerogatives. And she said, then we will foment a rebellion, which didn't go anywhere. And of course, people of color couldn't vote. In several states, even white men who were not property owners couldn't vote. Most of those laws, those were all state laws. Most of those got blown up by the Andrew Jackson presidency. It's a fascinating story, but probably longer than you want to get into. But, in the beginning of the Republic, and you had conservatives like John Adams arguing that men who didn't own property should not be allowed to vote. He was outvoted in the Constitutional Convention, so there's not a property prohibition in the Constitution. But, voter suppression or rule by an elite white male majority has a long, long history in this country.
After the ratification of the 15th Amendment, there were still mechanisms to prevent Black Americans from voting, although they may be unfamiliar to some in the audience. Can you talk a little bit about how that worked?
Well, this is post-Civil War, post, the amendment that said that basically you may not prevent someone from voting based on their previous condition of servitude or their race. We went into what's referred to as the Jim Crow era, where Black people were forced to take literacy tests, recite the entire Constitution, or name all 26 members of the South Carolina House of Representatives or whatever. And there were poll taxes. I mean, there were all kinds of strategies that were used to disenfranchise the black vote by and large. And some of those were also used to disenfranchise the poor white vote as well.
When we look today at the ways and strategies and tactics that are used to hold down turnout, there's this conventional wisdom that's often cited that may or may not actually be that wise about when turnout is lower, it tends to favor a more conservative candidate. If it's within a primary, it favors the more conservative candidate within the primary. If it's an election between a Democrat and a Republican, it tends to favor the Democrat, the Republican rather, over the Democrat. Is this true? And historically, did suppressing the vote help the right more than the left, or was it an equal opportunity thing at different points in history?
Throughout history, suppressing the vote has helped the right more than the left, because the right represents the elite interests. And the simple fact of the matter is, if voting requires you to leave work for a half a day and go someplace and do something and jump through a bunch of hoops and particularly prove your identity and things like that, then people who are wealthier, who tend to have salaried jobs rather than hourly jobs, people who live in areas where there's an abundance of access to polling places, typically white suburbs, find it very easy to vote. It's not all that inconvenient. Whereas people who are hourly workers find it far more inconvenient, far more expensive to vote, and so they tend not to as much. Now, on the other hand, the easy solution to that is what we've done in Oregon and Washington State, which is mail-in voting, and we've seen a substantial increase in voter participation as a consequence of that.
Yeah, of the sort of status quo legacy elements of the voting system that exist today. So the Electoral College, of course, is one of them, but also voting hours, voting happening on a Tuesday, it not being a day that a lot of people have off, the limits on voting by mail and online voting, which some other countries have already put in place. Is there one factor whose change would most greatly enfranchise some significant number of people?
Yeah, voter suppression. I mean, voter suppression has become the go-to strategy of the Republican Party, particularly since 2000. It's been completely reinvented from the old caging of the 60s or the intimidation in the 60s when William Rehnquist stood outside polling places in rural Arizona, Native American, Hispanic polling places, and challenged voters and snarled at people, which is how he worked his way up to being Chief Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court so he could hand George Bush the election in 2000. It's gotten quite sophisticated. And there's this huge thing called redshift, where we see exit polls, which are the gold standard around the world. We overthrew a government in Ukraine because there was a discrepancy between the exit polls and the actual government produced election results. I lived in Germany for a year. People in Germany vote on paper, as they do in all the European countries. And it takes 2, 3, 4 days to count the vote. But they issue the results typically, unless the election's within a half point tight, they issue the results the evening of, right after the polls close, and they do it based on exit polls. The Carter Center uses exit polls. The UN uses exit polls to determine when elections are fair and honest and accurate. And in 2000, the exit polls showed that clearly that Al Gore won Florida, not just won Florida, but won Florida by tens of thousands of votes. But the actual vote count shifted toward the red, toward the Republican Party, and gave the election to George W. Bush. This, it turns out, was because Jeb Bush, George's brother, had acquired a felon list from the state where George was the governor, from George, basically, from Texas, and compared that felon list with the voter list in Florida. Now, the felon list in Texas was more than half African American and Hispanic, and African Americans and Hispanics largely representing a name pool that, in the case of African Americans, is Anglo names. They're the people who owned slaves in this country are principally Irish, English, and Scotch. And Hispanics, all of their names are derived from Spanish, or the vast majority of them. So when you compare whereas on the other hand, Caucasians have names that come from Scandinavian languages, Baltic languages, Russian, Czech, Slovenian. There's literally dozens and dozens and dozens. So there's huge diversity in names. So if you take a Texas felon list and compare it with a Florida voter list, what's going to happen is you're going to get a lot of overlap in names among African Americans and Hispanics. And Jeb Bush was successful in throwing anywhere from 30 to 90,000 African Americans and a lot of Hispanics off the voting rolls in Florida in that 2000 election. In 2002, with the help
of Tom, before we move on, just to be clear, so the audience understands, these are not people that were felons in Texas who went and voted in Florida. These were merely people sharing the name.
That's correct. Although the assertion that Catherine Harris made was that, they were felons from Texas who had moved to Florida in order to vote. So in 2002, with the Help America Vote Act, the Republicans wrote into that act this thing called the provisional ballot. And Greg Palast calls these placebo ballots, which I think is a great name for them. If you show up to vote and you've been purged from the list, like happened in Florida in 2000 with Jeb Bush, if you show up to vote now since 2002 and you're not on the voting rolls, they say, well, I don't see you on the voting rolls here, but here's a ballot anyway. It's a provisional ballot, but you can vote on this. And you vote and you think you voted. And so, well, you turn that in, not knowing that provisional ballots are only counted in the case of an election being contested in court. That's it. That's the only time. So your vote will not be counted. And even when it's contested in court, if in the 3 to 5 day window after the election, you didn't go to the Secretary of State's office and prove who you were and show your birth certificate and ID and proof of identity and residency and proof that you were registered to vote, if you don't do that, your vote still won't be counted. And most people have no idea that provisional ballots are never counted. So they walk out of the voting place and they say to the exit pollster, well, I voted for Hillary Clinton this time. And the pollster writes that down. And this is why by almost 5% margin, the exit polls in Florida, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and there was at least one other state, showed that Hillary Clinton beat Donald Trump, and yet the official tally showed that Donald Trump beat Hillary Clinton. This red shift, which happened in about, as I recall, 15 or 16 states, but it was huge in those states. This red shift was purely, originally back in the early 2000s, you and I used to talk about this, that we all thought it was rigged voting machines, but it's not happening in blue states. It's only happening in states controlled by Republican secretaries of state. And it's becoming quite obvious now that what we're looking at is the result of these massive voter purges, where, again, the exit poll showed Stacey Abrams won Georgia substantially. And yet Brian Kemp is the governor. Why? Because he was also the Secretary of State. And he threw hundreds of thousands, over 1 million over the previous 4 or 5 years, voters in Georgia, mostly people of color, off the rolls. And now, just in the last week, Greg Palast just finished this lawsuit. Brian Kemp in Georgia provided his Georgia voter list to the governor of Michigan back in the day, when it was Rick Snyder. This was a couple of years ago. And but the Michigan Secretary, Michigan is still aggressively purging these people from the voting rolls. I mean, it's insane. They're saying, oh yeah, well, they live in Georgia, but they come up to Michigan to vote, and it's double voting, and so we've got to get them off the rolls. And we see this in red state after red state after red state, and it is the only reason, in my opinion, why Republicans control the Senate, why they control the White House, why they have controlled the White House since 2002 in every election. The exit polls showed that John Kerry in Ohio wiped out George W. Bush. Just like they showed that in 2000, Al Gore won Florida. The exit polls showed Hillary Clinton beat Donald Trump. And it's the only reason that they control the Senate. We see this in multiple states, the red states in particular. So this is the big, this is the elephant in the room. This is the thing that we need to deal with, and we need to be waking people up and educating them to this. And so to the point where, probably 95% of Americans don't know what a provisional ballot means. To the point where if somebody hands you a provisional ballot, you freak out to the point that you grab a bullhorn and start yelling, that you call the newspapers. I mean, we need to start a counter-revolution to this very, very sneaky, slick thing that these Republicans have been doing since 2000.
So this is kind of a good entry point to the last thing I wanted to touch on in the limited time we have left, which is whether Wisconsin goes to Hillary or Trump becomes, at least under 2016's numbers, irrelevant if we have a national popular vote rather than the Electoral College. So my question is, how important do you see that activism about trying to get a national popular vote? Is it a futile effort? Because we know that outside of something like the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact, that actually changing the way that elections work at the constitutional level would be very difficult, particularly when the Republican Party has won several presidential elections because we go by the Electoral College rather than the popular vote. Is that where our activism should be, or is it not a good use of activism capital, so to speak?
In addition to fighting provisional ballots or even eliminating the whole concept, and which is simply at law, it's part of the Help America Vote Act of 2002. And this gets fixed, by the way, by H.R. 1 to a large extent. But outside of that, yes. And nationalpopularvote.com is where you can find all the information on this compact. And so far, you've got states representing 170 electoral votes who have signed on to this. It takes 280, 290? 270, thank you. 270 to win the presidency. And so when you get enough states to equal 270 electoral votes, then basically you've wiped out the Electoral College. And that's a whole lot easier than doing it through the process of constitutional amendment. There have been 29,000 attempts to amend the Constitution since the founding of our republic, and only 27 of them have succeeded. But Virginia now is back in Democratic hands, and it looks like they're going to join this thing. We still have 110 electoral votes to get, and we've already got the big states like California and New York. Republicans are fighting this like crazy. In fact, they're proposing legislation in the Senate right now to say that your electors have to vote. The whole idea of faithless electors gets blown out of the water. The electors have to vote, which is their way of legislatively eliminating the possibility of the National Interstate Compact to do this.
Yeah, so preemptively trying to kneecap the entire effort. The book is The Hidden History of the War on Voting, Who Stole Your Vote and How to Get It Back. We've been speaking with the book's author and also host of the Thom Hartmann program, Thom Hartmann. Thom, really appreciate your time today.
Thanks, David. It's great being with you.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex or French press or a David Pakman Show t-shirt, it's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. Don't miss the bumper stickers too. davidpakman.com/gear. Did you know the David Pakman Show is on all sorts of different platforms? Find us on YouTube at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show. And on Steemit, the blockchain-based publishing platform at steemit.com/@DavidPakman. That's STEEMIT.com/@DavidPakman. You can follow us on Facebook at facebook.com/David Pakman Show and on Twitter at David Pakman Show. And if you want to reach me directly, no trolling allowed, follow me on Twitter at DPakman. Hope to hear from you soon.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
We now are aware of more than 100 U.S. service members who have been diagnosed with traumatic brain injuries. These are those same traumatic brain injuries that Donald Trump previously described as not serious headaches, all as a result of that January 8th Iranian missile attack on the military base in Iraq. The Pentagon said yesterday the exact number is 109 service members who have been diagnosed. The most recent number was 64, but remember that the number initially started far lower at 10, which was never really a believable number, and we'll get to that in a moment. Now, we're not saying these 109 brain injuries are the most serious brain injuries. Some are mild. About 70% of the service members are or are soon going to be back to work. But remember that Donald Trump wrote these off as headaches, cadet bone spurs deciding that these are mere headaches. Remember this?
I want to play, though. Here's how the president described it when he was asked about these injuries.
I heard that they had headaches and a couple of other things, but I would say, and I can report, it is not very serious.
And Republicans actually ran interference for Trump. Here is sick, vile Senator Tom Cotton, truly one of the worst, saying, well, Trump's not really dismissing them as headaches. He's describing them as headaches. And that, of course, is perfectly fine to do.
So I think
veterans groups are calling for the president to apologize. Should he apologize for calling it not very serious?
He's not dismissing their injuries. He's describing.
He said they're headaches and not very serious.
I think he's describing their injuries. He's not dismissing their injuries. Head injuries can be on anywhere.
He said headaches. I don't consider them very serious.
Well, that's like saying that having a flesh wound is not very serious.
Well, veterans groups, and I know you're a veteran, and I know you know people who've suffered from TBI, as do I. Don't you think it's serious and that the president may need to apologize?
I mean, if they are in fact, if all these injuries are not serious, if they're on the less serious side of the scale than the severe traumatic side of the scale, the president is just describing what happened to him. He's not dismissing them.
Nice people, right? So when we talk about a brain injury, TBI, traumatic brain injury, it can vary in severity, but it's not a headache. That we know for sure. Sometimes they happen in sports. We know football, this is a big issue. Hockey, it can be a big issue. There's even questions about younger kids using their head to hit a soccer ball, potentially causing a sort of a similar dynamic. It can happen in a car accident when a passenger's head hits the windshield of the vehicle, and they happen to people in the military. The most notable thing here is that from day one, we knew that they weren't giving us the real number. They said, well, it's 10 or 11. And that number was clearly BS. And the phrasing of how they gave us that first number suggested that it was not 10 or 11. We knew it couldn't be the right number. And then it became something like maybe 35. And then we had the number 64. And now the number is 109 because they are lying. They are lying all the time about everything, period. And by the way, we hear about service member injuries because we're hearing about it from the U.S. Pentagon, and the number is now 109. Obviously, there were also non-American, non-service members injured, and we simply haven't heard about that. Civilians and others concussed by the missiles that resulted from Donald Trump's assassination of Qasem Soleimani. There were known to be hundreds of people in the area, if not more. They weren't all service members, and we may never even know the full number as it applies here. My question to you is, do you think that the average Trumpist who believes the lies they are told by this administration ever gets like a shot of shame or a shot of humiliation or a tinge of embarrassment from realizing that they've been duped, that they've been had, that they've been bamboozled on everything, right? And now we're talking about brain injuries and Trump dismissing them as headaches, but it could be about the wall. It could be about taxes. It could be about trade. It could be about growth. It could be about whatever. Do they ever feel that tinge of something, or will they never get it? And there's something, I alluded to this earlier, and I think it bears repeating here. There's something in here that is similar between Trump's lies to the people who get tricked into following a cult leader who says, again, the world's ending on April 21st, or there will come a day where we all need to drink poisoned Kool-Aid, or whatever the case may be. And then the prophecy fails or the justification falls flat, but they still follow the dear leader because they either somehow rationalize it, or they've put, for some people, it's that they've put so much of their own identity in with whatever ideology, and the term ideology in some cases is not the right one, with whatever talking points have been presented to them associated with this leader, and they can never back out. And behavioral psychology might call it a cognitive dissonance of sorts. In the cult world, they might call it brainwashing. There are different words that would apply depending on how you see this, but increasingly the cult analysis, including, we had a guest on, Stephen Hassan, who has been studying this quite a bit. Increasingly, the cult analysis is the most appropriate one for talking about what it is that is going on with the average Trumpist. Tell me what you think. Is it more cultish? Is it more cognitive dissonance? Is it out of ignorance? Is it something else altogether? I want to hear from you, maybe via Twitter at @dpacman. Every once in a while, we do this where I tell you some of the strange things that happen behind the scenes here at the David Pakman Show. And one of the things that we sometimes do, it's half funny, but I hesitate to just call it funny because it's also kind of concerning and sad, is when people cancel subscriptions for what seem like odd reasons. And this is my opinion. Maybe these are not odd reasons to cancel a subscription. And sadly, as the show audience has grown dramatically over the last year, the sort of unusual reasons for canceling have also grown dramatically, and I want to give you a couple of examples today. Last week, as you might recall, I said Iowa can't keep going first in the Democratic primary. It just can't happen. And I laid out the first primary shouldn't be a caucus. The caucus system maybe should be abandoned altogether. Iowa demographically is not representative of the United States nor the Democratic Party. And yes, the fact that they so bungled things on Monday night, last Monday night, also is more of a reason for Iowa not to go first. And I gave this disclaimer, which a lot of people said, David, that's a dumb disclaimer. You don't need to do that. Where I said, hey, guys, I just want to be clear. I'm not attacking Iowans here. This is not a personal attack on individuals who live in Iowa. Iowans are great people. As far as I've met, a few dozen of them in my life. This is not about people from Iowa. It's a political analysis. And someone canceled because they said I was insulting people from Iowa in that segment. I got an email that said, quote, David, I'll probably not listen to your show again. I was a paying subscriber. I'm from Iowa. I saw your video about how undeserving Iowa is of going first with the caucuses. Insulting Iowa Democrats is disappointing. I've long heard about rural America feeling insulted by the Democratic Party, and I've ignored it. But the Democratic Party in this state has had a clear openness to progressive candidates, more so than a majority of the states in the country, I believe they meant. And you and your audience's willingness to belittle the Democrats in this state, despite our voting for Bernie and Obama, is frustrating. I'll just tune into the Young Turks and Sam Cedar from now on. Their takes were more measured. This is trouble, guys, that someone would watch that segment and someone who is at least apparently on our side believe that it was about insulting Iowans as individuals, either didn't understand the segment or something else is going on. And it is very, very sad. Another recent one is someone who doesn't like that I don't think Ford vehicles are that great. Even though I don't even remember the last time that this came up, I recently got an email that said, David, stop bad-mouthing Ford vehicles. It happened twice when I was a member. On your bonus shows, I will never subscribe if you badmouth Ford. Again, I truly appreciate this viewer support while I had it. But if I don't even remember what I said, but if merely saying I don't think Ford makes the best cars, which I don't, I mean, I that's certainly my opinion, and I don't remember exactly what I said. If that warrants canceling a subscription to a political show that you otherwise are in line with, we're in trouble. That's the reality. I don't know how you can watch any show if something this minor is a catalyst for abandoning that program. Just one more here. David, as soon as you said that Tulsi Gabbard had no chance on the Iowa live stream, I had to cancel my membership. She is the only candidate who will end forever wars, and I can't believe you are attacking her in this way. Now, this email is problematic in general. Like in an election with 10 candidates, some have no chance, and canceling because I point that out is not ideal. But the person is saying they canceled because on February 3rd, I said Tulsi has no chance during the Iowa caucus result live stream. She obviously had no chance at that point. She got 0 in the Iowa caucus. So this is really disturbing stuff. We deal with it. You know, mathematically, this is a small portion of the audience, but it does concern me because of what it suggests about the fickle nature of the movement. And fortunately, it applies to a tiny, tiny sliver of the audience. But this is not concern trolling. This is nothing other than that really does concern me, because when we think about, we need everybody on board to defeat Donald Trump, everybody, right? Really, because we need to so overwhelm the meddling and the voter suppression and all of this stuff, that when someone says I'm abandoning a show that I guess I used to agree with because they said something about Ford, or I misunderstood a story about Iowa as attacking Iowans, or I stated correctly that Tulsi had no chance of winning in Iowa on the day that she got 0 votes. If these are reasons to abandon a show, I am very worried about what will happen in terms of abandoning a movement that wants to remove Donald Trump as the top priority. It's sad and it's scary to me, quite frankly. We have a voicemail number. That number is 219-2-DAVID-P. I don't know if this voicemail is for real or not, but let's take a listen to it. It's about Bernie's 3 houses.
Hi, David. It's Colin from, Washington State. I had a question about Bernie Sanders. My dad, who listens to conservative radio all the time, he claims that Bernie raised a lot of money outside of selling his book, and he's got like 3 houses or something. Could you possibly make a video on that and clear that up?
So I don't know that I believe, 3 houses or something. I don't know that I believe this is a sincere voicemail, but let's see if we can disaggregate this. Bernie did not raise money by selling a book. Bernie wrote a book, and that's a commercial endeavor, and he made money from selling it, many hundreds of thousands of dollars, as would be expected from a politician of his stature and notoriety in society. Bernie raised money for his campaign from individuals, and Bernie does have 3 houses, and what matters is that Bernie wants health care for everybody. Bernie wants higher taxes on the very rich to pay for things that would benefit all of society, so on and so forth. Bernie's net worth of, I believe it was $1.1 million, is not at all outrageous for a guy who's nearly 80 years old and has made 6 figures for quite some time now as an elected official at the top level in the United States. And my instinct is that this is fake concern trolling. But if it's a serious question, no, you don't have to be worried about that. Go by the policies, and then you will very quickly see when you compare Bernie Sanders to Donald Trump or to Joe Biden, whose policies would be best for the greatest number of people. We've got a great bonus show for you today. We will talk about Donald Trump ramping up outreach to black voters after the State of the Union push. We will talk about some interesting new studies about the interplay between an individual's brain chemistry and whether or not antidepressants will work. And then lastly, it turns out that millennials are better at saving money in the philosophical sense, but still have less money. We'll talk about why that is. All of those stories and more on today's bonus show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
take up JRH7, which just hit our wall late last week, and this is a resolution that's really been a long time coming for some people, and it is not a simple little bill. It does not deal with a simple part of our history, and it is something that is well worth, I mean, certainly hearing this introduction, but also considering, just as a quick reminder, this committee, starting 10 years ago or so, really took hold of the process of recognition and of state recognition, because federal recognition was not open to our native populations. And so there was a real push and a real lot of work done over 2 years to come up with a program of state recognition that honored the tribes and the clans that were out in Vermont that would be considered, while also requiring them to do the hard work to show this government that they are who they say they are. Again, not a simple process for anyone involved, and 10 years later, four tribes have been recognized by the state, but the history goes back so much further, and in this case, to a darker part of our history. So that's why this bill stays in our committee, or this subject starts in our committee. And so we see JRH 7 and Representative Webb, who I've worked with for years. We came in at the same time, so a lot of these issues came up, not because Kate was, Representative Webb was in our committee, but because she had constituents who were directly impacted by the work we were doing. So if Kate, please just take us through, and then we'll have Attorney Chernick go through what this is as well.
Sure.
So I'm taking that off the screen because you said you didn't want to.
Well, yeah, I didn't go through the resolution. Well, for the record, I'm Representative Kate Webb from Shelburne, and I'm here to introduce JRH 7, a resolution apologizing to all Vermonters and their families who were harmed as a result of state-sanctioned, eugenically inspired sterilization. Yesterday, January 27th, 2020, marks the 75th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz. This occasion honors those who survived while remembering those who perished in the Holocaust. I mention this today because Vermont has its own dark history. Regardless of how difficult or painful it is to recognize these actions, regardless of the fact that we were not present and did not participate in this action so many years ago, our forebears did. Our institutions of higher learning did. Our legislature, of which we are members, did. It is the sins of the fathers delivered upon the next generation, and we are the next generation. We must honor the survivors of these actions and allow family stories to be told. Act 1, an act relating to ethnic studies, may well help to be that vehicle. A bill that we passed last year. For true healing to occur, we must acknowledge that this was what this was, and and the great suffering that it caused to Vermont citizens of the state, a state who was charged to protect them. Although the eugenics movement did not rise to the level of destruction that the Holocaust did, it laid the framework of elimination of people who were seen by some confused stereotypic standard to be undesirable in our state. The 1931 Sterilization Act was passed by this legislative body, or this legislature, perhaps not this exact body, destroyed many lives, along with the hopes and dreams that children bring. Without children to carry the Abenaki communities, in a sense, extinction continues to occur. This was ultimately the basis of the Indian Child Welfare Act, to protect their culture. The Abenaki people who spoke to developing this resolution did not seek to shame anybody, demand anything, or tear down Vermont institutions. Instead, they asked that we act upon this resolution because it is morally the right thing to do, and it promotes healing, and we must learn from history and never allow this history to be repeated. UVM realized that an apology for their part on the eugenics movement had to be issued in order to start the healing process. UVM decided to partner with Chief Don Stevens and the Abenaki community to uplift everyone looking toward the future. Many of us participated in the June 21st event. You and I did, Representative Stevens, for example, to hear President Tom Sullivan and the UVM board members who stated things such as, "I believe it is appropriate to state unequivocally that the eugenics survey of Vermont, supported by UVM on its campus, contributed to the stereotyping, prosecution, and in some cases, state-sponsored sterilization of members of certain groups sanctioned by law in the state of Vermont in 1931. The destructive impacts of eugenics have been, through generations, a deeply painful experience. So let us move forward together as an educational community to ensure that such a grave injustice never be repeated by providing relevant, accessible, educational initiatives going forward. We have the opportunity to better come to terms with the past and learn from these tragic lessons. So UVM sort of, for those of us that participated in the recognition 10 years ago, this is the next step. This is our next level. And let us here with this resolution follow UVM's lead and adopt a resolution to apologize for the role that we, the legislature, played. We must admit when we make mistakes and take steps to always do better. I challenge the Vermont House of Representatives to follow UVM's lead and address the resolution to apologize for the role that we, the Vermont legislature, played. And it comes to you almost in the form of a bill because of the challenges that broke down years ago when I believe it was Representative Donahue brought this forward, and people could just not come to consensus. So we're going for another try. And thank you for the ability to present this.
Thank you for your introduction. Any questions for Representative Webb before we send her back to untangle the education part? Representative Webb.
Thank you for this, and I am a co-signer of this. But I'm also want to acknowledge the horror of the other groups as well that were targeted here: the mixed race, French Canadian heritage, the poor, and people with disabilities. So it's it annihilated our Abenaki tribes, but it also completely destroyed the lives of all of these other people that are in here as well. I mean, it is something that so there's a lot of apology here, and I appreciate that we're trying to move this forward, and I'm with you on this.
And again, this was an identified group, not because of their behavior, not because of anything. It was because they're an identified group based on being Abenaki.
I believe they were referred to in the eugenics study as even more derogatorily as basket weavers. At times, that's just. I mean, we will. When we follow up on this, we will get a history of that movement. We will just get an idea of what the eugenics movement was, which at the time was considered cutting edge.
When I was in high school, I had an AFS student from Germany living with us. And this was in 1968-69. Of course, I was only 2 when I was in high school, of course, in 60. That was, a little more than 20 years after World War II, and they knew nothing. She knew nothing about what had happened in the Holocaust, and she said it was painful having everybody asking her about that, and she had nothing to say. I look at how far Germany has come in recognizing, and it's in the forefront now. Of their conversations, and it's time for us.
Thank you. Michael?
Sure.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Chernick. I'm on the staff of the Legislative Council. I'm the attorney that drafted this resolution and also the earlier iterations of it back in 2009, 2010. The resolution is titled Joint Resolution Apologizing and Expressing Sincere Condolences to all Vermonters and their families who were harmed as a result of state-sanctioned and eugenically inspired sterilization. And it reads, in 1925, UVM zoology professor Henry F. Perkins established the dubious Eugenics Survey of Vermont to measure defective behavior, depravity, and immorality, and it targeted members of Abenaki bands, Vermonters of mixed racial or French-Canadian heritage, the poor, and persons with disabilities. And whereas the General Assembly adopted 1931 Acts and Resolves number 174, that's the bill that Representative Webb was referring to, an act for human betterment by voluntary sterilization to prevent the procreation of individuals belonging predominantly to these groups, and whereas this eugenically inspired legislation resulted in the sterilization of Vermonters, often without their fully informed voluntary consent, and whereas the devastating impact on the lives of the sterilized individuals and their families was irreversible, and whereas on June 21, 2019, the University of Vermont issued a formal statement of sincere apology for its unethical and regrettable eugenics role, and the General Assembly, on behalf of the state of Vermont, should issue a similar apology. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate and House of Representatives that the General Assembly apologizes and expresses its sincere sorrow to all Vermonters and their families who were harmed as a result of state-sanctioned and eugenically inspired sterilization. End of resolution. And that is it.
Questions for Michael? So Michael, again, I'm sorry,
Is this passed the Senate already?
This resolution is new this biennium. There was a resolution in the 9-10 biennium, and again in the 11-12 biennium that never left the House, never made it to the floor. Okay. There were lots of discussions that went on at the time, as Representative Webb alluded to, and it died in committee. Okay. But this is the first reading that I have done of this resolution in any committee, in either chamber. It's a House resolution. And just as a matter of fact, a policy resolution can only have sponsorship from one chamber.
Okay, thanks.
And so just to be clear, though, I mean, and this is clear, I think, through your language, that I believe that Representative Donahue was...
she was a sponsor back in 9 through 11, yes.
And her primary focus was for the depraved, however people were defective. I think there was a focus on mental health, but did not ignore
certainly else. References to Abenaki communities were in the prior versions of in all the versions going all the way back to 9. There was always some reference to.
But this is holistic. This is apologizing. For the program.
This version, the way I drafted it, apologizes to any and every group. It certainly highlights the impact on the Abenaki communities, on the French-Canadian community, on mixed race communities, and on individuals who had various disabilities, be they physical or mental. But it's meant to be an apology to everyone who was impacted.
I don't really have more to add at this time.
If you need me for further drafting at any point along the way, you know how to reach me.
Yes.
Okay, Michael.
Sure.
Still on the record committee, any thoughts amongst ourselves right now? That was a pretty powerful introduction.
Yeah.
It really was. I think, is this something, I mean, we'll discuss this further, but I mean, I'm inclined to want to do more research to make sure that this is the right thing to do or say. to go a little bit beyond my heart and to get more background on what we're talking about, because I think for a lot of people it may not be the knowledge of what this was is a dark period of our life, of our state's history. But if this is something that we want to take up, then we can do the work on it and make sure it's not as broad, to borrow your concerns earlier, to make sure that it's as specific as we need it to be in order to feel like it's the right words to express our regrets.
I totally support that.
I totally support it too, and I'd like to know more about the scope of it, and if there were other groups not named in the resolution who perhaps affected, I'd like to know the history of it better.
There is a history book called Reading Better Vermonters that was written probably 15 years ago now. We can find we can access that information, and that gives, and then there is this, and I don't ever want to use in the case of this to create balance. There's it's easy to say, but to be fair, in 1927 this might have been, and it's like it was a dubious process even before it was accepted here. And so learning about what that means and what it did to unsuspecting people without their consent over a long period of time. I mean, I think that there were still some laws, kind of like what we find in some of the laws or some of the sections. There's DNA of this program in our statutes until the 70s. And so, while the program may have ended, there were pieces statutorily that were still in our work, in our statute. And it's just crazy to think that, but that's kind of what we're doing with. John?
UVM renamed their library. They took Dr. Perkins' name off the library.
Bailey or Howe, one of the two.
I'm sorry?
Bailey or Howe.
Okay.
I don't know which one.
As part of this, so I think I don't feel like we need to do more research myself, but if the committee does, I think we should invite someone in from UVM who's kind of went through this process of what they did. The devastation to all these communities, and I would just say from the disability perspective, this is profound, that people are sterilized against their will or without any kind of consent with all of the people. So I love that this is what the law stated, and it devastated all of these communities, and that we are apologizing to all of them. And I would say it says to all Vermonters that's been impacted by this, because if a family had a disabled child, that child was sterilized. And so it impacts. So it's. I think this is well thought out. I think this is overdue, and I don't think we need to spend too much more time. Kind of revealing the inhumanity of this myself, but.
And I hear that, and I hear that mostly with my heart. But that sense of making sure that when we present this on the floor to the public and to the world, that we have a clear understanding. I mean, this committee in particular will be given a privilege to look at the effects of this in a way that just makes it, I think, a little bit deeper. A deeper understanding is always what we'll seek, and this is an opportunity to do that. I'm not saying that we're going to take months or even weeks. We'll take the time that we need in order to hear what we need to hear, and be prepared to present this on the floor and make sure that when we talk about this, we're talking about this as the right thing to do. Yeah.
I think one of the benefits of hearing testimony on this is that we can hear from folks whose families have been affected by this program, and by this, by what we've done as a state. And there's not that many opportunities for folks to express the violence that has been done to past generations. And so that's one of the things that I value about taking a testimony about this state signature program.
I'd like to add to that because what you just said reminded me, we had the testimony we had in open burn pits and how gut-wrenching that was. And then just last week, the testimony on fire blocking, and the firemen had lost 2 children in a fire. And to put that human face on it, I think that's really important. That adds so much depth to what we're trying to do.
When Tropical Storm Irene closed the state hospital, it did something that men and women couldn't do, which was to close that place down and to walk through. I don't know if who's been able to see it, who was able to see it. Most of the remnants of what was there is gone now, but the tunnels that were in that building that went from Randall Street all the way out to the back end of the Winooski River, where someone could be transported underground, could be chained against the wall, could be asked, just the place was, and no matter when it was new, the place was a very distinct chamber for a lot of people of horrors. And again, as much good work was done there and many different pieces of mental health care, there was still the state hospital for the insane, and this still happened there. I was not the only one who was not only happy that it was closed, but also disappointed that it took an act of God, if you will, to close it, because it was something that we couldn't do. And this is another piece of the larger puzzle of coming to terms with things that the body that we work with and work for approved of. And I'm sure. Well, enough said. I think it's really, again, with my heart, I could vote this out today. And but I'm not. We're gonna take a closer look at it and learn what we need to learn on this issue.
So I think part of the learning of that should be who proposed, or the creator of the eugenics movement, who that was, what the purpose was, who was targeted, and how it obviously affected Vermont.
Well, again, yes. And the history called Breeding Better Vermonters certainly gives a pretty broad view of and study of that, but we'll start looking. All right, with that, thank you everyone who came to hear the introduction. With that, I think we'll go off the record.
Good evening. I'd like to call to order the Guilford Select Board meeting of February 10th. Welcome. I'd like to recognize the public, and I see in our public our distinguished former chair. Welcome, and thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Richard.
The rules of procedure you will find on the desk in front of you, and those rules govern how the public and the select board interact in conversation. Are there any additions to the agenda? I have one, at least, which is to re-review the proposed fiscal year budget. And I think Peter and I discussed this earlier, and I understand that that's a legal motion.
No, you do not need a motion for it. As chair, as long as it occurs before any other actions on the agenda, you can add anything you want.
Okay, so we're going to add that if the select board is in agreement with that.
Yes.
Okay. Another item that's come up, and I don't know whether this is for the select board as a whole to discuss, but it is our Guilford's participation in the broadband meeting that is in conflict with the pre-town meeting that's coming out.
Thursday.
And
do you want to put that on the agenda?
Pardon me?
Do you want to put that on the agenda?
I think so. If the select board agrees that that should be on the agenda.
Sure.
Do we, select board?
Sure.
And anyone else want to put their oar in?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Gordon, you too?
I'm okay with it, absolutely.
Yeah, we're all okay with it. I'm sorry.
Okay. And there was another item that seemed to be outstanding to me, which is the talking points for the select board in regard to the town meeting, which we haven't been brought together, or we haven't come together to discuss. And I don't know whether this is the time to do it or not. But we really need to go over those.
Discuss what?
And we need to assign.
Who's going to do what for the town meeting?
Oh.
In
Are
terms
you
of the
talking
articles?
about town meeting or pre-town meeting?
Technically both.
Both.
No, I'm
Okay.
talking about both, actually, the talking points for both occasions.
Should we do that in a meeting? Yeah. So why don't we do that too, Richard? Good idea.
Okay.
I mean,
So,
as long as-
Richard, so I don't have those printed out for folks because I was waiting your feedback on those items. And I hadn't received it, and so no one else was prepared to give their 2 cents worth on those topics.
Well, I saw him in the.
Everybody received them, huh?
Yes, I saw him in the folder.
That impression.
You guys
Did you all
did
get
so.
them?
I'm trying to find it.
Did he share the talking points with you?
I haven't seen them.
No, I saw them.
Okay, so then we're going to have to.
Well, the talking points. Maybe I'm not being clear. I saw the articles.
Yeah, there's the articles, and so what I did
but
is.
that's not what we're talking about.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Then I have not seen
So
whatever you're talking
every
about.
year, what I do is I put together just a few brief talking points about each article, and then because Richard had asked me to share them with him so he could review them prior to sharing them with the rest of the select board.
Yeah, I didn't see those.
Right, I did, and I was under the impression that you had put them up in the folder.
Not.
It's an email, let's see.
Not until you said you wanted to review them before I did. I shared them with them, and so anyhow.
So are they in
Okay,
our
so
folder?
is there going to be an occasion that we can find to discuss those talking points? And certainly I will look at them this evening and send them out to you.
Well, I mean, considering that Sheila has her hand up, by the way, I would like to make a comment.
Hi, Sheila. Yes, I'm recognizing you.
I think in the past, it used to be that Peter would prepare them, we would read them, and there wasn't much discussion about the talking points. And I think particularly this year, unless you make some decisions tonight, there's not going to be much that you need to hash out about the different talking points. It's just who's going to present which article, and a little bit to say about each article. So it's not like rocket science about.
So we could do that via email.
I will send out an email to the select board and with some instructions and basically seeking your comments, and also seeking which one of you would like to talk about that particular article at the town meeting.
Yeah, so they are shared with all of you. They're actually in a separate folder. They're not in a select board meeting folder, but they're in the 2020 town meeting folder.
Oh, and how do we access that?
That would be in the shared with me via Google Drive.
Okay.
But basically, just like Sheila and I did in the past, is there's a couple of brief notes for each article, talking about, just a little information for it, and then one select board member would take one article and just read out the article and then talk about those few points, and then the next article, and then if any residents had any questions at pre-town meeting, we'd answer those questions and then move on to the next article.
Right.
So it's just, I think what Richard's getting at is which select board member is going to take which article.
Right. So I'll send out an email concerning this and ask for your input, and
Right.
we'll get it settled. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So in regard to these additions, why don't we begin with the agenda as it was written, and then add these to it?
Sounds good.
So okay.
So I'll move to we accept the minutes.
Do I have a second?
I will.
Okay. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you very much.
Please sign this.
Is there a report from the highway department?
I spoke to Danny very briefly this morning. He stopped in for about 2 minutes to drop off the timesheets, and they have been plowing and sanding and salting and fixing equipment.
And that's it?
It is it. That's all he said.
There's been a lot of
Thank you
weather.
very much. Now on to old business, the town administrator's job description. Everybody's had a chance to read that.
Yes.
And what are your responses?
Well, I was wondering how much time the revisions to your job description would free up. The tasks that you peeled off for the administrative assistant, how much of your time would that free up?
We were looking at it in the time frame of 5 to 10 hours a week. Obviously, it would vary. Some weeks would maybe have 1 hour, and other weeks would have 10 or 9 or 11, or depending on what the tasks were in the time of year. So, I think it will be difficult to specify really clearly, but same thing with the work that I do. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
But you're comfortable with this document, one, in relationship to your role and responsibilities and that of the administrative assistant?
I do, and I think that it reflects some things that Sheila and I talked about for quite a while that would have been good to shift off to someone else. And so I think that it does, enable me to be able to have time to do these other things that I've been given responsibility for. I feel comfortable with it. I think that it looks good.
Other than a few clerical changes, I didn't see much content change. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, okay. Yes. There were a few grammatical things. There were a couple of minor things that Veranda had suggested be clarified slightly and added to the admin assistant description.
Okay, yeah.
But they fell into sort of preparation for Peter's oversight.
Well, there is the addition of the emergency management duties, and I mean that's the large change in this position description.
Yeah, and I just wanted
Taylor,
to be.
Do you want to say something?
Maybe after Gordon.
I just wanted to be clear on. Okay, I see the list. You're thinking it's going to take between 5 and 8 hours a month. Is that on average
for the
emergency? Yeah, the
yes,
EOC.
Yes. You know, there might be something where it, takes a couple more hours than that. There might be another week that takes
less.
Another month that takes 1 hour. It really depends. Although I think in the next 3 to 5 months, there'll be a few more hours than usual just because of the hazard mitigation plan being rewritten and all the work that has to go in with that.
Okay.
But Sheila?
Yeah. Maybe for this I can bring my chair up.
Come up to the table.
So, I'm sorry, I just got these 2 documents a little while ago. And I understand that it was said that I approved the former iteration of Peter's job description. But I think what I said was I've made my input. So I didn't know if that was what was said actually, because I looked online and I didn't see the BCTV video of last meeting.
No, we didn't. Well, we had a conversation. Sheila and I had a conversation post that. What I basically said was I asked the question after this had been laid out as far as the EOC and in general, was Sheila comfortable with this role and responsibility? Because I hadn't seen it. At least that's what my recollection is that I asked.
So I wasn't able to track that conversation because there's no video of the last meeting. But and this is the first time I've seen the administrative assistant job description.
Which I shared.
But to follow up on what you just said, this administrative assistant will take 5 to 8 hours per week away from Peter's responsibility. And in the town administrator position, you're talking about 8 to 10 hours a month of EOC time.
But there's also other responsibilities that have been added to my job description over time.
I think codified is, as opposed to being added. I think you've done a lot of the things that are now, that your job description is more up to date than it has been. And so you've sort of codified the additions that you've been actually taking care of incredibly well over the last couple of years. So there's one question that I don't know if this is something that the select board has discussed or not, and I don't presume to have an opinion on it. I just note that there is that change. In the administrative assistant position, it doesn't say to whom this person reports at all. It does say that something directed by the select board, but it's hard to tell.
So I can clarify, it does not currently state that. Nope, that is true. That is something that the select board has to decide upon. And part of the reason being is because my role within Guilford is as town administrator, by state statute, I cannot legally supervise employees. The only way that would happen is if my position were changed to town manager. Mm-hmm. And that would then have to go before the whole town and the whole process of that.
Yeah,
however, I think we just need to.
We had that discussion.
We did.
Yeah.
And so we just have to add that.
Well, it does say right here.
The administrative assistant would report to, and it was to the select board to decide it.
At one point it says to the select board. I just wonder if Peter is supposed to do things as directed by the select board, and it could be that the select board would direct him to offload these specific tasks to somebody and supervise the results, as opposed to manage that person's
That's the way we
time.
discussed it.
So okay, so that's great.
So we need to put
Clarify
that specific language
I think that's
in here,
Yes.
don't we agree?
Yep.
Yeah, that's smart.
Yep.
Because there is a distinction to be made.
Definitely.
And you want it to be clear. No, that's a very good observation, Sheila.
And then just having seen tonight for the first time the emergency management responsibilities.
I had shared those with you, I thought, in previous
I can't
iterations.
find my correspondence, Peter. It's kind of disappeared.
Okay, no problem.
So I'm sorry. I think it's the first time. I think so. The local emergency management plan we do every year. That's an annual job. Local hazard mitigation plan. Are there? You have an LEOP. Is the LEMP?
They're both.
And then there's the LEH in the
Yes,
hazard
so there's all
mitigation-
three.
There's 3 plans.
There's 3 plans. There's the local emergency operations plan, the
local emergency management plan,
and then the local hazard
mitigation
mitigation plan. That's correct.
Which isn't reflected. Oh, I see.
No, it is.
It's down
Okay,
there.
sorry. So I just thought it might be useful to say when these are required, like 1, 2 are annual, and the
The other one is going
every
to be
5
now.
years.
No, it's going to be
8 years?
8 years now.
So that's good, because.
Which one's 8 years?
The hazard mitigation plan,
mitigation.
starting this year, it will now
You
be.
have to do it, and then it will be 8
Correct.
years.
It will be 8 years before it happens again. So I can add that in.
The other 2 are annually?
That's correct. They're due by the end of May every year.
And so do you think it would be useful to just add the word annual before local emergency operation plan and local emergency management plan? I mean, that's just a question, for clarity.
No, I think it makes
Well, I
sense.
think
That's very
there's
specific.
still some editing things, like C.
So
Also,
Peter's edit, as we're talking, and so if it's annual to maintain those plans, we should say annually.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Oh, okay, I have no problem with that.
So for C and D, I just added the word annually at the beginning of each bullet point.
Okay.
Perfect.
Fine.
you might also correct and C, manage and maintain.
But Sheila, does that respond to your concerns about the time that we're talking about?
The time is for you all to decide, and for Peter, I know the hazard mitigation plan is a lengthy process, but it's once every 8 years.
Right.
The rest of it is kind of boilerplate, or has been. I think we did the hard work last year, so I think it's supposed to be pretty boilerplate now. I would the only other little thing is, I think you refer to the EOC until F, and then you say the Emergency Operations Center. And I would change that, and I would also sort of give an idea of what it means to coordinate the EOC. Because usually that's just in time of emergencies. You have to know where your equipment is, you have to know who your volunteers are, you have to be able to communicate with them, and you have to have a method of getting people here. And that's about it. So you might want to say something like that.
Okay, I'm putting a note in to clarify further.
But otherwise, it's, I mean, just as, literally as a quick review tonight without having gone through my other notes from when I was helping do this, I think it looks pretty good. There's a couple
Appreciate that
edits
input.
that I would make.
That's fine.
Okay, well, thank you for your input, Sheila, on that. And so what we'll do with this now is to, once again, send this to the select board, and we should all sign off on it. I don't believe that this needs a motion to approve, or does it?
In the previous iteration, There was a select board motion to approve the job description. I know that because I looked back at the minutes after Katie gave her last resignation. I know that Sheila worked with her to redraft this prior to my hiring, and then the select board made a motion to approve it. You didn't sign it or anything like that?
Okay, so let's put an action step on for next meeting to bring this to a close by either approving or not approving it.
Okay.
How's that?
Richard, would you like me to share the final documents with Sheila as well?
Sure.
It's up to you.
Yep.
And the only other thing I'll add.
See them, Sheila?
Would you like to see the final version?
I think I've
You're-
done.
Okay.
I think I've
Then I'll just
done what
share
I
with-
said I would do. Thank you.
Okay.
The only other thing I just wanted to say is I think this document, both these documents need to be fluid, because I think as this starts to separate, I think this is a good start, but I think, you know, as you kind of walk through both of these, particularly with the administrative piece, you might find, you know, this might work there too, or this, you know, and other things, if you're getting, you know, buried. Or vice versa, you know, so just something for the select board to keep in mind, because I won't be here to do that.
Right, it should remain fluid, and particularly in the first year that we're
Exactly.
you know, practicing in this way.
So, would there be a point in saying, I don't have the wording right now, but about having a one-year review of these job descriptions?
It should be part of your performance review.
Oh,
Every
okay.
year, every single year, you should do the job review and the performance
Okay,
review.
we all
You
set
should
on
look
that?
at the job description.
Okay, good.
All right, now we're going to move to discussion update of childcare and town meeting. I know that Peter has some information and Miranda has some information.
Yes, so one of the things that I was tasked with was to contact VLCT regarding select board liability for having childcare at town meeting day. Very briefly, my initial thought was that this would be a question for the VLCT attorneys, so I contacted them. And they said, nope, this isn't for us, this is for Passive, your insurance. So they transferred the call over to Passive. They couldn't immediately answer the question, and so they said they would email me with a response, and less than half an hour later, I got a very short and sweet response. And they strongly encourage the select board to not have any officially sponsored childcare, because the risk and liability for this is far too high. And this is advice they give to every town across the state. Whether the select board in that town or this town takes that advice is up to the select board. We can have community-sponsored childcare at the meeting. That's a totally different topic. But they feel that the risk is far too high for the town for something bad to happen. Because if it's officially sponsored by the town and something bad does happen, the first responsible party will be the town.
Yeah. So we had discussed that and thought about that at our last meeting. And that was our sort of beginning of thinking about a community committee that would take the responsibility of volunteers doing childcare at town meeting and other necessary chores and tasks at town meeting. And I know that Bratt has some information about that and the progress we're making on that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get online so I can access the information. Okay, so Laura Lawson Tucker and Tasha Tillman have been working on locating qualified people to do childcare. John Gagnon has enthusiastically endorsed the use of the school for that. What Tasha and Laura say is that they would like to allocate $100 to pay 2 child care workers for, I believe, 3 hours plus 3 hours of contact with the children, plus, you know, helping to set up and clean up. And if the select board doesn't have a formal relationship with this project, I'm not exactly sure how we could allocate those funds, but I do believe that that it's the responsibility of our town to provide free childcare to people who come to town meeting, to send a message that reinforces the way that we feel about access to all residents. So there's more detail that they've brought to us about how they want to organize it, but really those are ringers and we don't need to interfere with what they're doing.
I agree.
My question is, if the town provides a
funding,
a budget for this, is the town responsible for the child care and the liability of the town? I don't know the answer.
Well, I'd like to suggest that the town take the risk to do it. I mean, I just feel as if on one hand we have passive saying that this is a dangerous thing. On the other hand, we have our values, which to me require that we provide access to all of our residents to participate in public discourse. And I have more to say about it, but that summarizes my point of view.
Does it seem possible that, I mean, I don't know where the lines are drawn, but it seems possible to me that the town, the select board and the town could be engaged in subcontracting a group of people to take care of these responsibilities. It's not our job to decide exactly what these responsibilities are or to fund a specific portion of this, but to just say, here, we need these tasks taken care of. One of those happens to be childcare. Are we then saying it's town-supported childcare? I think we're not saying that.
I wondered whether there was money in the budget having to do with voting, whether there was some kind of budget for running elections. You know, certainly having people have childcare when the bulk of deliberation for town meeting was going on seemed to fall generally under an umbrella of voting. But I couldn't find whether there was a budget for running elections.
I think there is. There's a line item for that.
I know that.
To some degree, it's mostly for checks.
It covers buying pizza for the people who count votes.
Right.
Yeah, well, there you go.
I mean, I would think that we'd be able to offer up $100 out of some fund to be used as however. I mean, that's not signing on to what's going on.
Do you want me to contact Passive again to ask for clarification?
I would be comfortable for you not to contact them.
I love the spirit of your conversation, Miranda, and I'm wholeheartedly in favor of it. My only issue is my job here is to support the town's interest overall as a select person, and I struggle with, you know, if we can't do it, then we can't do it from an insurance standpoint. But
well, I guess our alternative is that we could have a telethon, and the select board who wanted to could just start throwing money on the table for childcare.
I was just going to suggest that. I can.
I wasn't being serious, Richard.
Oh, well, I am. I mean, I think that we could find folks in town to come up with $100.
I
I
think
do
that
too.
the select board needs to show its support.
Well, so I'll go back, and I think that if we can find other issues that are related to running the town meeting, that there's an array of things that are required. I think the further we can remove ourselves from actually managing and taking care of childcare, the less we are at risk and responsible in that way. So, and yet we can say this is an open meeting, and here are some of the things we provide. You know?
So-
Isn't there also free lunch?
No.
No, you
You have to
pay.
pay for lunch.
You have to pay for
Everybody
lunch.
does.
Okay.
Under the BCA, we have election support.
Oh, from the Board of Civil Authority.
Yeah, so perhaps the Board of Civil Authority could.
So you'll have to talk with Penny about that, because that technically falls under the town clerk. Part of the town clerk responsibilities.
Well, that may be where the child care should be coming from.
How are we able to sponsor a lunch and
We
not, what's that? We
People-
don't?
We ask,
I mean,
Mark
Peter
to make it.
organizes it,
Yeah, but
right?
we don't.
But we don't, the town doesn't pay for it. Whoever goes to lunch pays
Seems
for
like
it
a similar
yourself.
situation.
I just make sure that they show up and they have lunch for sale, but the town doesn't pay for lunch. I would just,
Sheila, did you have something to say?
Since I'm here, sorry. I think that what I'm hearing from Peter is passive says it could be a risk. You make up your mind whether or not it's a risk worth taking. What I hear Veranda saying is the benefits are far greater.
Then
The likelihood of there being a benefit to this is far greater than the potential for a risk. And I would say take $100 out of your BCA account and do it.
Well, I mean, John Gagnon, whose site, I mean, it's our school, but he is responsible for safety in that school, and he enthusiastically, 2 thumbs up,
I think it's
endorsed
great.
the family members who
I'm
came
not-
to him and said, this is what we want to do.
There's no question, it seems to me.
I mean, it's the right thing to do, for sure, for all the right reasons.
Well, let's, why don't we take a vote? Does the...
Well, do we have to talk to Penny about it or not?
Well,
Does someone want to make a motion to take $100 from the civil board, the Board of Civil Authority?
Is that her
for
bucket or
elections,
ours?
when the buck stops, it stops with the
To
select
pay
board.
for childcare?
That's ours.
Okay, I move that we allocate $100 from the budget of the Board of Civil Authority to provide childcare for all of Guilford's residents.
I'll second that.
Do I have a second?
yes.
Michael, did you
Yes,
second that?
I second it.
Okay. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Now on to a re-review of the proposed budget. And Gordon, I believe you wanted to speak to this?
Well, the key point I really wanted to speak to, yes, was the fund, the capital fund. I missed, I believe, the budget meeting that was held on that because I was in Kansas City. And
Kansas?
Kansas City, Missouri.
Just checking.
A note of
There's only
levity.
one
No,
Kansas
there are
City
two.
where I'm concerned, because
Oh,
everyone I say I'm in Kansas City, everyone thinks I'm in Kansas,
Right.
when I'm really in Missouri, but Dorothy wasn't with me.
Yeah.
So, anyway, my question, it was brought to my attention through Sheila, that there was discussion at that meeting discussing whether or not we have to fully fund the capital fund as we have in years past, at the tune of, I want to say, $225,000, which we have, Guilford has done an outstanding job funding this fund and supporting it since its inception, which was in
I can give a little history if you want.
Yeah, that would be helpful, Sheila, thank you.
So,
Because you know better than I do.
I think we started it in 2014.
That sounds about right.
The idea was that rather than going into debt to maintain the town assets and improve them, we would set aside a certain amount of money every year. And we started from zero, and we are now at almost 500,000, or we were, we're at 500,000, 490,000. And the express purpose of that fund was to just maintain our capital assets and improve them. And then in 2017-18, Richard, you and Gabby worked on the capital needs assessment, and I went back to that document today and discovered that the entire budget for all of the proposed improvements that the select board approved in 2018 was about $402,000. And when you look at inflation, and it gets to $500,000. Now we have already, this town has already improved, taken the major chunk of asset improvement and maintenance through this town office. Everything else is relatively minor compared to that. Yet this town has continued to fund this capital needs, this capital program fund, I think wisely, because now there is no debt. However, I think can I just put that aside?
Yes.
And say we're in a good shape.
Yeah.
I know there is an argument that once you put something into the budget, it's easier to let it stay than it is to take it out and put it back in. The argument that I was proposing at the budget workshop was that we don't need to fund this capital project fund to the amount of $225,000 annually, particularly when we have completed the major investment that we need to make. I know there's the town garage, which I think you were going to be working on. And I know that there's the other, the museum and some other things. The town garage is a major one, but with $490,000
the library,
and with $490,000, you exceed what you thought you were going to need in 2036 already. We also have a healthy reserve fund in general, and it is 15% of this year's budget. Which is close, it's more than 5 and less than the 20% prescribed.
But it's healthy.
But it's healthy. Last year we put $147,000 from our unspent budget in fiscal year 2020 into the reserve fund, 19 into the reserve fund. It is possible that we're going to have that same budget amount in the same overage or a similar, or at least an overage for fiscal year 2020 to go into the reserve fund. So my proposal in the budget committee was that we would reduce the amount of transfer to the capital project fund at a time when we don't know what the schools need, and we do know that the town itself is in really good financial health. And that I think this town has come forward in the past with everything that is needed for the fire department, for the library, for the buildings, for funding the bridges. I think that we do a great job, but I proposed, I think at the time, a $50,000 reduction, and after looking at it really closely again, I think you could reduce it by $100,000. But that is.
What did you say? What was the last thing you said?
Originally I had suggested to the select board that you reduce the transfer to the capital budget by 50,000. But I looked at it today, and I think you could reduce it by 100,000 and still get to all of the goals that we have laid out in the rolling 10-year capital improvement plan.
May I make a couple of clarifications? First thing is the rolling capital plan is a 5-year capital plan.
But it rolls every 6 year. It's
Sure. And then the other thing is the 5-year total, estimated total for that plan as of FY19 was $385 short of $4 million, which does include $1 million for a bridge, which we had assessed last summer, and we're told that it has a 15 to 20 year additional lifespan, so we can remove that $1 million out of there, but that's still a $3 million total for the 5-year rolling plan as it was written and has been updated since.
so that's not on the town website. I'm looking at the Town of Guilford spreadsheets that are in the capital plan
On the
section on the website. And that's,
Could we be missing in Sheila's numbers the town, the other funds that we put in for the highway department or bridge fund?
There's bridge fund, yeah, for 300,000.
Which document are you referring to?
The reason that Sheila's not tracking everything, could that be the disparity between?
all I'm tracking is the capital improvement plan.
Right. Okay.
And the capital improvement plan doesn't take into account, for example, the bridge fund. That is one thing it does not take into account.
But that's
Capital projects list. Am I looking at the correct document?
I'm not sure where the capital.
Sheila, can I ask you, what in regard to your premise, what benefit to the town of Guilford does not transferring $100,000 produce?
you reduce the taxes that you need to raise to 900 and something thousand, as opposed to 1,027,000, I think it is.
That's for the highway department.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
But it reduces our tax, call,
The tax-
basically, that what we're asking our taxpayers
We're
to pay.
raising taxes by $225,000 of the taxes that we raise annually goes into a reserve fund. I'm saying that reserve fund is generously funded. Peter mentioned the bridges. We have, every year we put $60,000 into the bridge fund. I am not suggesting that you reduce that. So you've got $600,000 more dollars over the next 10 years, and that gets you to $1 million. Or, assuming there's interest here someplace. So your bridge fund is taken care of, your capital needs are taken care of. We're putting aside money for 25 years for the Green River Covered Bridge. I think we don't need to raise taxes to save money at this time when we are in a really good financial position, having done so for 5 years.
But Sheila, can we just clarify, you don't mean raise taxes, you're saying to raise a certain amount of money in taxes to pay for the budget, not increasing the amount of taxes. Is that correct?
I'm saying we don't need to raise those funds. We don't need to tax the town by the total amount of the transfer amount. That, if you reduce that, you reduce the amount of taxes owed by the town residents.
Right.
So it's not increasing the taxes by 100,000, it's decreasing them
Well,
by
I just
100,000.
I wanted to clarify what you meant by raising the taxes. You didn't mean like a tax.
Well, annually, we tax residents $225,000 plus $60,000 plus $12,500 for the bridges, the Green River Covered Bridge, and the capital fund. That's taxes that we raise every single year, that the select board raises every single year. I'm suggesting that you don't need to include that amount in the budget for this fiscal year and perhaps for a couple of more fiscal years.
Because we're in such a healthy, positive position.
I'm also suggesting that the town will step up again if necessary, particularly if we don't ask when we don't need it.
Well, that sounds like a very you know, that squares with what I understand about the way the town has stepped up. I guess one of the questions that I have is is about the town garage and how, you know, maybe Michael knows a little bit more about this, about what is the prudent approach to having the town garage that the town needs now and will need. You know, the current town garage, as I understand it, was built to be, to not impose too great a financial burden on the town. There was a lot of volunteer labor, is what I understand, and I support all of that. I think it's great that in Guilford we can do that. On the other hand, I think about, one, the kinds of weather we're having and whether that's going to be an increased burden on the town equipment as well as the town road crew. You know, I just don't know what we're looking at in terms of the future town garage. And that's the only thing standing between me and saying, I really appreciate your idea and am ready to go with it.
I'm glad you brought that up, because that's the forefront of my mind as well. It seems like there's a sort of significant cost, you know, not too far down the road.
But
it's been
you have
projected.
$500,000.
Right.
I'm not sure that's necessarily.
I don't think that's going to cover the replacement of the garage.
Yeah, that
we have
sounds
to
like a
remember
fraction
too,
of-
that just to add
Is that
on
what
to
we're talking about, replacing the garage?
Because
is that what the capital, that's not what came back.
It's not in the
document.
capital.
It's not in the
not
capital.
currently in the capital program. I think it's something that needs to be discussed by the select board and needs to be considered, because the garage as it is doesn't meet the needs of the town road crew. Remember, to add to Veranda's point, when that garage was built, we had a third of the amount of equipment that we currently have. So that means we have equipment that sits out in weather year-round, which is not good for the equipment. They don't have space to work on all of the equipment.
How do we move that conversation forward?
That's up to the select board.
You mean to the idea of replacing the garage?
Or I mean, or an
Expanding it.
addition.
Expanding
I
addition.
I
There's a whole
suspect
bunch
I think
of
you start
options.
with Danny and get a good understanding of
Well,
what
let's
he wants.
put that on an agenda for another time.
How about the next meeting? Can I propose that now?
It's up to the chair. I mean, the chair sets the, so that's the last select board meeting prior to town meeting. At the moment, there's not a lot on the agenda, but it's up to Richard.
Were you asking if it could be on the next agenda?
That's
Yeah,
what
yes.
Michael was asking.
Yes, I don't see why not.
Okay. I will.
Go ahead.
I was just going to. All I was going to say is I'll put an action item that I will speak with Danny about the topic and make sure that he's at the next meeting.
Right.
So to that point, I mean, I'm kind of
We
with.
really need a presentation from Dan about what the needs of a garage are.
So I'm feeling like maybe we should have that conversation before we proceed with your suggestion of removing or reducing the.
And just to note, regardless of what decision happens with Sheila's suggestion, because the select board has already approved the budget and it's already been put on the warning and the warning has been posted, this would have to, and Sheila knows this, but I'm just putting this out there for the general public, that it would have to be an amendment on the floor of town meeting day for this to change.
So you have a month to figure this out, and you can start with the original capital assessment that was done in 2018. There's a very detailed survey of what needs to be done to that garage. It wasn't a $1 million project by any means.
And maybe it's changed, you know,
And
to that, but that's not what's reflected in that document.
And remember,
Let's put this on the agenda for the next meeting, and also, if Peter, if you could prepare the necessary documents for us to look at,
Sure.
that would be important to inform the discussion.
And I think having an updated, what we could support the if there was a highway garage discussion, what finances could touch that? Because there's a highway reserve fund, and I don't know if that's all been accounted for.
You can take it out of the
We
reserve
could take it out of
fund,
our
you can
reserve
take it out of
fund,
capital
which
fund.
has to be brought down after that's been applied this next year. So, I
So
mean,
Peter,
there are.
can you do that, but?
Yep.
And the general
that
fund.
budgeting,
And then yep. But I think Sheila's point, I mean, I support this idea. I certainly support a garage, you know, if we've got major garage issues, we've got to deal with that too. But looking at this budget this year with the line items that we're talking about, we don't need to, you know, overextend this capital fund, in my opinion.
Oh, I had just a quick comment about, I'm looking at the capital needs assessment, if that's what it's called, of the town garage. And I mean, and this is responding to the town garage that we have there, the physical condition of the buildings, not necessarily the needs that the town has for the town garage that can, you know, go forward based on the equipment that we have and the needs that we have. And I would be happy if we could build the garage that we need by shifting funds without, you know, without the proposed increase in the capital needs fund. But I don't have that information.
Yeah, you're right. You know, and I know talking to Danny, I mean, the trucks, when was that garage built?
1991.
Yeah, but they've gotten bigger and taller, and
yes,
you
correct.
know, you can't fit wings, and I mean, it's an issue for sure. But I think we've really got to come to a better understanding.
I think we can wrap this up. We've got an action item on one.
Can I say one more thing, which is thank you all for listening to me tonight.
No, it's
No, we
really
appreciate
important.
you coming and having the
And I
dialogue.
personally really missed your detailed understanding. You know, you
Makes a
have a
difference.
lot of the history and also profound management experience that I certainly don't represent, and so I appreciate that.
Thank you, Miranda.
Sheila, what did you want to say?
I said thank you.
You say it already. Oh, and let me, on behalf of the select board, let me say thank you for your perceptions, your observations, and your recommendation.
Thanks.
Thank you, Sheila,
Thank
for
you.
joining us, raising the question.
Okay, on to now, the subject is the broadband meeting and Guilford's representation at that meeting. It's in conflict with the pre-town meeting. And so we were going to have select board members attending as well as Peter, and now it's a question of can we not have the select board meeting members at the pre-town meeting and not have Peter at the pre-town meeting. And so we need to decide, do we want to send a representative to that meeting, or do we want all of the representatives of Guilford to go to the pre-town meeting? And if, Peter, you could help us by characterizing what the purpose of the broadband meeting is.
Yep, I was just going to ask, so this, I was not able to find an agenda for the meeting because one does not currently exist, but I just would like to read 3 sentences directly from Sue Westa, the senior planner at WRC, who is organizing this project. And she states, and I quote, "This meeting will focus on strategies and ideas to put the aforementioned survey in front of as many people in each town as possible using electronic and paper format. While it will be critical for each town's broadband appointee to participate in this meeting is open to anyone interested."
So she's saying that it's critical that a representative be there.
Yes, and in order for without reading all the other detail, she does state that this survey is critical for the feasibility study to realistically give them enough data to determine whether or not they should take the next step, which is to potentially create a business plan.
So this, whoever goes to this meeting is taking the survey?
No.
No.
They're designing a survey, correct?
Not even that.
Just talking about how to sort of get it out.
It's how to get it to as many people as possible, as well as they will have sample surveys there.
So let me understand this. So they're seeking input about how to have their survey be successful, or are they giving information about how each town can make the survey successful?
From speaking with Sue on the phone, my personal understanding is both of those things. It's not one or the other, it is both.
I'll just say that at the meeting that we attended, it was very clear that they were going to go, the WRC and this whole creation of the survey was going to go a certain distance, and whatever that means, and it wasn't entirely clear. And then from that point, there was going to need to be energy from each of the communities, each of the towns, in order to get the survey into people's hands. WRC might do some things, like maybe some digital electronic connections they might be able to make easily, but they're not going to be able to actually distribute the survey in a very thorough way. They're going to depend on each community to do that.
Well,
to
I
help
guess.
support them. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Is
no,
that
my
right?
only question is, well, I mean, I guess we're at our second issue where there's balancing benefits. You know, I feel as if I personally need Peter to be at pre-town meeting with his background information about how we got to each piece of the work that we're presenting to the town. And I don't think that his attendance at the broadband meeting as described here is as critical.
So I would just, I don't disagree with you at all. Richard, could I just say that, do we need all
Yes,
of the
please.
select board to be at the pre-town meeting?
I suggest that's on.
Huh?
Perhaps Peter should be at the pre-town meeting, and what, the select board members, was it Michael and Son?
I am unable to make it to the broadband meeting this time.
So, could you make it to, Zon, could you make it to that meeting?
I can certainly make it for part of the meeting. I don't know exactly yet. I don't know, I mean, because of this musical I'm playing, I don't know when it's over, and then I would have to get up to Newfane. So I think
I would put forward that I think it's more critical for select board members who are either up for election or up for re-election to be at pre-town meeting, to be able to answer any potential questions from residents who show up that they will not be able to answer at town meeting day because of the ballot. That's my personal opinion. It's up to you folks to decide what's best, but
I don't have any idea. I would need advice.
So Michael stated that he can't make it. Can you make it to pre-town meeting?
I may be a little late, but I am planning to be there.
Well, great.
What time is pre-town meeting?
It's from
7.
7 to 9 p.m. on this Thursday.
You know the place starts at 4.
You know, Veranda also raised a good point prior to our starting the meeting, and could we have a representative attend? I know it's short notice and we haven't even identified anyone, but would that even be an option?
Well, Sheila went to the last
Well,
one.
but I think I feel strongly that Guilford should have a representative at this broadband meeting. We've made a real kind of psychological investment in, Sarah Coffey has urged us to be very much a part of this, of being leaders in the development of the broadband initiative. And I think it's very important that someone be there. Yeah.
Well, no, I don't disagree with that, but I just don't, with our pre-town meeting, the select board's primary responsibility is town meeting and, in my opinion, our pre-town meeting. So I just think that someone else could commit this for Guilford other than a select board member or a committee member or the town administrator. I share Veranda's point. I think Peter should be at the pre-town meeting.
I do too.
And we can you know, maybe among ourselves, we could try to think of somebody from Guilford who has a strong interest in broadband and who's sort of broadly knowledgeable about the subject to attend the meeting on our behalf.
Could our assistant possibly?
Well, no one has
Does that fall
been
under?
offered that position
Oh.
as of yet.
Okay.
There's been tentative discussions as to who might fill that role, but that role has not been.
They're not.
The select board has not offered that position to that individual.
So, well, then there was also, at the last meeting, Steve Lemke was there. I wondered if he might be going.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Because of his role on WRC, he might be going.
And Veranda wasn't sure he's back or.
Well-
Yeah,
some
he's been,
discussion.
they were out of town. I don't know if they're back in town.
But he's-
I could email him right now.
Yeah, that's okay. Because his name did come up as a possible
Yeah.
person who has a vested
that's a good
interest, is part of WRC, and is a very high proponent of the town of Guilford.
Well, Gordon, I like the way that you put it, that you're saying that it's the responsibility of the select board to be at the pre-town meeting and/or the town meeting. And so it seems to me that that Peter should be at the town meeting, and that what select board members can attend should be there as well. Does anybody agree with me?
Yes,
I
I
do.
certainly think, as I wrote to you earlier today, I think that it's really essential that we stand behind our process and present it to our neighbors.
Well, I say the case is closed then.
Okay, well, the action step I'm taking right now is to send an email to Steve Lemke and Peter, just asking if he could possibly attend this broadband meeting, and perhaps if anybody knows anybody else.
I was gonna say, what do we do if Steve's not available? We have 2 days to find someone.
Yeah.
Yeah, so everybody should look and think about who might want to go.
It's just unfortunate the meeting, you know,
Right,
the meeting
that's
got
the
moved
problem,
because
yeah,
of the weather.
exactly.
So it's
Yeah.
like, it's almost like we can't be responsible
our-
for it. Yeah, it's not our issue.
It's not that we don't want to support it, and it's not that we don't want to be there, it's just
And,
that.
and if it turns out that there's no representative that we can find, we ought to communicate that immediately
Right.
to
Exactly.
the organizer.
Well, what about, I mean,
Because I need to notify Sue that I won't be there. And
Right.
to let her know who will be representing Guilford, if that's
we should
the
talk
choice
offline rather than.
the select board wants.
I think we should, if anyone has any other ideas as to a person that would be viable for this, if Steve Lemke says he's not in town, get you the information as to a possible
Okay.
person, and then
I'll work on it with you,
Great,
Peter.
thank you, Brenda, that's very kind.
Okay, good. All right, moving right along, we have finance, the warrants.
Okay. I will move to pay the following warrants: payroll week ending 2/2/20 for $6,421.80. Payroll week ending 2/9/20 for $9,246.28. Expense warrant number 2015 for $23,192.63, and expense warrant number FW15 for $45.50, for a grand total of $38,906.21.
Second.
Do I have a second?
Yes, Zon seconded.
Thank you, Zon. Are there any discussion?
I would add the key items coming out of expense warrant 2015 were salt at $5,300. Our diesel came in at about $2,400, and our health insurance was a payment at $7,500. And if we take our Wyndham Solid Waste quarterly assessment of $3,600, we're almost at the grand total of $23,000. Not quite.
Good. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Say aye, please. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. Communications, Peter.
I have none.
Okay. Thank you. Can we summarize the actions?
Summary of actions from the previous meeting where the select board approved the town meeting warning. Peter to reach out to VLCT regarding select board liability for childcare, which we've discussed. Veranda to follow up with Tasha, Laura, Dawn, and John Gagnon, which we heard about. Explore the possibility of creating a town meeting day committee. That's very simple. If the select board feels it important for a committee to be created, you would say, make a motion to create a committee and then find people to fill in on that committee. But I think from the discussion, I don't think that's necessary at this point. And then last but not least.
So can we put that on the agenda for next meeting?
You mean creating a town meeting day committee?
Creating a town meeting committee.
Yeah. I mean, are you open to the idea of maybe putting it on 2 meetings from now so that we get done with the town meeting and then have it right after that?
Yes.
It cannot go on
that's good, Zon. Yep.
It can't go on the meeting immediately after town meeting day. We have a whole prescribed thing that we need to do that day.
Okay.
It would have to be the second meeting in March.
Okay.
But that still
Okay,
will
well,
be
let's
in
put
time
that
for
on the action.
Okay.
future meeting, good.
And then from this meeting, add the town administrator and administrative assistant job descriptions to the agenda for the next meeting. You took the action to allocate $100 from the BCA budget to fund childcare at town meeting day. Add the future needs of the town garage on the agenda for the next select board meeting. And that is it for the summary of action.
No, there's one. No, the talking points
Okay.
for the select board. So does everybody have those talking points now?
I don't have them.
I have most of
Peter,
them.
can you send them to the select board?
And they've already been shared with everyone under.
Okay, I'll find them.
I haven't looked at them.
Okay, and so I'll send out an email asking you some questions about those talking points and seeking your comments on them.
Richard, I'll just send out a quick email with a link to everyone so it'll be easier and quicker for all of you.
Thank you, that would be appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, do I have a motion?
I'd like to move that we adjourn.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All those, any discussion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion is carried and thank you very much.
Thank
you.
you. Have a good evening, Richard.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for being here. We're here today to share some good news for our economy, Vermont employers, and those in our workforce. I'm pleased to be joined by members of my team and representatives from the business community who will share the details of continuing cost reductions in Vermont's workers' compensation market. As you know, two of the top priorities of our administration is to grow the economy, adding more people to the workforce. But doing so is critical to reversing our demographic crisis that we face and growing our tax base to pay for critical services and important initiatives. For our economy and workforce to grow, we must address the high cost of doing business in Vermont. One major expense for Vermont businesses is the price they pay for workers' compensation insurance. A 2017 study from our Department of Financial Regulation found that Vermont employers were generally paying 10% more for workers' comp than employers in New Hampshire and Maine, solely due to Vermont's benefit structure. Protecting employees and taking care of them when they're injured on the job is important. But we also know the high cost of workers' comp insurance has been a factor for some Vermont employers when deciding to move or expand in our state, to bypass salary increases for their employers, or delay making a new hire. The good news is we can address both. That's why I instructed DFR to implement many of the recommendations laid out in their 2017 study, which was designed to reduce workers' comp insurance costs without reducing the benefits afforded to Vermont workers. These efforts have directly contributed to lower rates, and today I'm pleased to announce that workers' compensation rates in Vermont are decreasing for the 4th consecutive year. This year's decrease represents the largest single-year rate reduction in more than a decade. When combined with rate reductions over the previous 3 years, a Vermont business, on average, will pay about 30% less for their workers' comp coverage today than they did in 2016. As well, data from the recent workers' comp filing shows the Vermont economy is experiencing payroll growth, largely driven by increased wages across all economic sectors. In addition to other factors, this also suggests many Vermont businesses are reinvesting these savings in their workforce. These good results could only be achieved through the teamwork of everyone in this room and employers and workers across the state. Our business community is committed to safer workplaces, reducing the frequency and severity of workplace injuries. The Department of Labor, who has proactively worked with employers on voluntary workplace safety assessments and best practices, played a factor in that as well. The Department of Financial Regulation has been putting into place innovative approaches where appropriate and vigorously reviewing the annual rate filing. And the insurance industry, including the National Council of Compensation Insurance, for working with DFR to implement these initiatives over the past 4 years. These results are important for Vermont businesses, and I thank you for your role that you played in this success. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Commissioner Pichek to provide more detail on DFR's most recent efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Governor, and thank you, everybody, for joining us today for this important announcement. As the Governor stated, Vermont has experienced a dramatic decrease in its worker compensation insurance these past 3 years, and now we're pleased to announce the largest rate reduction in more than a decade. The new rates will be effective on April 1st, 2020, with an across-the-board rate decrease of 11.6% in the voluntary market loss cost and a decrease of 12.6% in the assigned risk market. When combining these rate reductions over the past 4 years, Vermont has not seen a cumulative rate reduction this significant during any point of the last 2 decades. In 2017, our department took a fresh look at the worker comp insurance space, and we completed a detailed study examining the reasons why Vermont businesses were paying a disproportionately high rate, especially businesses in high-risk industries like the dairy industry, like the logging industry, and the skiing industry. Certainly, our generous benefit structure for injured employees contributed to higher costs. For example, Vermont has one of the highest maximum weekly benefit allowances in New England. However, Our department and the governor was not interested in proposing benefit reductions, but rather exploring new and innovative approaches to our current system. Now, many of the initiatives that I'm about to describe are highly technical, but they're also highly impactful for Vermont businesses. First, DFR improved and refined the actuarial rate calculation, which serves as the basis for all rate setting in this space. This has resulted in a more consistent rate that reflects the actual loss in the Vermont business community, and in this case has provided premium rate relief and greater rate stability. We also removed a surcharge that had been applied to the assigned risk market, as we determined that experience no longer justified this surcharge, resulting in a 6.7% direct premium relief to Vermont businesses in the assigned risk pool. We also lowered the mandatory difference in price between the voluntary market and the assigned risk market from 25% to 20%, which more accurately reflected different risks presented in both of those markets and resulted, again, in rate relief. DFR also took an innovative approach to a specific challenge that had been experienced by log haulers. Log haulers had paid disproportionately high worker insurance comp rates, even though they had experienced no accidents and had a very high safety record. Partly those rates were due to the fact that their pool was so small in Vermont. Many states in New Hampshire, Maine, for example, had a much bigger pool, and their rates were lower because they could rely on their own experience. By taking an innovative approach of combining log haulers with contract truckers, we were able to reduce their worker compensation premiums by 24% in a single year. So that was a very innovative approach to an issue that had been challenging for that industry for quite some time. We've also worked with the Departments of Labor and the Departments of Forest, Parks, and Recreation to establish a new on-site job safety program for non-mechanized and mechanized logging operations that, when passed, will result in a 15% premium credit for those businesses. And finally, in this year's filing, DFR has revised a rule that will reduce by half the price that certain small businesses, usually one or two person businesses, pay for worker compensation coverage. That premium relief, we believe, will lead to increased coverage for small businesses and allow them to put their hard-earned money in other places that will help benefit their company. I want to thank some very important stakeholders and members of our DFR team for getting this great work done. I first want to thank the National Council on Compensation Insurance, or NCCI, represented here by Chris Rice. NCCI does a lot of important work in the worker compensation space, including gathering data, analyzing trends, and ultimately providing our department with recommendations. Many of the initiatives I just outlined could only be implemented with their open mind and their willingness to work with us and their commitment to reducing the cost experienced by Vermont businesses as well. So thank you very much. And also want to thank the steadfast work of folks at the Department of Financial Regulation. Without their work, we certainly could not have made the progress that we have made. I want to particularly thank the leadership of Deputy Commissioner Kevin Gaffney, Rose Raska, Jessica Sherpa, and Pat Murray, who are all here with us today. Your work has appreciably moved the needle for Vermont businesses, has certainly improved and lowered the cost of doing business in Vermont, and that is something that we can all be very proud of. So thank you very much for your good work. At this time, I would like to introduce Commissioner of the Department of Labor, Mike Harrington.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon. Today's announcement is great news for employers in Vermont and is another great example of government and private industry coming together to grow Vermont's economy. In recent years, the state has seen a decrease in the number and severity of workplace injuries. This reduction has played a significant role in lessening the financial burden insurance rates put on employers, and in no small way is a sign of the importance Vermont employers put on safety. Within the Department of Labor, our Workers' Compensation and Safety Division includes the Vermont Occupational Health and Safety Administration and the Project WorkSafe program. These safety initiatives, as well as our Workers' Compensation Unit, are committed to maintaining the safety of Vermont's workplaces while ensuring employees who are injured on the job are able to return to work as quickly and as safely as possible. Like 22 other states, Vermont operates a full state-run OSHA program known as VOSHA. In 2019, this team of 11 conducted 308 workplace inspections and received over 50 whistleblower complaints. In addition, the team provided technical assistance to a multitude of employers, industries, and organizations, ensuring the safety of more than 300,000 employees that work in our state. Similarly, our Project WorkSafe program, which offers voluntary consultative services for Vermont businesses, provides free support to employers through conducting risk-free on-site safety audits. Businesses who partner with Project WorkSafe are able to address potential hazards before they become violations. And since 2014, Project WorkSafe has conducted over 1,000 consultations, resulting in over 6,000 corrected hazards. These two programs have had a direct impact in reducing the number and severity of injuries in the workplace. Finally, through new and targeted initiatives that were just recently mentioned, Vermont is working with various industries such as the logging and ski industries, as well as the dairy industry, to find new ways to reduce rates and compensatory damages for employers, in turn allowing them to reinvest those savings back into their businesses and their workers. I'd now like to invite Kevin Gaffney, Deputy Commissioner for Insurance at the Department of Financial Regulation, to share some more information about the rate reduction.
Good afternoon. The Insurance Division at the Department of Financial Regulation, as Commissioner Pichek mentioned, has some key participants that actually make this program work. And I know he recognized them, but I want to specifically explain what role they serve. Jessica Sherpa at the Insurance Division does the day-to-day operational review of contracts that come to marketplace. And she does an excellent job of that. She also does a lot of coordination with the Department of Labor on how we triage consumer inquiries and complaints. Rosemary Raska has been an integral part of our rate review process. Some of the details that Commissioner Pichek talked about. One, for example, is the surcharge for the assigned risk plan that we removed a few years ago. The convention at that time was that the surcharge would serve as an incentive for employers to be safer, that if they had a large loss and received the surcharge, they would be more safe and be operate in a more safe manner to avoid a future surcharge. We really look at it differently now. We've changed that convention, and we're looking at the ways we can incent employers to be safe, but also give them the tools to be safe. So one of those examples is the logger safety program that we've worked with the Departments of Labor and Forest Parks and Recreation, and Steve Monahan with the Department of Labor and Sam Lincoln, Deputy Commissioner with Forest Parks and Recreation, have been integral parts of that process. Last week we actually undertook a series of public meetings held in the three corners of the state, in the Northeast and the Central Vermont and Southern Vermont, and actually engaged in detailed conversations with employers in the forest industry. At the table were insurance representatives of insurance companies, insurance agents. The Logger Education to Advanced Professionalism, known as LEAP program, was there. And we really had a lot of good dialogue and feedback. We gave them some tools on what we think they could do to be safer in their work. And one of the key components of this is actually on-site observation of their work site. So training in a controlled setting like this is instructive and helpful, but the real impact is to observe the work in the woods. And we've gotten good feedback from them. We're ready now to move ahead with the actual on-site inspections. Several of them have conducted training and are ready to be certified. So when Commissioner Pichek talks about the 15% decrease, we're ready to have those individual employers get their employees certified to take advantage of that decrease. There's a couple of other just aspects of the change that are important to note. One is this year with this change on 4/1/20, we reduced in half the minimum payroll requirements for sole proprietors, LLCs, or partner owners or executive officers of businesses. And what this means is right now the rule says you have to just rate it to the state average weekly wage, regardless of what the actual payroll is. And that creates kind of a barrier sometimes for small employers who are reinvesting in their business, trying to hire 2 or 3 additional people, and can't afford to protect themselves. By law, they can exempt themselves, but we lowered the barrier in half because we heard that their decision not to protect themselves was more financial than a need to, that they didn't see value in the coverage. So we've seen actual an example of that at our meetings last week, where one of the employers said he was able, with our reduction in the workers' comp rates for the forest industry, which has been up to 50% in the last 4 years, to hire an additional person, and with this change in the rule, actually cover himself as the owner, where he wouldn't have otherwise. And he has a family to protect and himself to protect. So that's good news for the employers. It's good news for their ability to expand their business. And then another component of this is outreach. So while we do this, we see the insurance industry and the insurance agent in particular as the key cog in educating employers, working as liaison between the employer and the insurance company. So Pat Murray and the insurance division has been participating with myself, Sam, and Steve Monahan on the outreach activities. So we're finding this a very valuable blueprint to carry forward to other high-risk industries as we move forward with those endeavors. At this time, with the snow falling and more big snow coming, I want to introduce Molly Mahar. Molly Mahar, from the president of the Vermont ski industry, to the table to talk about how these changes impact her members. Thank you.
Well, on behalf of our member Alpine and cross-country ski area members, the Vermont Ski Areas Association, would like to thank Governor Scott and his team for their strong support for business. Of course, we're talking about workers' compensation rate reductions today, and that is a great example of that support. Thank you to Commissioner Pichak and Deputy Commissioner Gaffney and the Department of Financial Regulation for doing the detailed analysis and making the adjustments in the workers' comp rates to further reduce them. And I'd also like to thank Commissioner Harrington and the Department of Labor for the willingness to work proactively with our ski areas through programs like Project WorkSafe to do safety audits and increase training to help make our ski areas safer workplaces. And I'd also like to commend our ski areas as well for increasing their effectiveness and success in this area. Safety in the workplace is not just creating a plan, talking to your employees, and filing it away in a filing cabinet. It takes leadership, focus, awareness, and daily diligence across all levels of a ski area to have a safe workplace. Workers' compensation premiums can range into the 6 figures for some of the larger ski areas, so a 10 to 14% reduction is a real savings, and of course it's good anytime we can reduce the cost of doing business. We're talking here about insurance costs, dollars and cents, but there's another result. And the real bottom line is our people. They are one of our most important assets, and we want and need to keep them safe on the job so they can return home whole at the end of the day, and that needs to happen every day. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Molly. And at this point in time, we'd like to open it up to questions, on-topic questions, if we could at first.
Do you have a sense of the cumulative savings between the rate change this year and then what it was 3 years ago or 4 years ago?
Yeah, Mike.
So, it certainly is millions of dollars. If you took the exact decrease of the rate by the amount of the premium, you're getting a number that's in the $30 to $40 million range. But like we mentioned, there's also been payroll growth. There's been some employment growth as well. There's been some additional coverage as well. And that's why we're saying it shows that that savings is being reinvested into the workforce. So the savings would be millions and millions, well north of $30 million if you did it based on the direct premium and the rate reduction.
Over the last 4 years?
Over the last 4 years.
How much does this save the average employer? I know they're kind of different industries we're talking, but I mean, we kind of have a sense of the average cost savings.
Well, yeah, I would welcome anybody else to come up and answer the question, but every business is different. There are different classifications depending on the type of work you do. So there are higher rates, lower rates, and some of the higher rates are in the logging industry, high-risk businesses and so forth. So they will probably reap the most benefits at this point in time, but maybe someone from labor or Mike or...
Well, I mean, the one classic example that Governor mentioned is sort of non-mechanized logging. Their rate was over $50 per $100 in payroll. So if you were paying someone $100,000, you would have to pay $50,000 in worker compensation costs just for that one employee, for that one salary. Now their rate is down to under 30. It's around $28. With the premium credit, it could go down another 15%. So just in that example, that would be tens of thousands of dollars of savings for one employee. Other industries don't have as high worker compensation costs, so even though they're seeing great rate reductions, they might have less of an aggregate savings. But certainly on the high end, it could be tens of thousands of dollars per employee for Vermont businesses.
I'm kind of surprised to see craft brewers on the list. Is that considered a high-risk business, and if so, why?
They're not considered a high-risk business, but they are an important industry for Vermont, and that's why we called them out in the press release.
So it's based on payroll times risk? That's the computation?
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, basically, you come up with your rating factor, and that's times the amount of payroll that you have in a particular company.
And you have different classifications within each business as well, depending on the category they work in.
How, you talked about how we were well ahead of New Hampshire in cost. How are we today? Have they seen the same corresponding decline?
So we, this year, for example, have one of the larger decreases in New England. The other states have not changed their benefit structure, so there's still an inherent, increase in Vermont because our benefits are more robust. But even that being the case, we've still seen rate reductions this year in particular that are greater than some of our surrounding states. I think nationally we were like the fifth lowest, or the fifth highest, if you will, rate reduction this year out of about 40 states that do it through public or private insurance. So these are significant nationwide and in the region as well.
Were there any losers, as it were, as a result of any of the actuarial changes or risk pool combinations?
So
people who are now paying a little more than they would have otherwise but for those changes?
Yeah, so obviously whenever we're going to make a change like that, we want to look at who's being benefited and who might not be benefited. And all of the initiatives we talked about have only benefited the marketplace. The log hauler example, for example, that combined with contract trucking dramatically decreased log haulers, but because their experience was so good, it actually had a slight positive impact on the contract trucking code as well. So we obviously look at that to make sure that there aren't winners and losers. We're really trying to figure out ways that we can provide a net benefit to the entire industry.
To what extent can this be attributed to just the economy and changes that are sort of happening outside of DFR? And I guess someone had mentioned that maybe like less accidents were happening on the job.
Yeah, so I think certainly, as the governor said, it's a team effort. Certainly businesses being safer, new technologies being implemented by businesses, better use of data and analytics by businesses. Certainly the work of the Department of Labor, making sure that those standards are in place, voluntarily working with businesses as well. But then, the significant impact of DFR's work, I think, can't go understated. I mean, these certainly have surcharged the decreases that we've seen over the last 4 years.
I think, it can't be overstated, the amount of work we've done, interagency work, and that's been really instrumental in trying to reduce these rates. It took Sam Lincoln, for instance, the deputy commissioner, to come up and tell us there's the suffering in terms of the businesses in the industry, logging industry, were significant, and they weren't able to compete anymore. So that brought the issue to the forefront. And then working from there with DFR and the Department of Labor to try and work together to reduce these rates was significant. It wouldn't have happened without that joint effort. Okay. If you'd like to stay, you can. If you would like to move, that's fine.
President Trump was acquitted in the Senate trial. What is your reaction to that?
Yeah, I thought it was unfortunate that more witnesses weren't able to come forward. I thought it was courageous of Senator Romney to step up and take the action that he did, and knowing that there may be ramifications as a result. When he didn't have to take this step, he did, and it shows a lot about his character and integrity. We can only hope that if we're in that similar situation, that we do the same. I think about John McCain, for instance. I think John McCain, I think about that a lot. What would John McCain do? And I think that he'd be very proud today of what Senator Romney did, because that's what John McCain would have done based on whatever evidence that he might have seen, and to draw that conclusion.
Is that what you would have done if you were?
It's hard to put yourself in that position. I can only hope that I would do the right thing, and I try and do that every single day. But I can see myself trying to adhere to the same standards that Senator Romney or Senator McCain did.
Put it another way, after you have heard all of it as the rest of us did, how would you have voted on the article?
Again, hard to say without being in that situation, without sitting through all the days and maybe weeks of testimony, not understanding all the details. But again, I believe that the president abused his powers, and I'm not a, it's hard in some respects for me because I'm not a supporter. I didn't vote for the president. I don't believe that he should be in office. So I think that at this point in time, he's been acquitted. I think it's for the voters to decide in November whether he should continue in that role.
But do you think he should have been removed from office by the Senate?
Well, again, that was almost a foregone conclusion. If they had taken more testimony, maybe they'd had more information, and maybe other senators would have acted appropriately. So without that information, it's hard to say why or why they were doing what they were doing. But
I'm asking how, if you think that he deserved to be removed.
Yeah, I believe he abused his position of power. Withholding some of those funds is inappropriate, and I believe that as Senator Romney did, that he shouldn't be in office.
When you say that,
it's hard for me to say what I would have done exactly. I'm not there. I'm not a senator. I didn't sit through all the hearings. So I'm just saying, I would hope that I would do the same thing that Senator Romney did and step up and do what I thought was right. And again, I'm not in the Senate. I didn't get a vote, but I can only hope that I would do the same thing.
When you say you think he should not have been in office, you said before you didn't vote for him. Do you think he should not have been elected, or you think he should have been removed from office?
I wasn't a supporter of the president. I didn't vote for him. I didn't support him along the way, and I won't vote for him in November. But it was up to the Senate to decide. This is a political process, and unfortunately, they didn't allow more witnesses, so we didn't get to hear all the evidence that I think we should have heard.
Just to be totally clear, though, you're saying based on the whole of the information that you've seen, you think that Donald Trump should be removed?
I think he abused his power, and I don't believe that you should use that position in the way that he did to affect a future election, and I think that that's what he did.
Before the Senate trial, you said you had faith in the institution to conduct a fair trial.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there was a fair trial. I think they should have had more witnesses. I said that from the beginning. So I don't believe, I think they did harm to the process by not allowing more witnesses. And I think that most, it's probably still split, but I would hope that most Americans would believe that you need all the information you can possibly get to arrive at a decision like this that is so imperative to our country and our democracy. So I think that there may be a lack of faith and trust in the institution at this point in the process.
But did I hear you say that you thought that the decision that Mitt Romney made was the correct one?
Well, based on, I listened to his reasoning. It made sense to me. And again, I wasn't there. I didn't hear all the evidence, but I have a great deal of respect for how he arrived at his decision. And he did so knowing full well what the ramifications might be. So again, I would hope that if I'd heard all the information and come to the same conclusion, that I would have the integrity to step up and vote my conscience.
Sounds like you're saying the Senate should have voted to impeach in this case.
I'm saying that I have a great deal of respect for Senator Romney, and if I had been there as a senator and heard the information and come to the same conclusion, that I would have, again, the integrity to do what was right. And I think he did what he thought was right, and I would do what I thought was right if I had all the information.
The Attorney General right now is defending the Department of Children and Families in a case down in southern Vermont, and they reviewed the confidential files you
Yeah.
think the jurors should have their confidential files with you?
I've been briefed on that and what I've read in the media. It sounds like there's ambiguity in the law, and if I think if there continues to be ambiguity, that we should come to some resolution on that or change the law to make it clearer. The Attorney General did what he thought was right. The Defender General doesn't believe that that's appropriate. And I think the legislature will probably take a look to see if we should make changes in the law to make sure that it's clear.
Why are you convinced that it's a question of the law not being clear rather than the Attorney General?
Well, I'm not a lawyer. So the Attorney General believes, who is representing us as a state, believes it was okay to do within the law. So I have to, again, rely on him for that information.
How does your general counsel read the law?
Ambiguity. It could be read either way.
Can you tell us what you have decided to do regarding the minimum wage bill?
No.
You have not decided?
I have not decided.
You have until Monday?
I have till Monday. There are 3 paths, obviously. I can sign the bill, let it go into law without my signature, or veto the bill.
That would be it, yes. What would you think?
I'm weighing on all 3.
Does yesterday's outcome change anything for you?
It does not. Every issue is separate from my standpoint.
But you've often talked about these things aren't separate. You have to look at everything collectively. And now
Sure.
These things these policy reforms don't occur in a vacuum. They're part of a package that need to be considered collectively.
I vetoed both these measures in the past.
Yes, but now that you know that this mandatory payroll tax isn't coming down the pike, does that at all make you more willing to consider something like the minimum wage bill?
Again, I will look at this individually and collectively, but individually in this case, and I'll make a determination by Monday.
Before Monday?
By Monday.
For those of us who Friday night.
It won't be Friday.
Pardon me?
It will not be Friday.
Your corrections commissioner said in an event earlier this week that he thinks that the Chittenden Regional Corrections Facility should be closed. Do you agree with that assessment?
I think we've agreed over the last couple of years. We put forth a plan that would have replaced that facility amongst many others. It wasn't well received by the legislature, but we're still willing to do whatever we can to change the method of incarceration. And I believe that we've been, our department has been working on a different way. I think there's a Connecticut plan, and there's some others that are out there that we've been looking at.
By Connecticut plan, do you mean sending women prisoners to Connecticut?
No. It's just a different method of incarceration for female offenders, and it's a step-down approach. But we took a look at that. I think we had our commissioner had gone to Connecticut to take a look at what they're doing and to see if it would be appropriate for Vermont. So we're looking at just different approaches.
Apart from building a new prison, have you heard any ideas that would allow these women to move to a separate facility in, say, the next year?
Well, I think this step-down approach has some merit, and but it would still take another facility to do that. So we're willing to work with the legislature on this and to try and determine the best approach as we move forward. But again, to reiterate, we believe that the facilities that we have today are outdated. A number of them are outdated and need to be upgraded.
Do you think the state has the money to build a new prison at this point?
Well, again, we had come up with a different approach 2 years ago, and more of a lease purchase type of arrangement, which could have worked. So that's still on the table as far as I'm concerned.
The House is likely going to be voting on the marijuana market bill next week. The bill has addressed a lot of what you had identified as concerns. There's roadside saliva testing with warrants. They're open, I think, to funding your education prevention initiatives, at least some of them, including your after-school program, with that money that would come from the market. Are you hoping that they're going to send you a bill that you can sign this year and that you can sign into law a legal.
Well, again, this isn't my initiative. I laid out those 3 conditions, and if they meet them to my satisfaction, then I'm willing to sign it.
Does it sound like, from what you're hearing, that you're going to be able to sign it?
It sounds as though they're moving in the right direction, but again, I didn't foresee any court warrant of any sort. This was a saliva test, roadside saliva test.
So the warrants is an issue for
Right.
you. You'd like the saliva test to be legal without the need of obtaining a warrant to use it.
Right.
Would that be in and of itself enough for you to?
That would be enough for me not to support it.
Governor, following yesterday's failure of the veto override vote, Mitzi Johnson said that she felt that several members of her body had received invitations from your administration to discuss that vote. Did you actively engage with members of the House and try to sway their vote on that issue?
It's a fairly normal process for us to make sure we know where everyone stands. We knew what the vote was coming out of the House at that point, who was in favor and who was not. So we wanted to make sure we knew where we stood. So we did had my staff reach out and make sure that the people were going to continue to either vote no or find out what they were going to do in the potential veto override. So yes, we reached out in a number of different ways. This is a normal process in this building to find out where everyone stood.
And did you have some meetings on those subjects on the morning?
They did. I found out based on your question from me last night. I did find out this morning. We did request 2 meetings with 2 different people in this office here. None of which that I was attended, but staff had.
Who were those people?
One was Representative Reed, and one was representative from Enosburg. I'm sorry? Yeah, Representative Fergard. I'm sorry. Representative Fergard and Representative Reed.
Okay, and the goal of those conversations was to make sure that those representatives voted against the override? If you could
Well, find out if they were changing their position, or in the case of Representative Reed, for instance, it was just a recent appointment to make sure that he understood the process and understood what this meant in some respects. He had voted in favor, I believe, so it was just trying to make sure that he understood what this meant to the whole process.
Do you have any sense of whether the House is going to find a way to reconsider that vote yesterday? And if so, what would your thoughts be?
I don't know. I mean, it's always a possibility, a risk in this building. I've seen it done before on other pieces of legislation when I was presiding over the Senate. You have the next day someone who votes and is on the winning side can ask for reconsideration. And I would not be surprised at all if they weren't, the Speaker wasn't working on trying to make that happen.
Can you be clear as you can, about who would be able to avail themselves of your plan, a voluntary paid family and medical leave program? Who in the state would be able to sign up for that if they wanted to?
Anyone.
Any worker in the state of Vermont?
Yes.
No matter how many hours they work, no matter what wages they work, no matter where you are?
There are conditions, and maybe Commissioner Pichuk, if you could tell us what those are, but
yeah, so the concept was that there would be a similar work requirement. I think it was a little less than what 107 was requiring, so about 1,000 hours, maybe 1,025 or something like that from the previous year. So that would make somebody eligible on an individual basis. But the employers obviously have the opportunity to voluntarily participate as well.
And can you give us a timeline of when that program and those benefits will be available to Vermont workers?
We have the RFP out now. We're hoping to hear, I think by next Friday, get the response to the RFP. And then we have a few months.
A few weeks. We have until late March.
Late March to negotiate and see what different provisions are being included in those bids, and determine who we want to go to. But I would say that this could be put into place at least a year before the other proposal that failed to pass yesterday. So the other. What's that?
How much more expensive will it be for a worker who takes advantage?
How much more expensive?
Well, the voluntary paid leave.
We don't, I mean, it's hard to know until we get the response to the bids. We are anticipating it's going to be under $300 per employee per year. But you have to factor in as well. There will be some businesses who might take advantage of this. So instead of being on the backs of the worker, it could be supplemented by employers as well. In some cases, it might be included as a benefit.
What about someone who, you know, their place of business doesn't offer this, or that, you know, they basically want opt in themselves, even though no one else at their business does opt in. Is there going to be, is that an option, and is that going to be considered more expensive for that person than someone who works somewhere where no one else is opting in?
Well, it's hard to say again until we get the response, but it is an option for them to be included in that way. Obviously, the larger the pool, the lower the rates, and hopefully we'll be able to attract more employers and employees, but we'll be able to try it out and see over the next, if we put it into place, and then we can gather the data from there and determine where we go from, you know, whether it needs to be changed in any way.
You sent a fundraising email recently related to the paid leave issue.
It was a letter sent out to get people active, to understand what this meant, because the more people I talked with over the last 2 weeks, the more I think Vermonters were unclear as to who was paying for this, and we just wanted to bring some clarity to that.
But then it was also soliciting.
Yeah, tagline at the end, sure.
And
Just like any, whether it's a media source like BPR or Vermont Digger, there's always a tagline to donate to this cause.
Do you have an active re-election campaign right now?
Not active, no. But we have some volunteers that are hoping that we'll be able to position ourselves to make a decision and give us flexibility in determining what to do.
You're still not going to say anything until May?
Yeah, nothing official.
But are you really undecided about keeping another job?
Sure.
You are?
Yeah.
It's not so much fun anymore.
Well, it's never been fun. And, you know, my staff always cringes when somebody says, you must have a lot of fun in this position. Well, I don't believe it's fun, nor do I believe it should be. It's an incredible amount of responsibility. And if you're having too much fun with it, maybe you're not in the position for the right reasons.
Sure, but it's a lot of work, and it's 7 days.
Well, I have satisfaction. Yeah, I mean, there's things like today. Look what we've done. You know, working together and trying to lower the cost of living for Vermonters and Vermont businesses is incredibly rewarding. Trying to help point this state in a different direction, and trying to change the demographics of the state and the economy and so forth, and we make improvements. It's incredibly rewarding.
But you're fighting a supermajority or close to one
Every day.
Does that eat away at your satisfaction?
Well, not when you are able to provide results.
Do you worry though that you would be handing the election to the other party by making
I'm not sure. I'm sure that if I decided not to run, there'd be others who would step up.
Who do you think should step up if you don't?
I don't know, but I'm sure.
I mean, it'd be late.
Yeah, I'm sure Xander could step up.
I'm sure he could.
And Stuart, here, you know, well known.
That's not going to happen. You know, you would be putting your own party sort of under the gun by announcing late that you were walking away.
Well, again, I think there would be other people who would step up and come to the rescue if that were to happen. But I'll be making a decision by the end of the legislative session.
The Vermont Business Roundtable has raised tensions with an issue that they think is being ignored in the State House. I know that the treasurer suggested increasing the sort of teacher OPEB funding, and that a representative of your administration said, you know, before we make that decision, let's have a bigger discussion. What do you think that discussion should look like, and what can the state do about this?
Well, again, it's a $4.5 billion obligation that has been talked about a lot by a number of different people, but not a lot of interest in this building to do anything about it. It continues to get a little bit worse this year. Payments about $199 million, about $8 million more than last year. So if we continue down this path, we're never going to get ahead. So we have to come to some agreement, and I believe that it's an important issue. And if the bonding companies continue to look at this as a problematic in terms of our bond rating, then it costs us money in doing so. So I think it's appropriate that we talk about this, but we need to do it collectively. We can't, I can't do anything about it individually, but again, if the legislature is interested, we're more than willing to have the conversation about where we go from here.
Why do you think it is that they have shown such little interest in really taking this issue on?
I think it's easier just to push it off to the side and hope it gets better, but it's not getting any better.
Your director of racial equity testified to House Natural yesterday about Act 250. Do you agree with and support and endorse her testimony?
To be honest with you, I don't know what she testified to in that committee, so I can't react.
You've expressed concern about the Global Warming Solutions Act. I think because of the ability for citizens of Vermont to sue the government, state government, if those goals are not met. Some of the lawmakers putting that bill together say that there's not going to be civil penalties that the state would suffer under that. Do you still have concerns about that approach?
I do have concerns about that. I'm not sure that isn't the case, but I believe that we're setting ourselves up for failure in some respects, and certainly some liability.
Is that because you don't think that we're on track to hit the Paris?
I just think that I think that, as I've said before, I think that our view on the trajectory of where we can be in terms of reducing our carbon emissions, my feeling is it's much different than theirs, and I believe that we can both arrive at the same end in the end zone at the same time, but along the way, I think it's going to be different based on technology and changes and consumer behavior and so forth. So it's just a question of what are those arbitrary goals, and are they attainable?
But why do you say that those goals are arbitrary? Those goals that you've said that you want.
I didn't say. I said that we can agree on the beginning and the end in a certain period of time if we want to do that. But how we get there and setting those arbitrary goals in between, I think we're in much different camps on that.
Your representative just expressed the view that the media hasn't been fair in covering your work on climate change, and I'm wondering if you can point to sort of what you've done during your time in office that really proves that you're serious about this issue.
Well, I think just the charging stations in particular, the EV incentives, all the things we're doing with weatherization. We spend $11.7 million in AHS alone. And when you include the other efficiency Vermont and so forth, we're spending $38 million a year in weatherization. I think we could do more. I've offered that if we have a surplus at the end of the year, that we take at least a quarter of that and put it towards climate change initiatives, weatherization in particular, maybe more electrification. But I'm very bullish on our transportation sector, and we've actually been doing it. So, and it's included in my budget again this year. And I just haven't seen where others have come up with initiatives that compare to what we're doing. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
are going to look at H207, the Montpelier charter change. And for some odd reason, I seem to have lost my folder. But I can mainly remember what we talked about. So, where are we here in terms of what we're thinking right now? And maybe, Tucker, would you join us for a moment here? And, sure. And this might also want to involve Chris, Will, possibly this question. So we, one of the questions that came up by some of our colleagues was, well, two questions. One was, whenever a local vote is made, it impacts the rest of the state because of budgetary, for example, if you're creating a TIF, it's going to affect the rest of the state. So some response to that, and primarily for you, I guess, is the issue of if we let non-citizens vote, why would we also not let non-residents vote? And in our area, we have a couple towns who have like 60% of the population is non-resident. They're second homeowners who spend a lot of time in Vermont and are affected by the tax rate and by the decisions of the voters of the town, but they're not allowed to vote. So would you like to, what would be the issues around non-resident voting? And then we'll ask Will also that. Are there, from your perspective?
Sure. Good afternoon, Tucker Anderson, Office of Legislative Counsel. Both of those sound like policy issues that would need to be debated and considered by you as legislators. I don't necessarily see any legal advice being particularly helpful for that discussion.
Okay.
The last time we were here, I helped frame the first issue that you brought up about local elections impacting the finances and duties of the state, potentially with respect to TIF districts.
That's right, yeah.
So to briefly outline that again, that is going to be the case for every municipality, whether or not that municipality allows non-citizens to vote. Local elections at some point may have an impact on statewide policies and issues. That's just a matter of fact. It is a policy consideration for all of you as to whether you want to allow this particular municipality to have non-citizens voting in some of those local ballot issues that have echoing ramifications that are greater than the municipality. There's no particular legal constitutional issue there for me to discuss.
I'm not as concerned about the non-residents because they're not residents. This is trying to focus on residents who live here full time who would like to have a voice in the community they live in. So I'm not as concerned about the non-residents. But and Tacoma Park, which is our one municipality we can look at with experience.
Actually, I want to interrupt just for a second because I was reading this testimony from Roberta Garland, a local citizen, who says that, she said that San Francisco and Chicago allow non-citizens to vote in school council elections. 11 municipalities in Maryland allow non-citizens voting in local affairs. Tacoma Park has allowed this since 1992.
Right.
And Chevy Chase started allowing this in 2018. I'm just saying, I didn't realize that 11 towns in Maryland are doing it.
Oh, it's not just
Tacoma. But I thought,
No, that's good. So then, because my question is, how have they dealt with any local issue that might have state finance impact? To me, that's a red herring. I sort of view it as a red herring, but I'm just curious, have there been any issues that have arisen in those 11 towns in Maryland that have adopted this in terms of placing undue burden on the state finances?
I have not researched that issue. I didn't hear any testimony about that particular issue when Tacoma Park testified. That is a question that's best answered by them.
Okay.
So if you remember last time we talked about this, I said that Montpelier had a population of 16,700 and there were so many registered voters and stuff. And on the top of my notes for that, it said Taco, and I couldn't figure, it was Tacoma Park. I finally figured out that those numbers related to Tacoma Park, even though I only had written down Taco.
Right. And I thought you were thinking about Paco, who had been involved with that district. So we now have, it looks like 13 municipalities, if you include Chicago and San Francisco. And Chevy Chase also.
That was the only question I had.
So
about
14 as far as we can identify. And Roberta is right here so we can ask her when she testifies.
Any other questions?
Well, yeah, Tucker, I mean, we've gone over this before, but I just would like you to do it again if you can. Going back to the constitutional history that maybe it was Betsy who shared it with us about how towns are creatures of the state and they have the ability to do certain things. You don't know if you're getting at. Could you talk about that a little bit?
Sure, and yes, that was Betsy Ann Rask, who made the very thorough and articulate presentation. The briefest possible summary is that unless the Constitution prohibits you, the legislature, from granting this power to the municipalities, then you may give it to them. Okay. And there is no particular restriction on qualifications for local elections. Therefore, you have the ability to delegate this to the city of Montpelier through this special law. That is the briefest, squarest summary that I can give you without going through the 18-page document.
No, that was good. I just needed to be reminded.
Any more questions for Tucker? Okay. Thank you. Will, would you like to just join us and talk a little bit about the issue of non-citizen versus non-resident? And I know it, like Tucker said, it's a policy decision, but it is a question that we have been asked.
Sure. Will Senning, Director of Elections, for the record. And Madam Chair, I wasn't prepared for any direct testimony.
You know, this is a pretty informal discussion,
Sure.
so.
Do you have a specific question in that regard?
Well, just when you establish residency, how do you establish residency as opposed to not being a resident?
In Vermont?
Yeah.
For purposes of the election law.
Yeah.
Both those things are important because there's multiple residency definitions, as you know.
But this is for elections.
Yeah. For voter registration purposes, I often say it's a fairly subjective analysis, and which hinges primarily on whether you consider the place to be your principal dwelling place. And you have an intent to return there if temporarily absent, coupled with an act or acts consistent with that intent. That's basically the definition. It starts with the basic premise that you consider it your principal dwelling place.
But that's not the tax definition.
No, it's not. Nor the school tuition assessment.
So that's the principle that for you. Consider it your dwelling place.
Primary dwelling place.
And how do you define primary dwelling place?
Good question. Honestly. The place you spend the primary amount of your time, most significant amount of your time.
Is that 51%?
No, not necessarily.
So if you said, this is my primary dwelling, this was a huge issue in Grafton and Wyndham, as you remember. Over wind. Yeah. And people who wanted to vote but had their primary residence in someplace else, how would they have established their primary residence so that they would have been allowed to vote? Would they have to change where they paid their income tax? I mean, how do you, if it's different for tax purposes and different for Medicaid or whatever, how do you establish that, and how do you enforce that?
In the courts, there's not a whole lot of case law on it. I've looked into it. Some kind of act, as I was saying, the statute ends with an act or acts consistent with that intent. The kind of stuff courts have looked for: maintenance of a bank account, P.O. box, some set of indicia that show you still have some connection to the community. However, I would say that's usually looked at in the context of somebody who has left and maintains that they're coming back. So was there as their principal dwelling place, then left for some unanticipated reason. Mom is sick and you need to go stay with her for 6 months. You get challenged by the Board of Civil Authority in your town. You say, nope, I intend to return there as soon as my mom passes away, which might be an indefinite period of time. Then the court would say, well, what can you show me that tells me your plans to come back? You still have the house, you haven't sold it. You know, if you've sold a house that you once had before, that shows pretty well that you don't intend to come back. But the second home ownership is a difficult one. Although in most cases, I think it's pretty clear whether or not it's the person's primary dwelling place. And then sort of the baseline that everyone operates from also is the one thing you don't want to do is be registered in 2 places. So at least if you're going to be claiming Vermont's your principal dwelling place, you're not also registered in Connecticut or Florida. It's highly subjective is where I started.
But it is illegal to be registered in 2 places to vote, correct?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
I was just discussing that with my election director colleagues across the country yesterday morning.
But you're not able, or you're not supposed to vote in 2 places.
2 different things is what you just said. It's clear that you're not supposed to vote in 2 places.
Right, so it's illegal to vote in 2 places.
Yes. To be registered.
And you are encouraged to be registered in only 1.
Yeah, there's sort of tangential statutes that get to it. For instance, where statutes will say if you move and register somewhere else, either that clerk or you are meant to call and remove yourself from the rolls, but there are not definitive statements that say it's against the law to be registered in 2 places. And I think that's probably historically over time because it's so easy to make that error unknowingly.
Well,
end up registered in 2 places.
It takes a while, yeah.
So if somebody, go ahead.
The last point I would make in reference to this bill is that I don't necessarily see the relationship of this discussion with the bill before you.
Right.
Which is to say that citizenship, unlike residency, is not subjective at all and is very easy to prove or disprove. And so I don't think that this bill raises the same kind of questions that one would raise if it proposed to have non-residents.
It raises the question with our colleagues. That's where the question comes from. So if you were, since you're not supposed to vote in 2 places, if you had dual citizenship, no, you can't have dual citizenship in the United States, can you? Yes.
Oh, sure
with someplace else. So could you vote in that someplace else and vote in Montpelier?
The other country, I suppose you could.
Depends on their laws.
Depends on their laws.
Yeah, you can't vote in England if you vote here.
Okay.
I have enough to know our laws.
You don't know the election laws of the world?
I'm working on it.
But you can
You'll
vote.
be a test next week.
Okay.
But as we heard from Roberta, when she lived in Norway, she could vote in those local elections, not in the federal elections, but she could vote in the local elections, and she could vote here.
And send a presidential ballot back here.
Okay. Any ballot. And can't you vote, I mean, when we had a child at school abroad, they voted in every election. Absentee ballots are good for every election.
From our perspective, I don't know about Norway.
Yeah.
But yes.
No, but from our,
Yeah.
Okay. I did have one more question, but my senior moment just,
it'll pop.
it will pop up at some point.
Can I ask you, not exactly on point, but you're, my impression is that amongst people who direct elections in the United States, there's sort of a mutual aid attitude, like you work with your colleagues around the country to sort things out.
Yes.
Are you working in any way to sort out what's going on in Iowa?
He's just grateful he's not the head of elections in Iowa right now.
No, and yet that you guys give me the opportunity, just since there's an audience here, to make the important distinction.
Paper ballots.
Well, that, but more importantly, to your question, is that election primary caucus last night was not administered by the state.
Right.
In
Oh,
any
right.
way, shape,
Administered
or
by the
form.
caucus, right.
By the
Democratic
parties.
Party function. And so my election director colleague in Iowa had nothing to do with that process last night.
There have been suggestions that we should do away with the state-run primary in Vermont and have it administered by the parties, and we could save a bundle.
Yeah, and look at, I guess we aren't.
It's going to lead to a lot of discussion about it.
We're not going down that road
I don't think
anytime soon.
we necessarily, but there have been discussions, as you well know.
But it's interesting, well, I think some of the reason that some of these states like Iowa still have their caucuses is because the legislature won't fund a primary. The fact that you guys pay $400,000 to pay for all our primary ballots is a big investment.
But this is like our public records discussion. What is the business? These are core functions of a democracy.
No, but
determining a party's candidate.
Party's candidate?
In determining candidates, period. We happen to have a party system.
I don't want to get into this, but the primaries aren't to determine the party's candidates.
They are to determine who our candidates
are. Our party candidates are.
I think it's a function of state government, and I'm glad we fund it.
It hasn't been for very long.
The benefits of funding it and having it done professionally by people who know how to do it.
And it hasn't been the state party, it hasn't been a state function for very long in Vermont.
I'm thrilled it's currently a state function. And we're more thrilled after last night's mess in Iowa.
When did it start to be a state function?
I think in 73. 76, because the 72 election, we still did caucuses.
Amazing, I thought it always was.
No.
April McCollum for the Free Press is working on a story about the history of it.
I remember going to the caucuses in 72 for the 72 election, because we had just moved here.
And I heard today that in 76, the first time they had the primary, the caucuses also were going on at the same time.
Yep. All right.
So you caucused for Nixon? Is that right?
I did.
In 72?
I did. I caucus. Thank you.
Since 1976? Wow.
So does anybody else have anything they'd like to weigh in on here with some new material or some new thoughts, or hasn't had a chance so far?
Thank you, Roberta, for your sending your testimony.
Let's see first if there's anybody else who hasn't weighed in so far that, no? Okay.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. So my wife, Micah Garland, would have liked to have been here, but she's in Norway with her 90-year-old mother at this point. So she has been living in Montpelier for 26 and a half years, and we bought a house here, we raised a child, we were really kind of involved in the community. So what I did was I came up with some questions that I thought might be questions that get addressed, and questions that I and others who circulated petitions in Montpelier faced. Would it make sense for me to read through these or not? What does everybody think?
If you can just summarize, I mean, we kind of already read number 7 about the.
Well, maybe I can read. Well, the first one This is a question that we got a lot. Voting is a privilege that should be reserved for citizens. You know, people felt there were quite a few people in the street who felt strongly about that, and we had discussions with these folks. And
did they all vote?
Did they all vote in the?
I mean, they talk about it as a privilege, but our numbers of people actually voting are so low.
I didn't ask them that.
Yeah.
Voting?
It's a privilege.
Good point.
Exercise.
So I will say that in about 5 minutes, we're going to do something else.
Okay. Sorry. All right. So I'll just read that. Some people believe that citizenship and voting are tied together, and for federal elections they are. However, federal law does not prohibit non-citizens from voting in state or local elections if states and or municipalities allow voting. Also, the Vermont Constitution and Vermont case law does not prohibit non-citizens from voting in local elections. This bill solely addresses voting in Montpelier affairs. The right to vote in federal and state elections will still be limited to U.S. citizens.
So just to point out here that in Burlington, they just withdrew theirs.
Yes.
And the 2 people that voted against it, one of them was a new American citizen.
Right. And some new Americans felt like, well, we worked very hard, and this is the right that we gained. The majority of people who I spoke to in Montpelier who are from other countries, citizens of other countries, they were really for this bill. They didn't say that.
I just found that interesting.
Yeah. So another question is, let me say, would this put non-citizens at risk of committing a crime? Number 9. And there's nothing in federal law which prohibits non-citizens from voting in local elections. As part of the naturalization process, applicants are asked if they have voted in federal, state, or local elections, and are asked to provide supplementary materials if they have done so. In this case, the supplementary material would be information from the city of Montpelier. And the city clerk of Tacoma Park, she addressed this too. She said she gives them information that they can attach to their application. Another question that we came up with, why can't people wait until they become citizens? That's number 2.
Yes.
The answer to this is as complicated as the number of people who would be impacted by the passing of this bill. And I gave some examples. Some people come from countries where dual citizenship is not allowed. They might have family and or strong connection to their original country of citizenship, but do not want to give up their original citizenship. Some people would like to become a U.S. citizen, are in the lengthy process of establishing enough time to do so. One has to be a permanent resident for 5 years, or if married to a U.S. citizen, 3 years. I don't know if you have the newest version. I wrote that it can take up to 10 years or more to even become a permanent resident. So it can take a really long time to even get to that step where you can consider citizenship. And it costs $725, and the Trump administration has proposed an increase to $1,170, and this does not include any potential lawyers' fees. So those can definitely be
Which are serious.
I think everybody got the statement from Gilberto Diaz.
Yes, thank you for this.
Okay.
That was good.
Okay. He was not able to be here because he's working.
You know, one of the most powerful things about this conversation for me is the fact that it passed in Montpelier by 3,300 votes for, 900 against. It's like 4 to 1.
Yeah.
And that's a pretty strong vote.
Yeah, it was a strong vote. Yeah, it was very interesting to go around and talk to people about it in the petition process and get so much support.
Because I think one of the things that, in terms of the time I've spent on this committee, you know, we do a lot of charter changes, as you know, as you can imagine, and I always feel like whether I totally agree with what local folks are trying to do or not, if local citizens pass a charter change, I start from this premise of who am I to tell them they can't do something that they democratically elected to do.
Right.
I found it very interesting that the only time in the governor's budget address there was a standing ovation was when he talked about welcoming more immigrants into the state of Vermont. And so if we're going to welcome more immigrants into the state of Vermont, this might be a good way of showing a welcome, instead of just saying welcome. And also we're dealing, in the OPR bill, we're dealing with credentialing and license transfers and things like that for people who are coming. So if we're going to welcome more immigrants, we need to actually put our money where our mouth is, or so whatever that means. But anyway.
Right, to show value of welcoming and inclusivity.
Right. Instead of just having a welcome banner. Well, I think that I've talked to a number of people. I don't think we're ready to vote on this today. I was hoping we were, but I think they're, so I'm going to try and put it on a possibly for, and I do apologize to the people of Montpelier, because I know you wanted this to go through so that you could set it up for town meeting this year. I just don't see that that's going to happen, because it has to get through here, and then the governor has to sign it, and he has. So if we voted on it, there's a possibility that we could vote on it on Thursday, because it seems we have some local government. No, that's not this Thursday. That's the 13th. But we do have Wednesday. That's tomorrow. That's tomorrow. We were supposed to hear the Vermont National Guard sexual assault report with the House members. It turns out that the House members are going to have a really, really long session, because they have a lot of contentious things to vote on tomorrow, plus a governor's override. So we have some time before 2:30, so I suggest that maybe we be prepared to vote on it then. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Oh, no, not tomorrow. I thank you. Okay. Thursday. We'll see if we can move something and vote it on Thursday. Thank you, Anthony.
My pleasure.
Keeping us on track.
It's always,
Thank you, Roberta.
Thank you. It's always a good thing in this committee to have good vice chairs. Both Anthony and Brian have acted as great vice chairs, keeping me on track. Okay, thank you.
Goodbye.
West River Board, we'll call it to order at 5:33 or so. Thank you all for coming. Apparently, we just dropped this off the last agenda. Single-purpose meeting. All we got to do is make a motion to approve the warning. Everybody has a copy of it attached. Skim through it, make sure we have all the right dates in there, you know, no 2019s.
Second page.
No polling date, no polling hours wrong,
Look at your
or
own
places
town.
wrong. Check your towns.
We checked with all the town clerks on those because specifically Wyndham toggles between, and Jamaica wanted to be at 9 a.m. I think historically, are they 10 a.m.? Yeah.
Yep.
So they
I
wanted
mean,
to be 9.
I went through it once, but I'm like, just do it again one last time. Because I'd hate to have an emergency meeting to correct the warning that was improperly warned.
Jamaica wanted to open at 9.
It says 10.
Says 10 for Jamaica.
Oh, that's Wyndham. That's Wyndham.
No,
It says
look at it
10 for
from-
Jamaica in the preamble, it says 9 for Jamaica in the back.
Okay, so then.
In the back.
Page 2.
Oh, I
I was gonna say the hours on the
Yeah,
back.
the
Yeah,
very
go to the
top,
first
it's
page.
purple line and
First
then it-
page. Yep.
Okay, we'll check in here and see.
Says 9 a.m. Brookline, 10 a.m. Jamaica. It's
Yeah, it's
supposed to be
right
9.
in the other side.
It's right in the back, but not in the front.
Correct.
Okay, so this should be
9
9.
in Newfane, 9 in Townsend, and 10 in Wyndham.
Perfect, though, but the sign-in
This
sheet,
one
so I
is
can
the one
change
that's-
that. and
Yeah, you can
sign.
slip sheet the
Okay.
front cover.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Well, I'll make a motion. I will accept the warning with the adjustment of the time for Jamaica.
Second that.
All right. Any discussion on the warning? Anything on the warning? All right, ready to vote? It's been moved and seconded to approve, accept, approve, adopt? What's the right little word there,
You're
Bill?
gonna approve the warning.
Approve the warning?
And you can make one motion where you approve the warning and allow the chair to sign.
That was your motion, right?
And on to my motion, allow the chair to sign for the board.
You were seconding that?
Sure.
Excellent.
Thank you.
All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Beautiful. Thank you all. Anything else we need to do, folks?
Can't. No, I'm down.
Switch seats.
Yeah.
You three are staying, right?
I'll make a
For the
motion to adjourn if we don't have anything else.
WCSU.
All right. Motion to adjourn. Do we need a second? We need a second.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank
Coffee
you.
is the more important one today.
All right, WCSU.
What is it today?
Yeah.
Well, good morning. My name is TJ Donovan. I'm a Vermont's Attorney General. Joined with me today is Chief Don Stevens, Representative Brian Chena, Representative Tom Stevens, Representative Carol Odie, Representative Jessica Brumstead. I am here to add my support and ask the Vermont legislature to pass H 716, which Representative Brumstead and Representative Chena are the sponsors of. What H 716 would do would exempt members of the Abenaki tribe from paying a license fee for hunting and fishing in the state of Vermont. Why I support this is simply because it's the right thing to do, and we should look back at our history and acknowledge it's the right thing to do. In 2006, the Vermont General Assembly formally recognized the Abenaki people. They acknowledged that Vermont was originally the home to several indigenous Native American people, now known as Western Abenaki tribes, who originally inhabited all of Vermont for hundreds of years, beginning long before the arrival of Europeans. The General Assembly also recognized that carefully maintained oral traditions show that Native peoples have long lived in the Champlain Valley, and that they demonstrate that the Abenaki people farmed Vermont's river plains since 1100. They also hunted and fished this land for centuries. And when European settlers came here and treaties were negotiated, and Dave Scher from my office is here, who, at the request of Don Stevens, asked us to do some legal and almost historical research into this issue, the Abenaki people have always made a claim to hunt and to fish these lands. And more important, they always reserved their right to hunt and to fish these lands, which is now Vermont is part of. And when we look at it, why this bill is appropriate now, we are in a unique period of time in our nation's history. We are going back and revisiting our history. We're in a period of reconciliation. We're in a period of reckoning. And in the spirit of that, of understanding the history of our state, of understanding and acknowledging the history, the proud history of the Abenaki people, and recognizing that they've reserved these rights and have made this claim for hundreds of years, for centuries, the state of Vermont should simply recognize this claim and exempt them from these license fees, because it is the right thing to do. It is the right thing to do for the state of Vermont. It is the right thing to do for the Abenaki tribe. And in the spirit of history, in the spirit of reconciliation, this bill should be passed. So, Chief, I'm proud to stand with you. I want to thank you for asking us to look at the historical record, to look at the law, to understand our history, to acknowledge our history, and to look back at our history. As I said, at this unique time where we are revisiting our history in so many different ways. This is the right thing to do. So let's do it. Chief, I look forward to working with you. I thank you for your leadership. I thank you for your friendship, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. I appreciate that, TJ. Did you want to put something up? You can before I start?
Oh, yeah, sure. Didn't want to put it in front of his notes.
No, no worries.
Thank you.
There you go. Great. Well, I want to say greetings. Today is really a historic day in the grand. It seems like an average day, but today is a historic day. I mean, we all acknowledge and we see what's happening in the nation today is that there's still a lot of hate and lateral violence, but it really brings me hope in working with TJ over these last year or close to it on trying to get people to acknowledge our sovereign rights and of hunting and fishing that we never ceded. That we as a people have struggled since before Europeans are here. And there's always been, like I said, a lot of hate and lateral violence, but Vermont has risen above the national
level. You have the legislators, you have the state departments, including the Attorney General's office, where there was adversarial relationships before. We have found a way to get above that and work in partnership to uplift people and to acknowledge our rights. I also want to say that for the people who always fear what they don't understand, we are not asking for anything special. The Fish and Wildlife Department already gives free licenses to senior citizens. They already give licenses to the veterans of this great, country. They give free licenses to people with disabilities. All we're asking is to people that the state of Vermont honors our ancient agreements of Vermont, before Vermont was even a state, that we always retained our rights to hunt and fish, our sovereign rights to hunt and fish. And as a tribal leader, we try to work in a government-to-government relationship with the state of Vermont. And the state of Vermont has been, and as you see, as we continue to uplift, they reject violence against minority people. They are trying to do the right thing. And this is a huge step in our history and with the Attorney General's office. And all I can say is that I urge the legislators to follow. And without the legislators' support of doing this, we would still be in the same place we are. And now that the Fish and Wildlife are coming out saying there's not enough hunters in the woods, that we're seeing a lot of people that aren't going into the woods anymore, that we see that the governor wants to bring in more tourism, and also mentioned to bring more hunting and fishing people to come and enjoy the outdoors, and also that they're having a hard time managing the deer herd. Well, we're here, honor our rights, let us come. There's people that live out of state, our citizens, that would love to come in and be able to hunt. Guess what? They'll spend money in lodging, they'll spend money on items, they'll actually help. And we might even be able to bring in some educational funds if we work with the Fish and Wildlife Department to provide education, right? So I'm not going to continue to stay up here a long time, but I just want to say you're right. It's morally the right thing to do. We acknowledge the fact that you had the wherewithal to stand up as the Attorney General in the state of Vermont and acknowledge that, and to urge that the legislators and the governors follow through with a commitment of our ancient agreements and honor those. And we're not taking anything away from people. It's just giving us the rights that we already agreed to way back when, and just to allow us to be able to sustain our people, because we live off the land. We're one with nature. We just want to have our rights recognized. So thank you. Orioni.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you. Thank you, Chief Stevens. Next, I'd ask, again, one of the co-sponsors of this bill was Representative Brian Chena from the City of Burlington to say a few words. Representative Jessica Brumstead from Shelburne is also a co-sponsor. We thank you both for your leadership. Representative Chena.
Thank you. We're at a time in our history where we can no longer ignore what has happened in the past, and we have an opportunity now to make things right in the present so that we can have a better future for everyone. And in this time, there's a lot that we could be doing as a state to reconcile what happened in the past. And there's many ways we could be doing that. We did change Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples Day as one way of recognizing and uncovering what really happened in history and honoring who was here first. We're standing on lands that have been inhabited by Abenaki people for thousands of years. And we need to recognize that in every possible way and in everything we do. And so as part of moving towards reconciliation and towards a better future, we have to take action to make things right. We need to apologize as a state for the harm that the state has caused towards Abenaki people. And in addition to an apology, we need to take actions to make amends. And one of those actions, a simple action, is to allow Abenaki people to hunt and fish and to get free licenses from the state it's the least we can do as a state to begin to make things right. And we need to honor the cultural and religious practices and freedom of Abenaki and all other indigenous people, and acknowledge that hunting and fishing is more than sustenance, it's a sacred act.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Chena. Next, Representative Carol Odie from Burlington is a member of the Committee of Jurisdiction, and I'd ask Representative Odie to say a few words.
Thank you, TJ. It is the House Natural Resources, Fish and Wildlife Committee that will be taking up this bill. We look forward to doing so, and I am personally very pleased to be able to work on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Odie. Before I open it up for questions, I just want to acknowledge, because I know we'll get this question, I know Representative Odie will get this question. We're going to be talking about revenue. And this does not exempt the Abenaki people from the hunting or fishing regulations. It's just to the fee. And I went online this morning, and a 5-year fee for fishing is $134 for a 5-year license. $134 for hunting. Combination, you get a bit of a deal. It's $229 for 5 years. I don't think we're talking a lot of money here. I think, as Chief Stevens said, I think as Representative Chena pointed out, that this is an opportunity for us just to acknowledge the history of this state, the tradition and culture of the Abenaki people, and a recognition that they've always reserved the right to hunt and fish on these lands long before we came here, and continue to assert that reservation of rights during the time when Europeans came and treaties were negotiated. They always made the claim to hunt and to fish, and today we simply seek to acknowledge it, and I'm proud to stand with you, Chief, and members of your tribe. So with that, Charlie, do you want to say anything? Sure. This is Charlie Delaney.
Hi, I'm a citizen of the Nahikan Kawasuk tribe, considered an elder now. It was many years ago. This bill comes full circle for us. Many years ago, we had a fish-in where we were given citations and arrested. I was one of many people who went in front of Judge Wolchek, and the state of Vermont at that point in the legal system recognized our Aboriginal rights, or created that question for us to go forward. And in all the years that I've been sued, there was a lot of things that we didn't realize or didn't think that would be possible for this day and things like this to happen. But it's because of the state of Vermont realizing change is here. The leadership that we have today with our chief and other people that have worked hard on this. It wasn't just one person, it wasn't just me, it was many people over many years for us to have this relationship with the state of Vermont. And it's something that is good going forward. And there'll be other things in the future that we'll be asking support on. And we appreciate who we are today. We appreciate the state of Vermont and what it has to do. And I thank you for that, Ahal.
Thank you, Charlie. Finally, I'd ask Carol McGranahan to come up and say a few words. Carol.
Hi, I'm Carol McGranahan, and I am chair of the Vermont Commission on Native American Affairs. I want to thank everyone who has been involved, the legislature, especially Brian has worked closely with us, Chief, and all the other members of the commission and members of our Abenaki community for making this possible. I think probably the most historic and impactful event was when we were recognized as being here and being a people. And that was the opening of the door. We now have our display here in the State House. We have Indigenous Peoples Day, and with this hunting and fishing bill and several others that are before the legislature, We're going to continue to make progress, form relationships, and it's all positive. I can't thank you enough for everything. Leonie.
Thank you. Thank you. Before I open it to questions again, I just want to thank Representative Brumstead and Representative Chena for co-sponsoring this bill. I believe Representative Webb from Shelburne and Representative Carol Odie, thank you for being here and the invitation to for your committee to take this bill up under consideration. We appreciate that invitation. With that, we'd open it up for questions.
TJ, are you making a legal determination that these rights are legally valid?
I think when you get into the treaties which we've gone through and whether or not they apply, because as a successor government, as the chief said, you know, that's an open question. I think the fact of the matter is that I support this, and we hope that any legal question is resolved by passage of the bill.
As far as the logistics, those who are eligible, the license is free, but we still have to go somewhere and pick up a tag to say
Yeah,
you're here.
yeah. This is just the license fee. All other regulations apply. And yeah, Chief, you want to?
Yeah, sorry. I'll answer some of that as well. We have a great relationship with the Fish and Wildlife Service. If you don't know, we carry eagle feathers. You know, we have cultural permits, and we work closely with the Fish and Wildlife Department. So we would do the same as what they do in the federal arena, is that we would certify that the citizen is an enrolled citizen of our tribe, and that would give the Fish and Wildlife the certification knowing that they were a legitimate, if that's what you want to call it, a citizen of one of our recognized tribes, because this pertains to the 4 recognized tribes in the state. So since we know who our people are, we would certify that they are an enrolled member of our tribe or enrolled citizen, and then they would provide that to the Fish and Wildlife Department, and then they would be able to issue that tag. So we would still be involved with that, and hopefully we would also be involved with some of the educational. We already do educational things at Camp Kehoe and Dead Creek Days and a few things. So we work pretty closely with the Fish and Wildlife Department. So it's not like a willy-nilly thing. So that's why I said it's not really affecting a lot of people, and having a valid license, the law enforcement team or the Fish and Game wardens would still be able to enforce it and not have to determine who's who. So it's just, like you said, it's just the fee, like they provide every other senior citizen or other people with free licenses. We'd just be another category in that free license system, and all the processes would still stay in place. So it shouldn't be that intrusive.
Chief Stevens,
yes.
Roughly how many people would be affected by this?
Well, it depends, right? I mean, we have probably about 6,000 people on tribal rolls throughout the state, but not everybody hunts and fish. Some people already get free licenses because they're senior citizens. Some people are already active military who get the licenses. So we're not talking a huge number. It's not going to be all of a sudden a drain, as we said, on the system. It's just honoring our rights, but also there are a lot of people that are citizens. Our territory goes from Turners Falls, Mass, up into Lower Canada, across New Hampshire to Moosehead Lake in Maine. Right now, even the governor had said he would like to get more people in the woods and increase the number of people to help manage the deer herd. Well, we have non-Vermont residents that are citizens of ours that would love to come and hunt and be on our property up in the Northeast Kingdom and around Vermont. And that they would come in and they have to have a place to stay. They have to eat. They would bring some revenue in as well. So it might even offset whatever cost that might happen. So, thank you.
Thanks, Chief. Other questions?
I'm
Yeah.
curious if you support the resolution that the legislature is considering passing that would formally apologize for the state's role in the sterilization of Abenaki people and other marginalized groups.
Yes, and I'd ask Representative Stevens to speak on that.
Sure. Thank you.
Yep.
Yes, we are actively looking at that. It's a joint resolution right now, and the language in that is very simple, as it should be. We've taken a very long time to apologize for the eugenics survey. UVM made an apology last year to start this process, but here in the State House, we started 10 years ago with one that actually was put together prior to recognizing the Abenaki tribes, and we know that the Abenaki were really a target of this eugenics survey, along with French Canadians or the names that we have taken out of the statutes, feeble-minded, not miscreants, but just people who are considered subhuman, essentially. Huge mistake in our dark history here in the state of Vermont. So the language that we're working on is very simple, but we're still taking testimony on it. We're still we're making research on it. We're trying to find out exactly how far this research went to make sure we get it right, and to make sure we do it with humility and regret, and make sure that it's an honest apology from the state, at least from the General Assembly's perspective, and hopefully as a whole government. What we did in the 20s, 30s, and 40s was terrible, simply terrible, and we need to make amends. And so listening to folks whose families were affected by this is an important part of it, and getting the history right is an important part of it. So we're in the process of doing that now.
Other questions? Well, I want to thank, again, Chief Stevens and the Abenaki people for your advocacy, for your courage, and for your leadership. I want to thank you for pushing our office, for taking a look at this. I want to thank Dave Scher from my office, who looked at these treaties. There's a lot of them, and they're unclear, and they're really old. And I would just say, from a personal note, you know, this was fascinating as somebody who loves history, but acknowledging that the history we may know is not always accurate, and that we have to be cognizant of the lived experience of people who were here before us, to reconcile their experience with the history that we think we know, and to do the right thing. And that's why we're here today, not only on this bill, but certainly, as Representative Stevens so eloquently talked about, saying sorry goes a long way, and we should never be afraid to do that. So I certainly support that resolution, and support the right of the Abenaki people to be exempt from fees, because it's the right thing to do, and we should have the courage to do it. Thanks for being here.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it.
Carol.
Friends, colleagues, compassionate Vermonters, I want to welcome you this evening to our public forum marijuana, THC, the commercialization of THC in Vermont. I want to thank you. I want to thank you so much for being here, for taking the time out of your busy schedules, your busy lives, to inform yourselves about a topic that is very important to us all. I'm Ed Baker. I'll be your moderator and your host. I'm so pleased to be here with you. I'm honored to be here with you. A couple of housekeeping items. Number one, if everyone would please just take a minute and look at your cell phone. Make sure your cell phone is off on vibrate so we don't have any sounds or ringing to disturb the proceedings this evening. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll even do it. Okay. Rest area, if you leave the auditorium and make a left, there's the elevator. We're on the second floor. The rest area is on the first floor, so down one floor. Question and answer period. We've decided to have question and answers by index cards. So you probably already have an index card. If you've come in with a question on your mind for one of the panelists, write it down now. If over the course of our discussions a question comes to mind, write it down, and we'll have our team collecting those cards at a few points in the course of the evening. I want to take a moment to introduce our panelists. We are indeed privileged to have with us some very distinguished guests tonight, and we have an exciting and informative evening planned for you. Number one, I'd like to introduce Dr. Libby Stout. Elizabeth Libby Stout is a board-certified addiction psychiatrist and a senior instructor for the University of Colorado Health Science Program, Department of Psychiatry. Thank you, Libby, for being with us tonight. TJ Donovan. TJ is Vermont's State Attorney General, elected in 2016 with over 66% of the people's vote. Presently well into his second term. TJ previously served for 10 years as State's Attorney of Chittenden County. Thank you for your service, TJ.
Thank you, Ed.
Ann Hassel. Ann is a physical therapist and activist from Massachusetts with lived experience both as a bud tender in the cannabis industry and as a person in recovery from severe cannabis use disorder. Thank you, Ann. David Rechu. Dr. Rechu is a child and adolescent psychiatrist. He directs the Pediatric Psychiatry Department at UVM's Larner College of Medicine and is the medical director for the Vermont Department of Mental Health, Child, Adolescent, and Family Division. Thank you, Dr. Rechu. And Scott Gagne. Scott Gagne is a certified prevention specialist from Maine and director of the New England Prevention Technology Transfer Center. Scott is the public health representative on Maine's Marijuana Advisory Commission, and he currently serves on the Substance Use and Mental Health Services Administration's Substance Use Prevention National Advisory Council. Thank you. Thank you all so much for being here with us. The focus of the forum is not focused on medical marijuana. The forum is not focused on the legalization of possession of small amounts of marijuana or decriminalization. We are decriminalized in Vermont. The focus of the forum is the retail sales, the commercialization, the commodification of THC in Vermont. I'd like to begin the forum a little bit differently than most forums of this nature are begun. I would like to begin this forum with a moment of mindful silence. I'd like us to join in a moment of mindful silence in honor in recognition, in celebration, and in commitment. In honor of all those, and there are many, who have been taken from us by drug overdose death. In recognition of all those, and there are many more than we'd like to think, that suffer and struggle every day, all day, with the terrible symptoms and consequences of substance use disorder. In celebration of all those of us who have found their pathways to recovery. Yes, yes, bumpy, winding, sometimes straight down, and then back straight up and on to a wonderful and beautiful life. And in commitment, our commitment as adults, as Vermonters, to protect our children and to protect our children's children and to protect the vulnerable of Vermont by creating and crafting for them safe communities, safe environments. We are the environment. So join me in a brief moment of silence, please. Thank you. Thank you. Something tells me that may be the only moment of silence this evening. So we'll begin the panel discussion. Our first panelist will be Dr. Libby Stout. I'd like to thank you for joining us, Dr. Stout, from Pueblo, Colorado. Pueblo, Colorado, which has been called the ground zero of THC commercialization. You have worked as an addiction psychiatrist in a 90-day residential program treating people with co-occurring mental health and substance use disorders for well over 20 years. Can you please, based on your clinical experience and your knowledge of science, focus upon THC and its effect on the human brain, share your concerns around THC becoming easily accessible through commercialization in our communities?
Yes, absolutely. I'm really happy to be here because I have been trying to get this message out. Several of us physicians in Pueblo, Colorado, go around the country trying to help people understand what has happened in our community. I've been an addiction psychiatrist since 1990, and I love what I do. I love treating people and getting them into recovery because I believe recovery is completely possible, but people have to stop using. And the problem with the high THC, well, basically what happened in Colorado was we legalized it, and then we allowed the industry with no regulations at all to really modify the plant to increase the potency of THC. And so, you know, when it first came out as medical in our state, I wasn't really worried about it. I thought it would be just like the old-time THC, which in the 60s and 70s, THC was less than 2%. And it slowly increased over the years. To the 90s, it was at the height of 5%. And now we have gotten plants up to 20% average. We have people, people selling marijuana who's brag they have plants up to 40% THC. And then we have the concentrates, which have been the most devastating part of this development, which are the edibles, the shatter, the wax, the dab. These are things that go up all the way to 95% and higher THC. It has been extremely damaging to multiple people. In my treatment program, we have seen more and more people using marijuana. I mean, it didn't used to be as prevalent. Now, the treatment program I run, 95% of them are using marijuana on a daily basis. This is more than tobacco. And tobacco used to be the one that everybody used, no matter what they were doing. And I actually have people not smoking tobacco, they're smoking marijuana, and they're smoking the high concentrations. And so I see the increased risk of suicide related to it, psychosis, depression, anxiety, and this is in adults. I also see this absolutely in adolescents, and the commercialization in our town has made it normalized. So everybody thinks there's nothing wrong with it, that it's safe, it's healthy, and so I should be able to use it because it's my medicine. And nobody talks about using marijuana to get high. Nobody does. Everybody talks about it, but it's their medicine. And even though they don't have a medical card because they don't need one, they can go to the regular dispensary and get whatever they want. But we don't have any difference between a medical and a recreational. You go into either one, and they have the exact same products in all of them. So wax, shatter, dab, oils, vaping, and the kids are seeing that there's nothing wrong with it. We started doing education in schools. They finally let three of us physicians into the schools. So we talked to one middle school, 6th grade, 7th grade, and 8th grade. And so I gave an hour talk to 250 7th graders, and they were rapt. I mean, they were listening. And then they were able to write down questions afterwards that we collected. There were over 500 comments from these kids, and a big proportion of them were kids asking, well, if marijuana is so dangerous, why is it legal? I mean, how do you answer that question? And so their parents are smoking. They started asking questions about, how do I help my parents? How do I get them to stop? Because, you know, we're talking about the effects on cognition. This is a real big problem that I'm seeing with the high potency, is that it really affects abilities to learn and remember. Treatment is all about learning and remembering. And if you continue to shrink your hippocampus with a very powerful drug that does that, it's very difficult to learn and remember anything. So people don't do well in treatment. And this is, I mean, I'm seeing this because this program I run is a very amazing program for the state of Colorado that is funded by the state. So it's a 3-month inpatient program for people who have failed everything else. And so I see people who have been in multiple treatment programs, not been able to stay sober, and the majority of them are there for alcohol, methamphetamine, or heroin, but they're all smoking marijuana. The ones that are smoking the heaviest are the ones that do the least well in the program, because the other drugs are very forgiving. They leave their brain pretty quickly. Alcohol is the one that leaves the brain the fastest. And so people are better able to learn and remember new information. Marijuana is fat soluble, it sits in the brain for a very long time, and it takes a long time for it to come out. So I'll have people that, yes, their urine is now clean after they've been there a week, except for marijuana. And marijuana can still be in their urine up to 3 months later, depending on how heavy they've been smoking. And my biggest concern about it is how it's been normalized. And people don't think there's anything wrong with it. So if I'm trying to talk to people about their cannabis hyperemesis syndrome or the fact that this is causing them psychosis or delusions, they don't believe me. And so they don't want to quit. They don't want to stop. And so it's a lot of work to try and convince people. I've started to be successful with some people, but it is really an incredible amount of work.
All right. Thank you, Doctor. Now we have about 3 minutes left in your 10-minute allocation. I'd like to follow up with a question based on some recent research released by McGill University in collaboration with Oxford University and also Rutgers University. The McGill study suggests that smoking marijuana can be linked to depression in about 7% of Canadians and Americans. That figures out to be about 25 between the ages of 18 and 32. 25,000 Canadians, and 400,000 young adults. These people suffer from depression because of earlier, daily, or occasional use of cannabis. The study concludes that pre-adolescents and adolescents should avoid using cannabis, as use is associated with a significant increased risk of developing depression and suicidality in young adulthood. We know in Vermont from our youth risk behavior survey that Vermont is above the national average, both in youth depression, suicide planning, and suicide attempts. Tell me, do you think these findings are an exaggeration?
No, not at all. It's absolutely true, and it's something that I see on a daily basis. I have so many people that are expressing suicidal thoughts, and some of them, I don't know where this is coming from, it's out of the blue, and so I get a more intensive history from them, and they're vaping 60% hash oil. And I'm trying to explain to them, this is the reason you're suicidal. I had a gentleman who had a very serious suicide attempt, and it scared him. And so I'm talking to him about, I think it's because you're smoking high-potency THC. I convinced him, and it took forever, but he's actually to the point where he's feeling much better, and he's no longer suicidal. But I see it over and over and over again, totally related. And there is a lot of research out there supporting that. And the problem is, you know, you can have the best parenting in the world. You can teach your kids everything they need to know. And you know, all the way up until puberty, they sound like they know it. They understand it, they're good, and you've told them everything. Kids reach puberty and their brain changes. And they have huge changes that then makes them very susceptible to peer pressure. And that's where I'm seeing the biggest problem. Because kids, even though they come from a really great family, a really great home, and they've been educated and everything, they get into this peer pressure thing, and their brain isn't working very well because their frontal lobe is not working, and they use. And then if they use this high-potency stuff, they're gone. I mean, they're like addicted really quickly.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Dr. Stout. Thank you very much. Just for the panel, I don't think I mentioned it. We have a timekeeper that'll be alerting you at 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 1 minute, and then 0. We have 10 minutes for this initial round, one initial question, and then a follow-up. Attorney General Donovan, TJ. Regarding the commercial sale and regulation of THC, if we look at the 2 other regulated drugs commercially available in our communities, namely alcohol and tobacco, 2 of the 10 leading causes of preventable death on Earth, and then add another, even more strictly regulated drug, opioids, only available by prescription and one of the most tightly regulated drugs in America, we see clearly the failures of regulation and the social costs of rampant, sometimes criminal profiteering. You, of all people, are familiar with this through your work litigating powerful opioid pharmaceuticals and opioid distribution companies. Given our experience to date, what is it that makes you believe introducing yet another intoxicant with scientifically documented addiction potential to our communities?
Sure. And thanks for the question, and thank you for the invitation to be here tonight. I appreciate it. And you and I are good friends, and we've had this conversation many times, and I'm happy to be here tonight to continue the conversation. Let's start with the law in Vermont. Marijuana is legal. There's legalization in Vermont. We've legalized possession of cannabis. Governor Scott signed the bill, what, a year or 2 ago? 2 years ago? 2 years ago. That's the law. And then ask the impact of a law where you tell Vermonters that you can legally possess something and are going to be absolutely silent on how you obtain it. That's not how government is supposed to instruct citizens about what is legal and what is illegal. And Dr. Stout, is absolutely right when she talked about the Colorado law. That was by referendum. Citizens, question on the ballot, citizens voted, it passed. Without the keyword, any regulation. That's what Vermont is doing. That's what I support, a fully regulated market with consumer protections, with protections for children for the very reasons you just talked about. You can't put the genie back in the bottle. We have legalized cannabis. So now we have to be responsible in protecting people who may be susceptible to abuse. That's the role of government. Ed, the short answer to your question is that prohibition hasn't worked. And we have to acknowledge that too. So these issues of people having problems with alcohol or cannabis just didn't happen in the last 5 years. So let's face facts. Let's deal with the hard reality that Vermont has legalized it. And let's be responsible, protect consumers, and protect kids. That's my position. So I support a fully regulated market.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, TJ. And as always, clear, to the point.
Brevity and clarity are always welcomed.
Well, okay. So now, for my follow-up question, you know, I'd like to cite two commissions.
Yep.
One appointed by Governor Scott, the Opioid Coordination Council. The other one appointed by our current president, the Commission on Combating Drug Addiction and the Opioid Crisis. So this is from the OCC, the Opioid Coordination Council in Vermont. This is their final recommendation to Governor Scott. Quote, the opioid crisis must be viewed against the backdrop of the efforts to decriminalize and legalize marijuana in Vermont and across the country. The OCC would be remiss to simply ignore the impact marijuana legalization may have on the opioid crisis. These two issues cannot be neatly segregated. The OCC shares the concerns articulated by the President's Commission on Combating Drug Addiction and the Opioid Crisis. And the OCC quotes the President's Commission. The President's Commission warns against the uninformed rush to put another drug legally on the market in the midst of an overdose epidemic. What say you about that?
I don't think the state of Vermont has been uninformed or is ill-informed. I think we're going about it in a very responsible, pragmatic way. It has been, we've been having this debate for 6 or 7 years now on legalization. I don't think that's ill-informed or uninformed, to be perfectly blunt. Most of my career, when I was state's attorney and now attorney general, has been dealing with the opiate crisis in this state. Certainly, as state's attorney, dealing with folks who've came into the criminal justice system as a result of their addiction. Now, as attorney general, suing these pharmaceutical companies that I believe are responsible for starting the crisis. And my experience, perhaps an anecdote, but in talking to so many people who have struggled with addiction, with heroin addiction, it started because of a prescription drug. Because a doctor wrote a script. Let's be honest about it. So there needs to be a level of honesty and consistency across this debate. And I can't think of anybody, I'm sure there is, I am sure there is, but my experience in talking with somebody who has struggled with heroin addiction or opiate addiction said they started it because they used cannabis. I can't think of that. Hey, people can disagree. Listen, we all have our experience, and just be respectful of our experience. I don't believe it's a gateway drug. I think we need to be responsible and pragmatic and pass regulations that protect consumers and protect kids. Colorado did not do that. They just legalized it. And so, with all due respect, I don't think we're saying we're going to be Colorado. We've already indicated we're not. And as you see more and more states, this issue is not going away. And I think that's the reality check that I think we got to have, because here's the bottom line. As I said, it's legal to possess it. How do you think people are getting it? How do you think, not everybody's growing their own. Let's be honest about that. And so if we're going to allow, if we said to adults in Vermont, you can possess this, don't we have an obligation to ensure, like we do every other product, that there's some sort of consumer protection embedded in that transaction? That's how this system works. If we're saying, see no evil, hear no evil, you're on your own, we're abdicating our responsibility. So, we're not Colorado. We didn't just willy-nilly pass something and say, you're open for business. This has been a decade-long process of trying to build those regulations to answer these very important questions of how do you protect kids, how do you deal with roadway safety, how do you protect consumers? But the bottom line is, it's been legalized in this state. Now the question is, what do we do next?
Thank you, TJ.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we have Ann Hassel. Ann, thank you for visiting with us. It's my understanding that you've had the opportunity to observe firsthand some of the practices underway within the retail cannabis industry, regulated in Massachusetts. Would you care to share this with our audience, please?
I was a licensed physical therapist who went to work as a bud tender in a Massachusetts marijuana dispensary for 1.5 years. I was very excited to go to work in the marijuana industry. Entering the green rush was my dream. I had consumed and grown the marijuana plant off and on for decades, even went to jail for growing it during the war on drugs. I strongly believed that not only was marijuana non-addicting and non-harmful, but that it was a beneficial healing plant. A bud tender works behind the counter and completes the retail selling of marijuana, showing buds and weighing them on a scale, answering questions, and making recommendations. Marijuana-infused products have the highest profit margins and are made from concentrate oil. They include vape cartridges and edibles. As a bud tender, I learned this is not about a natural plant. This is all about an addictive and harmful, unnatural commodity produced by a deceptive, dangerous industry focused on the almighty dollar. The marijuana industry engages in unethical and illegal practices harmful to physical and mental health. I am truly embarrassed to admit that I kept working there despite what I witnessed and experienced, but my mind was impaired by high THC. I saw many disturbing practices, and here are a few. 1, harmful and deceptive sales. We were told by management to withhold important information from customers, such as our use of out-of-state synthetically derived hemp CBD crystalline instead of growing a CBD marijuana plant. Besides being a complete rip-off, out-of-state synthetically derived hemp CBD crystalline caused neurological problems, including seizures. In order to have the edibles tested a certain potency, my corporation put in more than double the amount of THC for brownies and 1.5 times the amount for other edibles. We were told that this was because the labs could not properly test for THC. I was very worried about my customers overdosing on THC, especially the elderly and inexperienced marijuana users, but I was unable to alert them to the danger. 2, microbial contamination. I and all the other small-scale marijuana growers I have known never had a mold problem. With commercialized, industrialized indoor grows with large numbers of plants crammed in a space, high energy lights and water reservoirs, the environment is humid and hard to control. Mold is a known problem in the industry. When I worked in the cultivation center, I trimmed moldy marijuana for 8 hours. I was very alarmed, but was told to cut around the mold and that concentrate production would take care of it. I saw moldy marijuana in the dispensary. I sold moldy marijuana to customers. I was told to pick off the really moldy parts of the bud and sell the rest. This is dangerous, for if a bud has visible mold, then the whole thing is contaminated. This is happening in other states. 80% of marijuana on Denver dispensary shelves failed from mold. Microbes in marijuana are dangerous. Marijuana from a California dispensary contained a fungus and killed a man. 3, masking contamination with remediation. Remediation allows contaminated marijuana to be sold. That's why my corporation dunked moldy marijuana into barrels of caustic hydrogen peroxide, so caustic it burnt the workers' arms. My corporation told us this was an industry standard. This practice masks the mold so it passes the lab testing. Concentrate production is another form of remediation. The marijuana industry says this is safe. However, scientists have issued warnings. 4, pesticides and heavy metal contamination. Illegal pesticides are applied to marijuana crops, but as with mold, there are ways around the lab testing. My corporation found a way. 30% of California dispensaries had marijuana poisoned with banned pesticides. Heavy metals are in cheap, low-end nutrients and fertilizers. My state only tests for 4 heavy metals, and there are many more. If marijuana is contaminated with pesticides and heavy metals, then the concentrate made from it has greatly increased toxicity. Customers and coworkers describe serious neurological symptoms after consuming my corporation's products. When I quit my job as a bud tender, I was physically unwell, heavy metal poisoned, over 3 times the norm for lead. Last December in Massachusetts, 12% of dispensary vape cartridges that had passed the lab testing for lead failed when retested, 1 over 50 times the lead limit. If my governor had not issued the vape ban, then these lead-poisoned vape cartridges would have been sold and consumed. People assume that if marijuana is legal and state-sanctioned, it is safe. This is a very dangerous assumption. Supporters of a commercialized, industrialized marijuana industry like to point to Massachusetts as a beacon of success. In actuality, if you could see what I, a bud tender, saw behind the cannabis curtain, working in a dispensary, in a cultivation center, you would understand that states with legalized marijuana have sanctioned an illusion of safety. You need to pay attention to the industry behind the curtain, perceive the dangerous reality.
Thank you, Ann. Thank you very much. For my follow-up question, Ann, if you're comfortable with it, would you care to share some of your personal experience regarding the dangers of marijuana with high THC content and its influence on you?
When I began smoking bud in the 1980s, it had a potency of about 3% THC. As the plant was bred through the decades to increase THC, the marijuana I consumed grew stronger. However, it was nowhere near the 20 to 30% high THC in my corporation's bud. After going to work in the marijuana industry and consuming high THC products, I experienced heavy metal poisoning, addiction, and psychosis. As I told you before, I was very excited to go to work in the industry. I had believed that marijuana was what I thought it was, and it had experienced a natural, harmless plant. I was wrong. After I began consuming high THC products, I began to experience physical and psychological problems. And I was a person who had consumed marijuana for decades. What I experienced were out of control addiction and psychosis. These happened slowly and gradually after I began consuming high THC. The real difficulty and the big problems were when I began consuming high THC concentrates ranging from 60 to over 90% THC. When I first tried them with the dab rig and butane torch, the rush was extremely powerful and intense, and I began to consume more and more of it. I developed a habit of consuming 1 gram a day and a severe addiction. I had all 11 out of 11 characteristics of a cannabis use disorder. The psychotic thoughts and feelings I experienced started with paranoia. However, these worsened, and they became extremely disturbing and incredibly bizarre. But I was too high to understand what was happening. Things got so bad, I almost had a psychotic break and committed suicide. It took 6 months for my mind to recover. I was what the commercialized, legalized marijuana industry cultivates, one of the 20% of heavy users who consumes 80% of its products. I was very fortunate to wake up to the harms, quit my job as a bud tender, never to work in the marijuana industry again, and I also quit marijuana.
Thank you, Ann. Thank you for your candor and your courage. I'd like to just say at this point that if there are cards to be collected with questions, can you indicate that? Are there any cards out there that need to be collected? Okay, it looks like we're okay with that. All right, next we have Dr. David Retu. Dr. Retu, we know, unfortunately, from experience, that products with addiction potential wreak havoc on public health. We have only to look at the history of alcohol, nicotine, and presently the opioids to see the dangers inherent in these substances. In your view, and please feel free to elaborate based on brain science and your extensive experience, is there a risk to our young inherent in Vermont's legalizing the commercial sale of THC?
Thanks, Ed, and good evening, everybody. Just to put things in context, I do work at the Department of Mental Health, but I'm also a practicing psychiatrist. I see outpatients who are children and adolescents, and when I'm on call, I work in the emergency department and on adult psychiatric units, and in fact, I'm on call right this very second for the Department of Psychiatry. I also want to say for disclosures that I get no money from any pharmaceutical company. I also want to say that even though I work for UVM and I work for DMH, I am not speaking on their behalf today. This is really just my own opinion. I'm not trying to speak for them today. I'm also not politically conservative, and I think a lot of people assume that everybody who's has some concerns about commercialization tends to be on the conservative spectrum. So Ed, the answer to your question, the short answer is definitely yes. My guess is that people don't want me to just spout study after study, so I'm going to kind of I'll be brief. And while I personally don't think that cannabis is inherently the most dangerous substance on earth, I do think that it may be the substance where there is the largest gap between its actual level of harm and its perceived level of harm by the public. And in my view, that makes it more dangerous. One of our primary worries regarding cannabis use has to do with the development of psychotic thinking. And by that, I mean things like paranoia, hallucinations, delusions. I see this, unfortunately, very regularly in my practice, and virtually every single time I'm on call on the adult psychiatric units and in the emergency department. And what I often see are people coming in with something called cannabis-induced psychosis. They come in, they're seen in our emergency department, or they're admitted to our psychiatric units for several days, and their thinking often clears. But since they don't really see that there's any link between the cannabis use and the psychosis, they go back to using, and then generally this cycle tends to repeat itself over and over until one day, even when they stop using cannabis, their brain doesn't bounce back anymore. According to the research, 34% of people who become psychotic while using cannabis convert to having schizophrenia or another psychotic illness which does not require the presence of actively using substances. And cannabis use beats all other drugs in terms of its conversion rate. A large study in Europe calculated that about 12% of first episode psychosis cases would be prevented if youth did not use high-potency cannabis. And in some cities, the rate was as high as 50%. And with psychosis, unfortunately, comes a risk of violence, right? If you're paranoid, if you think people are coming after you, you need to defend yourself. Another emerging sign, as we've already heard, is about suicide, with a major study that came out showing that the risk of suicide attempts is about triple for young cannabis users. There's also strong evidence on the ability of cannabis to impair memory, attention, and other cognitive domains. And as researchers from the RAND Corporation once said, cannabis is a performance-degrading substance. And that doesn't sound like something Vermont needs a whole lot more of right now. One of the main points I want to make tonight is that the evidence for these risks are strong. Like all complex issues in medicine, studies can be inconsistent and they are always flawed. But overall, the data that concludes that cannabis is bad for many people's brains is quite strong. And contrary to what many of you are led to believe, the evidence goes way beyond simple association studies. There are randomized controlled studies, there are animal studies, there are genetic studies, and there are complicated designs that strengthen the case for causality. These are all the same kinds of studies that have helped us determine that broccoli is good for you or that the world is getting warmer. Now, it would be one thing if the cannabis industry was ready to acknowledge these very significant risks, but it doesn't. They dodge, they minimize, they deny, and they dare treat anyone who says anything negative about cannabis as being a prohibitionist suffering from reefer madness. And what that signals to me quite strongly is that the industry simply is not ready for the responsibility that they are asking for. Several decades ago, the tobacco companies told us not to worry, right? It's a plant, after all. And we believed them, and we paid a huge price. More recently, the opiate manufacturers said that their new products weren't addictive. And again, we believed them. And again, we paid a huge price. Now the cannabis industry is here, ready to cash in on the next public health crisis. So I want to acknowledge that there are more issues related to cannabis commercialization than just the health and mental health perspective. But what I really want you all to understand here is I want you to have full awareness that any move forward is being done despite the public health impact, not because of it. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Dr. Retchu. Thank you very much. For a follow-up question, here is a quote from your recent testimony before House Health Care Committee members. You expressed concern that a legal THC market would increase usage amongst teens this way. Quote, when you put more cannabis shops than McDonald's and Starbucks on every street, you increase usage. You send a message to kids that this is okay. Dr. Retchu, would you care to elaborate on some of the dynamics involved in increasing adolescent usage by commercializing and advertising THC sales?
Yeah, so the research shows very clearly that you can track adolescent usage of drugs, almost exactly compared to the degree to which they think it is harmful. And there are these amazing graphs that show this almost in sort of lockstep, usually with a few-year delay, with a couple-year lag. And so as we send the message that this is medicine, that this is good for your brain, people will naturally respond, and kids are curious, adolescents are curious, and they're going to use more. And the Vermont Youth Risk Behavior Survey, which surveys Vermont youth every 2 years, the data for 2019 just came out 2 weeks ago. And after many, many years of cannabis use among Vermont adolescents being pretty stable, for this first time in this interval, and this interval includes the new legalization here, it's gone significantly up. So that worries me, and I worry that commercialization, when there are going to be signs and advertisements, is only going to make that worse.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Scott Gagner. Scott, thank you for joining us this evening. As I mentioned during my introduction, your experiences both at state and national levels sees the high-level positions. Would you care to comment on the commercialization of THC, please, specifically with regard to areas you've been studying?
Thank you. Thanks for having me. And similarly, I want to mention that what I'm sharing is my position, my opinions, and not representing officially any organizations that I work with. And I want to dovetail on that last point. In the state of Maine, where I live and work, we've seen the exact same trend. Many years of flat past 30-day use amongst our young people, and the same thing in 2019. We've seen our first statistically significant increase amongst youth since 2009. And so we had the campaign in Maine in 2016, and that was a long campaign. It really started in 2013, so that was years of normalization messaging, and we're like I mentioned, we're starting to see that trend in Maine as well. So it's not just Vermont where that's happening. I wanted to just another couple comments about what we've talked about so far tonight. One point I think we need to understand is that marijuana is not like any other product. It is not an ordinary commodity. We can't treat it like potatoes or broccoli or anything like that. It's a substance. So yes, we do need to, as states and as a nation and as communities, we do need to treat it differently. We can't treat it like any other product. If we do, that would be irresponsible. And on the topic of responsibility, the question I would pose is it responsible, on the one hand, to go after drug companies that are causing harm in our communities while rolling out the welcome mat for another one? So if we're going to think about responsibility, I think that's something we need to think about. But there's a lot of areas when we think about states and the nation looking at how they're looking at commercialization and trying to wrap their arms around it. What we see is a lot of failures. A good example is the current vaping crisis that we're in, the E-Valley outbreak, the lung injury outbreak. The CDC recently has updated, the CDC is coming out with data on a weekly basis and not a daily basis. And some of the last reporting indicated that 1 out of 6 of the vaping devices that have caused E-Valley outbreak were state commercialized products. Granted, there's a lot of them that are obviously coming from the black market, but 1 out of 6 is not an insignificant number. So I think that speaks to the valid concerns that folks have about how well a state actually can wrap their arms around commercialization, because so far the track record is not really very good when it comes to vaping. Another thing that we've seen is poisonings, both with children and with pets. The Northern New England Poison Center, which covers Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, I work very closely with Dr. Simone, who's the director there, and she reports that they're getting a large increase in calls from parents and grandparents and folks because their child has somehow gotten into marijuana and is experiencing symptoms. Same thing with pets. Pets are getting into products and becoming ill. Another piece I want to mention and kind of touch on is the taxation piece, the revenue piece, because that's something that gets talked a lot about how much money it could bring in for a state. The problem with that is what we don't do, and what no state has done, is an actual cost study on how much commercialization of THC costs a state. We've done those studies with alcohol and tobacco, and they're miserable. For every dollar in tax revenues a state collects, or the nation collects, for tobacco and alcohol, we spend $10 dealing with the fallout, whether it's increased healthcare costs, lower worker productivity, increased enforcement, because if you're going to have rules and regulations, you got to enforce them. You got to pay people to do that. Alcohol and tobacco are net losers for our states. Why don't we do a cost study on marijuana before we move forward with commercialization? It seems like it would be a responsible thing to do. Highway safety. From what I can tell, there's in the proposal here. Looks like there's THC caps of 30% and 60%. That is a very high amount. And what I'd be particularly concerned about with that is particularly the edibles. The edibles is where the industry is getting the novice users. That's where they're getting new people into the market. It's with the edibles. Because we've done a very good job of stigmatizing smoking. People are concerned about their lungs. They don't want to smoke, but they can eat a cookie. They can eat a gummy bear. But the problem is that novice users aren't always well educated by the bud tenders about how the delayed effect of THC. In the rural roads of Vermont, you have someone eating a 30% THC cookie. They think nothing's happened. They're good to hit the road. That's a significant issue, and I think it would be responsible to get a handle on that before moving forward with commercialization. And then the last piece I'll just kind of touch on is social inequities and health disparities, and I know that's a common theme that comes up in discussions of legalization as a way to deal with social justice and those sort of things. There again, we're only talking about one side. We're not talking about the other side. We're not talking about the disproportionate burden that our vulnerable populations bear from the fallout of drug commercialization. Alcohol, the alcohol outlet density is most dense in poor neighborhoods and minority neighborhoods. Same with tobacco. And we're already seeing that pattern with the cannabis industry in states like Colorado and Oregon and Washington and others. They're not in the wealthy suburban neighborhoods. They're in the poor minority neighborhoods. Commercialization will not do any good for social justice or social inequities. It will increase health disparities, not decrease them, and that would not be responsible.
Thank you, Scott. I want to point out a recent position paper by Prevention Works. Prevention Works is a coalition of approximately 14 groups, community groups, small coalitions representing the entire state of Vermont. Prevention Works recently has said in a position paper, Prevention Works and Vermont's prevention coalitions are opposed to the creation of a commercial system for retail sales of recreational marijuana, and clearly want to refute statements that commercialization of marijuana is needed to provide tax dollars for prevention services. They conclude their statement with this: we believe that science and evidence, not special interests or corporations, must drive marijuana policy in Vermont. Now, Scott, I know that you recently have said regarding this specific issue, this is an illogical trade-off. Would you care to elaborate on that?
Yeah, and I think it connects to what I ended with previously is the idea of funding prevention or after-school programs or the things of those sort with marijuana revenues is, again, it's going to increase health disparities. It's not going to fix them. Because as has been well laid out by other panelists, the fallout from marijuana use, particularly the adolescents. So we know from the research that 90% of addictions start in youth. So while I agree there are adults who are probably starting an opioid addiction because of a prescription, the vast majority of addictions are starting in adolescence, not in adulthood. And we know with marijuana, the addiction rate is 1 in 6 for young people. So what's going to happen is, those that are most vulnerable at risk are going to fall further behind, and they're not going to be able to benefit from the after-school programs or any of the other programs that you fund because their parents can't afford to give them treatment, which is already an issue. I mean, we didn't talk about that. We're already talking about a lack of access to treatment for opioids. Commercialization is only going to make that worse, not better. So I think it doesn't make any sense to fund, for the state to be in a position where they need to collect revenues from the sale of an addictive substance to fund prevention. That just doesn't make any sense. And then what happens when revenues are down? So you got to put out advertisements to increase sales, to increase the revenues for prevention. So now you got to fix these issues that come from more people using marijuana. The equation doesn't make any sense.
Okay, thank you, Scott. I want to thank the panelists for our opening round of discussion. That was really informative, and we're going to look forward now to a question and answer period. Questions have been submitted by the audience. We've had a team that's reviewed the questions and chosen representative questions that I will now address to our panelists. Thank you, Judge. Thank you very much. What? Oh, okay. Sorry about that. All right, we'd like to begin now. First question is for Ann Hassel. Ann?
Yes.
The administrative 2020 budget for the Massachusetts Cannabis Commission exceeds $14 million. It is only for administration and does not include local level impacts. What does Massachusetts get for $14 million?
Well, Ed, I think that's a really good question. I think you get a lot of, high-powered jobs. I actually have alerted the Cannabis Control Commission about my concerns and did not hear anything. As for what they're doing, I know at one point they put up billboards alerting people that marijuana is now legal, and they were in a cartoon format. So I think they got flack from that because, again, this should not be made child-friendly. I also have a question with the Cannabis Control Commission. We've had, again, a whole dispensary was shut down because of illegal pesticides. In that case, the U.S. Department of Agriculture went in, and that's how eventually someone's going in through the federal government. In my opinion, you have the Cannabis Control Commission that is getting its advice from the Cannabis Advisory Board, and that's packed with a lot of people who own marijuana corporations, and it behooves them to just keep selling their products. The CCC is not sending out a message to try and prevent people from using it because they're gaining income by having the taxes from marijuana sales. So I think that it's all geared towards the sale of marijuana, and there's not much given to prevention whatsoever.
Thank you, Ann. Second audience.
down. So are we enabling unapproved therapies? By doing this, is it the camel's nose under the tent? I mean, we have a lot of questions asked.
Well, they're going on. I mean,
Yeah,
it is
it's
happening.
full-place
Ads, if you've got any of these things, show up in the hotel room on Sunday morning, and we've got a cure.
Yeah, exactly. So it's kind of people who are at the end of their rope in terms of their health.
Is it
Senator
people-
Ingman has a question, and then Senator McCormick, go ahead.
Thank you. So, Jen, I was wondering, have you ever seen in statute something that specifies like when consent has to be given? Because like I've had procedures in hospitals, and I'm like, I'm not in any. They even take my glasses off, so I can't read what I'm signing. But it's like, why didn't they give this to me, sooner? Is there ever anything that actually specifies like it has to be done, a certain period of time before you actually show up for the medicated?
Not that I'm aware of, other than it would go to your sort of capacity to provide informed consent, depending on when it was in the process, and there could be some professional liability issues there. But otherwise,
we don't specify that it has to be in the doctor's office.
We could look at doing that, right? We could certainly look at doing that.
Yeah. Okay. All right, thank you.
So, Senator McCormick, go ahead.
There is a federal policy of right to try, right? For people that at the end with nothing to lose.
So we had looked at legislation on that in here.
Yeah, that was my bill.
Right.
I got killed on it.
And I do think something may have been, I don't know whether people were tracking it more, may have been enacted at the federal.
Yeah, no, the feds.
I remember hearing that.
Right, so this wouldn't say you can't do it. This would say there has to be certain notice, informed consent, and advertising requirements around that.
So it's already allowed. This doesn't allow it, except implicitly.
Right. So it's happening.
This is
Right. So my understanding is that these are happening now. Whether these are the same same products that are being used under Right to Try, I don't know.
So, I guess the question for me is, there will be someone talking with us about FDA rules. I think Dr. Weiss will. I mean, I have talked with him, communicated with him, but just in case we don't get enough, we might be looking to you for some help.
Okay.
But don't overdo it.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So.
And I think we had talked about those actually in the context of the Right to Try bill in the past, about kind of the different stages of clinical trials and that kind of stuff, so I can dust off that.
Okay. Anything else on that bill? So we'll look forward to Valentine's Day. Now we have something to look forward to. That's 252.
Like long-stemmed red roses.
Right, long-stemmed red roses. Slow stem.
That was really bad.
Long stem cells.
Long stem cells.
It doesn't sound like a good trade-off.
No, it doesn't.
Okay. All right, so we'll move on to S288, and so we're going to look at the bill that, the proposal of the amendments that Jen has, and then Nolan also has. I have a copy of the fiscal note. Do you? I mean, I can. I think we should do it after we have the bill walkthrough, because the bill's slightly different. But I didn't know you wanted to do it all. Huh? I didn't know you wanted me to. You don't have to. We'll just hand it out. We're not ready to do that yet. Okay. We're good.
Experience.
So S288. Do we have something new on that?
You should, yes.
Refresh your page.
It just went up, it's there.
Okay. There it is. And so that's draft 1.3?
Yes.
Got it. All right.
All right. You know when you're ready.
Almost. I'll turn my page. Okay,
All right.
please.
So this is S-288, an act relating to banning flavored tobacco products and e-liquids. This is a strike-all amendment with a lot of new language in it, so I've tried to identify kind of when the whole section is new and when a section was already in there, but I've made some changes to the language, so I've used bold and highlight for that. There's a lot in here because as I was going through the tobacco statutes, it seems like there is currently not a lot of reference to, there's a lot of reference to tobacco substitutes, which are kind of the devices for e-cigarettes, but not a lot of reference to the liquids. As long as we're putting a definition in here, I was adding it in a bunch of places, but you may want to, you don't have to do them, you just have to know what you're choosing to do or not do. So the first thing that I have is a findings section, and this is based on findings that were or some facts that were provided by some of the advocates. So do you want me to go through the findings?
Yes.
Okay. So this would have the General Assembly find that, first, tobacco use is costly. Vermont spends $348 million annually to treat tobacco-caused illnesses, including $87.2 million each year in Medicaid expenses. This translates into a tax burden each year of $759 per Vermont household. Productivity losses add an additional $232.8 million each year. Youth tobacco use is growing due to e-cigarettes. 7% of Vermont high school students smoke, but if e-cigarette use is included, 28% of Vermont youths use some form of tobacco product. More than 1 in 4 Vermont high school students now uses e-cigarettes. Use more than doubled among this age group from 12% to 26% between 2017 and 2019. More students report frequent use of e-cigarettes, which indicates possible nicotine addiction. According to the 2019 Vermont Youth Risk Behavior Survey, 31% of Vermont high school students, high school e-cigarette users used e-cigarettes daily, up from 15% in 2017. Flavored products are fueling the epidemic. 97% of youth e-cigarette users nationally reported in 2019 that they had used a flavored tobacco product in the last month, and 70% cited flavors as the reason for their use. E-cigarette and e-liquid manufacturers have marketed their products in youth-friendly flavors such as gummy bear, birthday cake, candy cane menthol, and bubblegum. Mint and menthol flavored e-cigarettes are increasing in popularity among youths. Over the past 4 years, mint and menthol went from being some of the least popular to being some of the most popular e-cigarette flavors among high school students. Evidence indicates that if any e-cigarette flavors remain on the market, youth will shift from one flavor to another. For example, after Juul restricted the availability of fruit, candy, and other e-cigarette flavors in retail stores in November 2018, use of mint and menthol e-cigarettes by high school users increased sharply, from 42.3% reportedly using mint and menthol e-cigarettes in 2017 to 63.9% using them in 2019. It is essential that menthol cigarettes are included in a ban on flavored tobacco products, flavored e-liquids, and flavored e-cigarettes to prevent youths who became addicted to nicotine through vaping from transitioning to traditional cigarettes. Menthol creates a cooling and numbing effect that reduces the harshness of cigarette smoke and suppresses the cough reflex. These effects make menthol cigarettes more appealing to young, inexperienced smokers, and research shows that menthol cigarettes are more likely to addict youth. Youth smokers are the age group most likely to use menthol cigarettes, but are also likely to quit if menthol cigarettes are no longer available. 54% of youths 12 to 17 years of age nationwide who smoke use menthol cigarettes. Nearly 65% of young menthol smokers say they would quit smoking if menthol cigarettes were banned. Eliminating the sale of menthol tobacco products promotes health equity. Menthol cigarette use is more prevalent among persons of color who smoke than among white persons who smoke, and is more common among lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender smokers than among heterosexual smokers. 85% of African American adult smokers use menthol cigarettes, and of black youths 12 to 17 years of age who smoke, 7 out of 10 use menthol cigarettes. Tobacco industry documents show a concerted effort to target African Americans through specific advertising efforts. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration, FDA, agrees that menthol cigarettes harm the public health. In 2013, the FDA published a report concluding that removal of menthol cigarettes from the market would improve public health. And finally, Vermont cannot wait for the FDA to take action. The same federal legislation that was passed in 2019 banning all other flavored cigarettes allowed the FDA to regulate or ban menthol. Despite taking public comment on the dangers of menthol in 2013 and again in 2018, the FDA has still failed to act. The new policy released by the FDA on January 1st, 2020 falls far short of protecting Vermonters from the dangers of smoking and nicotine addiction. The FDA's policy bans only flavored cartridge or pod-based e-cigarettes, and even then exempts those that are menthol or tobacco flavored. Open tank e-cigarettes and the flavored e-liquids used to fill them can still be sold, as can flavored, self-contained, disposable e-cigarettes.
So, okay. Go ahead.
On line 4, you said...
where we are on that?
Yeah. On page...
Page 4.
Yep. Yeah, you said 2019.
I'm sorry.
It says here
2009.
2009.
I misspoke. 2009 is correct. Yes.
Is correct.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yes. Currently, I'm trying to go more modern. But yes, 2009 is correct. So the federal legislation that was passed in 2009 banned flavored cigarettes other than menthol, but allowed the FDA to regulate or ban menthol.
Okay.
Thank you for the correction.
Any questions on that? It's a new section.
Right, it's a whole new section, so you have not seen that before.
There's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot.
There's a lot.
So my question is on the disposable e-cigarettes. There was a recent article in the New York Times indicating that disposable e-cigarettes was kind of a loophole for flavors.
I mean, I won't characterize it.
It's not, you can't characterize, I understand that.
Yes, there is. Right, so there are, my understanding is there are 3 different types of e-cigarettes. There is the ones that use the cartridges or pods. Those are the ones that are, that the FDA is taking enforcement action to ban if they have not received pre-market approval. And then there are open tank e-cigarettes, so that's the kind where you can go into a shop and fill it, or have it filled or fill it yourself. And then there are the self-contained disposable e-cigarettes that's a one-time use and then you throw it out, and those are available in flavors as well.
You recycle it appropriately.
You dispose of it appropriately.
But they are similar. I remember seeing the pictures and some examples. They're similar to the Juuls. They're kind of cool. I'm thinking of the difference between the tank things were not something you could use in school and not get caught. They're big, they're clunky, they're ugly.
And they're expensive.
And they're expensive, and they look, like your grandmother's clodhoppers. I mean, they're which is a different market.
Right.
But the disposable ones, they look like Pez dispensers.
Right.
And they were cute, pink.
They're cute, all different colors. Okay, so that's that section.
Right,
We need
so that's
to
the
review that.
findings. And we can certainly modify as the committee chooses. So then we get into, I ended up just opening up all of Chapter 40 in Title 7, which is the tobacco products chapter. And I'm realizing it should not be underlined. So in the definitions section, I added...
Can I just ask you to introduce yourself to the committee, please?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Skylar Janess. I'm the Director of Compliance and Enforcement for the Department of Liquor and Lottery.
So this is, thank you for being here. I know that we reached out to you and we appreciate your presence. So we're going to be having to throw a line to a friend from time to time. So that's very good. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
And feel free to raise your hand at any point so we can get your knowledge.
Absolutely.
Yes, and I did reach out to Mr. Janess yesterday with a couple of, but he's not seen the draft either, so.
Okay.
This
Perfect. All right.
will be new. All right, so the first thing is in the, I added in to make changes to the definition in the tobacco products chapter of tobacco products. And you'll see later, and this goes back to the issue we talked about last week about some sort of circularity and potential conflict in the definition of tobacco products in this chapter and the definition of other tobacco products in the tax statutes. So in trying to decouple those from each other because they don't line up well, I struck the language in the tobacco products statutes that gives kind of a catch-all for other tobacco products as defined in the tax statutes, because those are both over and under inclusive of what we're referring to as tobacco products in these statutes. So I also made changes then in the definitions in the tax statutes, and I have run this by the tax department, which had some helpful suggestions that I've made in here. So, you know, obviously this is the first time most people are seeing this, so it's possible that other changes need to be made. But I just took the language in the tax statute definition of other tobacco products and put it in here, the part that seems applicable, and put it in here. So this would now say tobacco products means cigarettes, little cigars, roll your own tobacco, snuff, cigars, new smokeless tobacco, this is all current law, and instead of saying and other tobacco products as defined in the tax statutes, it would use the language, and any other product manufactured from, derived from, or containing tobacco that is intended for human consumption by smoking, by chewing, or in any other manner.
So that's what the tax statute says.
So that's part of what the tax statute says. Then the tax statute gets into e-cigarette stuff, and then the tax statute says but it doesn't include cigarettes, little cigars, roll your own tobacco, snuff cigars, and new smokeless tobacco, which this one says it does. That's how they were sort of conflicting. Yes, so that the tax statute says other tobacco products means any product manufactured from, derived from, or containing tobacco that is intended for human consumption by smoking, by chewing, or in any other manner, and then it goes on to add the tobacco substitute stuff. So we're not really changing what's happening in the tax statutes for purposes of what is taxed under the tax statutes, but we are kind of decoupling them from each other. And then in the definition of e-liquid, the tax department had, I think, a helpful suggestion that the liquid itself something else may be happening to it other than heating, and in order to be sure we're capturing everything you intend to be capturing, this would add some language to make the definition e-liquid means the solution, substance, or other material used in or with a tobacco substitute that is heated or otherwise acted upon to produce an aerosol, vapor, or emission to be inhaled by the user, regardless of whether the liquid contains nicotine.
I have two questions. So we've heard recently that now that there is synthetic nicotine, so it's nicotine that is produced in the laboratory and not derived from tobacco. Does this cover that?
Yeah, because this says regardless of whether it contains nicotine, so it doesn't.
My other question is kind of a basic question. It's a little stupid at this point, but how do you get it? What is the chemical reaction that causes the vapor to vaporize?
So you're asking a lawyer that question?
So just I'm throwing it out there because I don't know that we've had that testimony. I'd like to know how that happens. Anyway, you don't have to answer.
Everyone else is on notice.
All right.
The E in the term e-liquid is short for electronic.
Yes.
And the electronic effect is to eat. We don't use the electronics for anything else.
So this is a term, I mean, you can call it anything you want. This seems to be a term that gets used a lot, so I used it here. But I suppose it could be acted upon in a way other than heating, which is where that
could be a volcanic reaction.
Right. It could be, I don't even
baking soda and something else.
Right.
Okay.
But there's all kinds of aerosols.
Yes.
Could be,
yeah.
Modified.
Right.
Well, maybe we want to use the word aerosol.
It is.
It's right there.
It's there. It's
line 6.
to produce an aerosol.
But I mean, in terms of e-liquid.
I think e-liquid is at this point a term of art. It came in to the jargon.
Right. I mean, e-liquids are sort of overall used with e-cigarettes. We don't actually use that term statute either. We started with tobacco substitutes, and we've stuck with it.
Okay.
All right.
Your computer will emit vapors before long.
Descriptive grammar as opposed
Yeah.
to prescriptive.
All right, so then in existing section, so this is new to the bill, existing section 7 BSA 1002, this is the requirement to have a license, that a retailer have a license to sell various products at retail. And so I added e-liquids in here because they had not specifically been captured in the licensure requirement. And so we've talked, I think Senator Cummings has given an example in the past of somebody going to another state, coming back and selling these flavored products to their friends, and I said no, because they don't, part of the issue is that they wouldn't have a license, and then I realized there isn't anything in the statute that specifically requires them to be licensed. So I added language in addition to not engaging in the retail sale of tobacco products, tobacco substitutes, or tobacco paraphernalia without a tobacco license. I added e-liquids. I didn't refer to them specifically in the tobacco substitute endorsement piece that somebody has to have, and you can decide with input from others whether that's appropriate. But to begin with, I thought I'd put it under the licensure requirement. And so then throughout, as we're talking about these other substances, I added e-liquid. And then similarly in subsection G, no person is allowed to engage in the retail sale of these products unless they are a licensed wholesaler or acquire them purchase them from a licensed wholesaler. And so in that section, based on language added last year, it had said substances containing nicotine or otherwise intended for use with a tobacco substitute, and I replaced that with the new e-liquids language. Then in section 1003, as we had discussed doing last week, specifically added e-liquids to the ban on selling tobacco products, tobacco substitutes, and tobacco paraphernalia to anyone under 21 years of age. So everywhere those terms were used, I added e-liquids. I also noticed that in subdivision C2A, where we have an existing exception about where items can be displayed or stored, that it did not include tobacco substitutes. So right now, there is a requirement that someone holding a tobacco license may only display or store tobacco products or tobacco substitutes, and I've added e-liquid behind a sales counter or in any other area of the establishment that is inaccessible to the public or in a locked container. But then there's an exception saying it doesn't apply to a display of, and it only says tobacco products located in a commercial establishment in which by law no person under 21 years of age is permitted to enter at any time. So it seemed appropriate to add tobacco substitutes there to be consistent with the requirement about where they can be displayed and stored. And if tobacco substitutes were added, it seemed appropriate to add e-liquids. So again, these are all things you can consider whether you think they're appropriate changes. I left the rest of the language in just so you can see what else is in here, but I didn't make any changes. Page 8, section 1004, proof of age for the sale of tobacco products, tobacco substitutes. I added e-liquids and tobacco paraphernalia. So again, in existing law, somebody has to provide proper proof of age. And if they don't provide proper proof of age, then the licensee is entitled to refuse to sell them, and so I added e-liquids here as well. Then section 1005, persons under 21 years of age, possession of tobacco products, misrepresenting age, or purchasing. It's actually, now that I look at this, I think it's one thing I've been wanting to change. I believe it should be misrepresenting age for purchasing tobacco products. So might as well change that while we're in here.
Good catch.
So this is the prohibition on a person under 21 years of age possessing, purchasing, or attempting to purchase these products, e-liquids, unless they are holder of a tobacco license and are in possession of them to effect a sale in the course of employment. And this is the $25 civil penalty. So again, I don't know if this would This would still ban people under 21 from possessing e-liquids, whether or not they are flavored. Last year you had put in, or in the past we had put in tobacco substitutes, so the devices themselves. So again, I've been adding e-liquids everywhere. The devices themselves were implicated, but wanted you to have an opportunity to hear from others on whether that was as intended. Posting of signs, Section 1006, a person licensed under this chapter or retailer must post in a conspicuous place a warning sign that the sale of various products, this would add e-liquids to persons under 21 years of age, is prohibited. Then on page 10, section 1007, furnishing tobacco to persons under 21 years of age and report. This again is adding a penalty to a person who sells or furnishes tobacco products, tobacco substitutes, adding e-liquids or tobacco paraphernalia to someone under 21 years of age, and has the still directs the Division of Liquor Control to do compliance testing. There were some changes to the license suspensions last year for multiple violations. And then in subdivision 3, on page 11, and looking at this, the divisions report, the Division of Liquor Control and the Department of Liquor and Lottery, their compliance report goes to certain committees. It does not go to this committee, so I wanted to flag that in case you wanted to add yourselves and your House counterpart. Right now it goes only to the House General Housing and Military Affairs and the Senate Economic Development, Housing and General Affairs Committee. And then I noted that the Tobacco Evaluation and Review Board last year was folded into the Substance Misuse Prevention Oversight and Advisory Council, so I swapped those out. But you can think about whether you want this committee and the Human Services Committee to receive this compliance testing report, or just know that it's out there.
Yeah, I mean, it is, with this obviously will have to be reviewed by Economic Development.
Well, the only change to this, other than the name of the council that's getting the report, is adding the compliance testing and prohibition or penalty for e-liquids, as well as
I don't
the
see it as
devices
a big
themselves.
review. I see it as a look through.
All right. Then section 109, and I labeled this with the question keep because it had been in the earlier versions, but I think there had been some discussion about whether it should stay in or not, and this is one of the things I reached out to the Department of Liquor and Lottery about, is adding, so under current law, any cigarettes or other tobacco products that have been sold, offered for sale, or possessed for sale in violation of section 1003, which is the sale of tobacco products to minors and some other requirements for retailers. Anything that was sold, offered for sale, or possessed for sale in violation of that statute and some other statutes throughout the Green Books, and any commercial cigarette rolling machines possessed or used in violation of section 1011 are deemed contraband and subject to seizure by the Commissioner of Liquor and Lottery or their agents or employees, the Commissioner of Taxes or agents or employees, or law enforcement officer when directed to do so by the Commissioner. And those items would be cigarettes. We lost some strike through. All items seized under this subsection would be destroyed. So I added that this would apply not only to cigarettes and other tobacco products, but tobacco substitutes, e-liquids, and tobacco paraphernalia. So that's certainly broader than existing law, but a lot of the provisions have already been added to some of those statutes. And then added also section 1010, which is the internet sales provision that we worked on last year, and 1013, which is the new flavor ban. So, and some expansion in the contraband and seizure statute, and there was not much testimony on this, but what there was, I think, suggested that maybe it shouldn't stay in. I think the department may have thoughts on whether it should be in or not, that I will let them speak to.
And you're talking specifically about 1009?
Yes.
Okay.
Top of page 12.
So we'll hear from the department on
Great. Internet sales, I added into this statute. This is the one that you you, the legislature, and I think to some extent this committee looked at it last year with respect to internet sales and mail order sales of all of the cigarettes and tobacco products and tobacco substitutes. So last year's language said substances containing nicotine or otherwise intended for use with a tobacco substitute. We just struck that language and substituted or replaced it with e-liquids. And then at the end of that section, under violations of the section, the punishment and allowing the Attorney General to impose a civil penalty, I realized that in last year's language, I didn't update the piece that talks about each shipment or transport of cigarettes, roll your own tobacco, little cigars, or snuff to include tobacco substitutes, e-liquids, or tobacco paraphernalia constituting a separate violation. So I added that language in there. I skipped over section 1011 because it relates to cigarette rolling machines and wasn't relevant to what you're working on in this bill. Didn't seem it to me.
Can I just ask a question about the previous section? So, so this prohibits like individual sales online, but it can be sold to a wholesaler?
Right.
Okay.
Right. So yeah, so nobody can cause these items under, and this is as you enacted last year, nobody can cause any of these items ordered or purchased by mail or online or by telephone or other electronic network to be shipped to anyone other than a licensed wholesaler or retailer. Section 1012, my note here is add e-liquids. I didn't make any changes in this section because I didn't want to get into changing it if you were not interested, but this is an existing section of statute talking about liquid nicotine and saying basically requiring child-resistant packaging for any liquid or gel substance containing nicotine and any nicotine liquid container. And then we have definitions of child-resistant packaging and nicotine liquid container. So I could read the
gum and...
No, this is liquid specifically.
Okay, liquids. What is liquid nicotine?
It's the e-liquids that have nicotine in them.
Okay.
So it's sort of a subset. So the question.
The bottles.
It's
all right.
It's
all right.
the bottles.
It's not the patches. And,
no.
All right.
So my question for you on this is, do you want me to revise this language to apply to all e-liquids, whether or not they contain nicotine, or I could make it use our definition of e-liquids but specify nicotine? It seems like it might be a good idea to have consistent definition or consistent language throughout, but I didn't want to start monkeying with it without you having an opportunity to give me some direction on whether and to what extent you wanted changes.
If we're banning them.
Well, you're not banning all of them.
We're not banning
flavors.
To bake. Well, all right. So it's just. So it would be the one. The only thing left is straight tobacco.
Yes. Once we get to the next section. Yes.
What about cannabis infused?
That's not in here. Hemp and cannabis, you can smoke all you want, and right now they're not taxed.
All the THC.
I know the bill doesn't cover that.
Right. I mean, I think liquid cannabis would be, or things that are going to be vaped would be captured in the definition of e-liquid, but they're not in your necessarily in your flavor.
You can't vape
definitions.
You what?
You can't vape them unless you are doing it through. And you might want to look at when we're doing this, because we had to exempt, when we did the tax, the dispensaries, which vaping is the delivery system of choice for many people at the dispensaries.
Right.
You want to make sure you're not.
So specifically, Jen,
clear you are.
The question is on section 1012, and the question is whether or not to include what in this section?
The question is really, should I amend this section to use the e-liquid language?
Okay.
And if so, do you want it specific to e-liquids containing nicotine or all of them?
And who is going to be able to help us with this besides ourselves?
I don't have an answer for that.
I think we're beyond help.
You know that.
I mean, I think it makes sense to be consistent with your terminology throughout the chapter, as long as we don't lose the meaning. But I think the particular policy question would be: do you want childproof packaging just for substances containing nicotine, or any e-liquids?
Okay.
Just e-liquids containing nicotine or alcohol. Yes. All right, and then we have section 1013, which is the one we looked at last time, which is really kind of why you brought the bill forward in the first place. And this is the ban on flavored tobacco products, flavored tobacco substitutes, and flavored e-liquids. So it has the definitions. Didn't make any changes to the definitions of characterizing flavor, flavored e-liquid, flavored tobacco product, or flavored tobacco substitute. And it still prohibits the sale, anyone from selling, offering for sale, giving, providing, transporting, manufacturing, or otherwise distributing one or more flavored tobacco products, flavored e-liquids, or flavored tobacco substitutes. I took out the language that you had asked to take out that would ban possession, purchase, or attempt to purchase of flavored tobacco products, flavored e-liquids, or flavored tobacco substitutes.
So, could I still vape cannabis?
So I'm not...
It's not tobacco.
Right, I'm not familiar enough with the cannabis
There are no
laws. But okay, then...
There's no law.
If you grew it yourself, you
Right, depending on your manner of
Just, I suppose I could share it with a friend.
THC. So, okay, the good question. We'll also ask DLL, Skylar, that question as well.
And then you had asked to put in the same penalty provision that we have for somebody who sells to someone underage. So this has a person who violates this section shall be subject to a civil penalty of not more than $100 for a first offense, not more than $500 for any subsequent offense, and the action would be brought in the same manner as for a traffic violation at the Judicial Bureau and brought within 24 hours of the occurrence. And then you'll see that next section, section 3 is new. It would add these violations to the Judicial Bureau's jurisdiction. So violations of that ban relating to flavored tobacco products, flavored e-liquids, and flavored tobacco substitutes. Then I added, the rest of them are kind of some conforming changes, adding e-liquids in places where it also seemed like they should be. So the next one is an existing provision in Title VII talking about the penalty provisions in the alcoholic beverages section or rest of the title, and saying that the provisions of that penalty section don't apply to a violation of subsection 1005A relating to the purchase of tobacco products, tobacco substitutes. I added e-liquids or tobacco paraphernalia by a person under age 21. So then in section 5, this was as I was trying to think about what where you might have unintentional exceptions remaining in the statutes. Under current law, it is prohibited to use tobacco products and tobacco substitutes on public school grounds and at public school-sponsored functions. So I thought perhaps it would make sense to add e-liquids here as well. Generally, you're using them in combination with a tobacco substitute, but it seemed like it presented a fuller picture of the prohibition. I added in the charge and creation of the Substance Misuse Prevention Oversight and Advisory Council. This is one we worked on, I think, with Katie last year, that folded a few different boards and councils together. One of their charges has to do with looking at all substances at risk of misuse, including tobacco products, tobacco substitutes, and under current law, and substances containing nicotine or that are otherwise intended for use with a tobacco substitute. So I added and e-liquids, and then those all get modified by that as defined in 7 VSA section 1001. We're almost done. Then we have the tax. This is the definitions for the cigarette and other tobacco tax statutes in Title 32. So this is the part I was alluding to earlier, where I tried to clean up the definitions. So this would have in the definition of other tobacco products,
Sorry.
in the definition of other tobacco products, under existing law, it's any product manufactured from, derived from, or containing tobacco that is intended for human consumption by smoking. I added by chewing, or in any other manner. And then it goes on to say, including products sold as a tobacco substitute, which themselves don't really contain tobacco, and including any liquids, again, don't contain tobacco. So I thought it was better to stop there and then say, new sentence, the term also includes products sold as a tobacco substitute, as defined in 7 VSA 1001-8, and then use the e-liquid language instead of including any liquids, whether nicotine-based or not. So e-liquids, as defined in 7 VSA 1001-9, and delivery devices sold separately for use with a tobacco substitute or e-liquid. The tax department suggested that or e-liquid part. And then the existing law goes on to say, but shall not include cigarettes, little cigars, roll your own tobacco, snuff, or new smokeless tobacco, as defined in this section. All right, then we had that report, a study and report directive to the Attorney General's office. By December 1st, the Office of the Attorney General would report to various committees, including this one, regarding whether and to what extent Vermont may legally restrict advertising and regulate the content of labels, you talked about adding last time, for electronic cigarettes and other vaping-related products in this state. And then finally, the effective date, as introduced, the bill would take effect on passage. I don't know if that works for you, or if you want to set, may make sense to set a date certain so there's predictability for the retailers.
Yes, I think the latter. I mean, we've done that previously. Right. I think we'll just have to talk about that.
Mm-hmm. So there you go. Your short bill turned into a potentially 20-page bill.
First of all, thank you so much for going through and doing, this is a huge amount of work, and we appreciate it. Helps us think. And I don't know if you know the whole committee, but
I did see introductions earlier.
Oh, that's good. Okay, that's great. So a lot of this is being suggested as a new to the bill, and there's the one specific area, that's the 1009, whether we should keep that section or not, and then the rest of it. So why don't we let you introduce yourself and then go ahead.
Sure. Again, my name is Skylar Janess. I'm the Director of the Office of Compliance and Enforcement for the Vermont Department of Liquor and Lottery. My office does have the enforcement authority of the department to enforce all of our laws and regulations regarding tobacco products germane to the discussion today. We also oversee alcohol and lottery, some small elements of gambling in the state. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the proposal. I also appreciate Ms. Garaby's work to align a lot of the definitions. We operated a little bit in some nebulous areas between what the tax definition were of these products and what our Title VII definition was. So we certainly appreciate the parity between the two codes there. In regards to 1009.
Right, so let's find that again. Sure. It's on page. Page 12.
Excuse me.
Item C. Okay. We are on 1009. Title, chapter 1009. Okay. Contraband and seizure. So talk us through this, please, and then your suggestion, I guess.
I do believe that the verbiage as proposed is important to amend Title VII to allow that authority, particularly when we talk about banning a substance. Becomes very challenging enforcement-wise if we don't necessarily have the authority to seize those contraband products. Historically, we've relied on the tax Title 32, because it had this cleaner verbiage on our authority to seize contraband. So 1009 is proposed. We would be fully in support of amending that statute to include these e-liquid definitions, a new definition. We were luckily not faced with any of the opportunities proposed by the current statute, but we did contemplate what it would mean if we were asked to seize a tobacco substitute, but not necessarily seize only liquid form. Again, the Title VII definition as it sits now tends to identify the device in particular and not necessarily the substances that go into the device. So by adding the definition of this e-liquid, it certainly extends that authority to seize that as contraband should the ban pass.
Okay, questions on that, Ms. Schuyler?
Well, I guess, what happens to them once they're seized?
Are you a commissioner?
Director.
Director.
Or chief.
Just go ahead.
What happens to them once they're seized?
They're warehoused in our evidence room, 13 Green Mountain Drive in Montpelier. On a rolling basis, we destroy them by fire. We incinerate them, unless they're part of an ongoing criminal case when we have to retain them as evidence. But if they're generally seized and the case is adjudicated, we destroy them.
Any other question? Do you have any comments to make on the packaging piece, the child-proof packaging piece on page, which is 1012, I think?
My understanding of 1012 was always, I always understood that to be a provision to protect health in terms of child access to these products. I'm certainly not a doctor, but my knowledge and experience has told me that nicotine in liquid form has a certain toxicity to the human body, and that the child-resistant packaging provisions were intended to protect public health. I see no reason why the adding of the e-liquids wouldn't be pertinent to that same public health viewpoint, although it is important to mention that the definition of e-liquids as proposed here would include things not including nicotine. Things also like CBD would potentially be included in this definition as it is vaped. Things like THC-bearing concentrates would be included and therefore would be required to have this child-resistant packaging if it met that definition. I'm not testifying that that's a negative. I'm just trying to bring that to the attention of the committee.
Okay, thank you, that's good. All right, so we'll have to put that into our decision-making. All right, is there anything else here from your perspective?
The only thing I would bring up is just to make the committee aware, my office includes 14 investigators, and as I mentioned earlier, we handle the regulation and oversight of both alcohol, tobacco, and lottery, and some elements of gambling within the state. I only bring this up in terms of resource management for my department. This ban would certainly increase the scope and work of which my investigators do. We have around 7,000 active licenses across the state, which 14 investigators operate in 3 key programs, one being a comprehensive minor compliance program where we send minors into these establishments to try and purchase underage, testing the compliance with the statutes in regards to access to minors. Second would be a regulatory inspection model where we enter these establishments and ensure that they're complying with all laws and regulations. And third would be investigations, and those would be things like complaints from the public regarding violations of law or regulation. This certainly adds another layer of enforcement in terms of ensuring, particularly with the flavor ban, that many of these products wouldn't be on the shelves. I only bring that up to say it's a little bit of a challenge for us resource-wise. We found means to enforce these access laws in the past. The last session passing the delivery sales ban, we were fortunate to receive some grant funding from the health department to engage in some testing and compliance testing of adherence to the delivery sales ban, but that is on a very small scale basis. The delivery sales ban in particular is a wide universe of online retailers in these products. And again, 14 investigators with our mission set. We are attempting to do the best we can and cover as much ground as we can.
We appreciate it. The other question that's come up from time to time is, Tobacco 21 has now gone into effect for a couple of months, and the question is, do you have any data that shows an effect or not?
I do. I'm pleased to announce, and you'll see a report coming out from my office at the end of this month, which would be 6 months since passage. Our minor compliance program testing historically has shown in any 6-month period to show about 90% compliance, meaning 1 out of 10 compliance checks would result in the furnishing of tobacco products to a minor. Since September of last year and the passage of Tobacco 21, we've seen almost 5% jump in our compliance. So we are having far fewer sales of products to minors during our tobacco compliance testing since the passage of Tobacco 21.
Wow, that's really amazing.
I've never seen anything more than a 2% jump in any 6-month period, and this is almost a 5% jump.
So then sorry, go ahead, Senator.
Why do you think that is?
I think retailers are sensitive to the passage of that. I think they err further on the side of caution with the passage of Tobacco 21 and trying to visually identify the age of the potential buyers. And if I think they're scrutinizing our minors much more than they'd had in the past.
So the sales to minors has dropped significantly, but the youth risk behavior survey has shown an increase in utilization, so it's tough.
I have no hard data on that, but I would believe, based on the surveys we've done with the health department funding for our online delivery sales ban, I believe we've shifted access in a certain realm to online procurement. And
oh boy. Anything else we need to know?
Just a comment to that. We have the guy in here from Brattleboro that just moved across the river.
Right. Now he's selling.
So they just,
He sells the tanks,
yeah,
not vapes, but there will be other ones.
But he's just moved across the river, so it's,
So the sales are legal.
Right.
Yeah.
And we have seen a decline in our number of licensed tobacco licenses issued year after year. When I first started with the department about 6 years ago, we were generally over 1,000 active licenses in the state. I do believe the last metric I saw we just dipped below 900 licenses.
Okay, thank you very much for being here and for working with us. I'm sure that, well, it's possible that you'll be going into economic development to look at this with them, so.
My pleasure. Happy to assist.
Thank you, and if anything else comes up that you think we should know about, please don't hesitate to communicate with us.
Absolutely.
And send Dory a note, or Jen a note, and we'll try to work together.
Absolutely.
Thank you. It's nice to meet you.